How's the audio? Yeg. Whoa, my gosh, the chair. Woof. Woof, woof, woof. Hold on. Whoop, no. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello, Rusty. It's because it kind of resets daily. It's like an everyday thing. I think. I think it resets for something. How much was it yesterday? No. I mean, I set an impossible goal, you know. I just kind of threw in a number. Maybe I should just, I don't know. If I were to put a realistic daily goal, then it would be like $50 or something, I guess. Mm, maybe I should adjust it. Hold on. I can adjust it now. One moment. I'll adjust it. Maybe you're right. Mm, let me adjust the goal. There is this admin thing that I can access. Navarre, short links, social. Is it? I'm trying to. I always get lost in the page, the navigation of the page. Hold on. Why is it taking so long to load? I don't think this is it. Um, integration? No. Wait, no. Uh, that's wrong. That's not the thing. Mm, is it integration? Uh, no. No, wait, maybe it is. Stream widgets? Yes, it is. Okay. Uh, weird. Where is the 500 coming from? Even I don't even know why it's 500. That's strange. It's not even 500 on the page. Mm, daily, right? So I guess let's say $50, right? Copy, and I'm gonna put it here. Hold on, did I call it? Oh, label. Journalism fund. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna boom. I'm gonna put it here. Okay. There you go. I changed it to 50. How does that sound? I'm gonna do corporate media pay for a story. It depends. It depends on the article. It depends on the actual me. I don't really work for a corporation. I work. So far, I've been cooperating with a magazine that's under a foundation, and they get their story for the magazine from a grant. It's not really a corporation. I've not really been working with corporate media per se, so I'm not even sure if I can answer this question correctly. You know, because the magazine that has printed me, it's not really corporate. It's not really corporate. So not not possible for me to answer this question completely correctly, if that makes sense. I would flounder. I would flounder like a little flower. Let's watch a video, shall we? You want to watch a video with me together? Are we all friends here? The new Suikoden is almost here. I'm excited for it. Kind of.
Hi there, everybody. This is David, and we have an update in
David.
regards to Suikoden Starleap, which is one of my most anticipated games of the year. And I do want to tell you all about the update, as well as what this game is all about in my history with the Suikoden series today. And that's
I love Suikoden. I've been playing it on stream. As you know, some of you hate the fact that I play Suikoden. Hello, Malaki. Yeah. I do stream. I do try to stream every day. Try being the operative word. For our guest yesterday, can he answer this question? Yeah, sure. I think he can. I can ask him. I can DM him the question. Play more Suikoden? Oh, yeah, I should. Shouldn't? Yeah, I should. Shouldn't I? You're right. I should play more Suikoden. And then we will play Eiyuden. Eiyuden Chronicles. Look.
really worth the sub as you
I'm
come.
kind of worried about this game because it looks gorgeous on the one hand. It actually looks gorgeous, this Suikoden game. But also I'm a bit worried that it's like kind of a gacha game, which frustrates me. Also, Malaki, did you see in the pond that I asked you to add an emote? Yu Yu Kakusho. Yu Yu Kakusho. Yeah, yeah. We got the Free Palestine emote on the Google Cord made. So I was wondering if you could add it to the side page. Yeah. You see, I even at you in on the global chat. Boy Meets Mini made an emote, Free Palestine. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I was just talking about you. You've added the emote. I was talking about adding it on here so we can just burp, use it. Sorry. Wait, what are you saying? Sorry, Rusty? You say Palestine? I did. We have a new emote called Free Palestine. Like a little computer. I did say Palestine, yeah. I am pro Palestine, which might be shocking.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you. Now you can giggle. Yeah. Thank you very much for all burying. I know that I'm Polish, Jewish, and pro Palestine, but your channel, yeah. Yeah. Like I have a side page. See this. this page. You can watch the stream from this page, and it has my emotes. Okay, let's continue watching this.
And you join a party and you level on up with me. Thank you so much for your sub, your like, and your brand new hype. It helps me out a ton. So, Suikoden Starleap. This was announced a while ago. Eiyuden Chronicles came out. There was a Kickstarter for it. The Kickstarter smashed its goal. It came on and it was very successful. And then Konami noticed. And then Konami went ahead and they released their Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remastered Collection, which was also a smashing success. So then Konami was like, okay, well, there's actually, a market for a turn-based RPG. Who knew? So
Oh my god, I hope they don't screw the pooch. Screw the pooch. I hope they will not drop the ball with the new Suikoden game. I sincerely hope so. What is the benefit of your website stream versus Twitch? I think you have more customized emotes on my page. Wait, are you asking what the benefits are for me or for you? Because I can name both. The benefits for you is that you have more of an emote choice. For me is that if you donate or subscribe on the page, then I get most, if not all of it. And Twitch takes a cut from donations, which goes to a corporation, which is also a plus to all of us, that if you go through this page, then you're not paying money to a corporation when you donate. So that's a plus to all of us. That is a happy time to all of us that we don't support a corporation, isn't it? You know? You don't collect private info? What do you mean provide? Why would I collect private info? I don't need private info. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by by collect private info. All right, let's
they decided to kind of like, I don't know, drip feed us some Suikoden here and there by starting with an anime of Suikoden 2, kind of like retelling that story, and then also doing Suikoden Starleap as a mobile gacha game, which should be out sometime this year. We don't yet have a release date for it, but we do have an update for it. It says, we sincerely...
Why is the audio so weird on this video? I've been having some audio issues, I think.
apologize. We're not ready to give an update in regard to
What the hell is with the audio?
release date for Suikoden Starleap. However, we have confirmed the release order regarding regions and platforms, and would like to at least share that information with you. So the release order will be as follows. It's going to come out first for iOS and Android in
Very
Japan.
robotic. But that more makes me very worried. iOS and Android. When it says that a game will come out of on iOS and Android, that just makes me feel very suspicious of the game. I first saw your website stream. It seems it is your own thing. Seems you could inject sniffers. What are sniffers? I don't know what that means. It's like a co-op thing. The page is like a co-op thing. It's run by people, and they allow me to use it. They host my page. I don't know what sniffers are.
Then it's going to be iOS and Android for global. Then it's going to be worldwide released on Steam. However, some countries and regions will not be included in that global version. And we have looked and we have seen that.
What the hell is going on with this video? Is it all YouTube right now like this? Let me see.
Anatomy sucks.
That's right. Sorry.
Because while he understands how to lay out these
No,
dynamic pages,
the
he
audio
doesn't
is fine with this video.
have the fundamentals to support it. So he ends up bending bodies and reality to
It's fine here. I really feel bad for shitting on Rob Liefeld. I genuinely feel bad for being so mean to Rob Liefeld after I heard this sad story. I feel like he should be less judgmental of people. He's on fine on YouTube right now. Yeah, but the video that I'm watching does not sound very fine. The problem, you know? Also, hello. Oh, so it is that video. It seems that way. Would you identify as an investigative journalist? I don't know if I would say that I'm an investigative journalist. I don't really do investigation as much. Like I gather testimonies and first person accounts from people that have to live through the war, but I don't think I would describe that as investigation of any sort. Because to be an investigative journalist, you would actually have a topic on investigation and then investigate, right? But I do not do much investigating, if that makes sense, right? For journalism, do you need to record people's personal information? To a degree. To a degree. I mean, it really depends on how much information people are willing to share. That's the main threshold, right? Like if they will share their names, then that's fine. Sometimes people don't want to be filmed. Sometimes people don't want to have photographs of them taken. Sometimes people do not want their voices to be disclosed. It all depends. It depends from person to person how much information people consent to give you. You know? You don't have to do it, I guess would be the answer to that question. It's like not mandatory to do it.
The areas that are not going to be included are Russia, Belarus, Belgium, Thailand.
Good. Russia and Belarus not being included for Suikoden is good. They deserve to be deprived. Okay? Belarusians and Russians deserve to be deprived of Suikoden for the war.
Thailand and Vietnam. It's going to be released everywhere
Vietnam
else,
won't get
apparently,
it.
so we don't have to worry about it there.
From USA, there's a perception that Ukraine had a corruption problem. Is that old history is still a problem? Corruption is still a problem in Ukraine, yeah. It's being tackled, but it is nonetheless still a problem. That is the nature of this region. Unfortunately, countries that were part of the Soviet sphere have a legacy of corruption. Poland, the country that I am from, is no exception to that. Although I would say that all countries have a degree of level of corruption. So does that make sense? So I should have also the chat and I'm from India, Corruption Central. Yeah, Mr. Modi. India. India is probably a bit of like a. I would assume. I don't want to assume, but I would think that India is pretty complex case because I would think that there's probably a lot of local corruption happening in various places. I would think that India is like a pretty complex case when it comes to the structure of corruption. Hmm. If you wanna talk about it, we could talk about it in stream. How low does this corruption go? Can you bribe police to not arrest you? Uh, I'm not sure that's the case right now. Actually, it was uh, pretty much in India. Like the corruption used to be more insidious in Ukraine in 2013 and 2014. For example, I've read a lot of testimonies of people saying stuff like, "Oh, my mom would go to a hospital and the doctors would say, "Oh, we could take care of your mom, but you have to give us a ton of money to actually give your mom good care. Otherwise, well, good luck." That type of corruption was present. That's why Ukrainian people were so angry. They were so angry at Yanukovych. They were so eager to want to move towards the European Union because that was a huge problem. People's lives were ruined by corruption, and people were sick of it. That it was a big driving force behind wanting to join the European Union. Also, we might actually revisit Final Fantasy Tactics soon because there's been a patch Final Fantasy Tactics, a new game plus and stuff.
It says they also go on to give it like a little description, kind of like a reminder of what Suikoden Starleap is, and I'm actually really excited for it because number one, even though it is gacha,
Oh, I hate gacha games so much. I hate gacha games. Gacha games are shit. Okay? I hope I'm not being too blunt or too mean when I say it, but oh god, gacha. Do you want me to play a gacha game on stream? There are a few popular ones. Withering Waves or whatever. Have you been to Chernobyl? No, I have not. But gacha games are actually shit.
they explicitly stated that all 108 Stars of Destiny will be joining the party without gacha. They will just be coming in as part of the main story, and gacha is only going to be used to get like a dream team to build like companions from previous games. Like if you want Chris coming in from Suikoden 3 or something like that, or Ghetto or somebody else like that, Siles from 5. If you want them to come in, then that would probably be gacha. But the 108 Stars of Destiny that are going to be, included in this story is going to be straight through the main story right there. So you don't have to worry about any sort of gacha if you don't.
I hate these windows, these gacha like windows. Million different windows. Oh god. Oh, did you add the emote? Does it can have a large no-go zone for humans around Chernobyl? I think there's a pretty big one, yeah. Oh, there you go. It's working. Yeah, I can see it now. The emote.
Don't want to. Also, they said that they're going to be looking into releasing more Suikoden games based upon how well, number one, the anime of Suikoden 2 does, but also how well this game does as well. This is intended as a true entry point to the series because they do want to revive the series. This is not a spin-off. This does not take place in a separate world. This isn't anything else like that.
I did like the PSP Suikoden game that did take place in a different world, actually. I did enjoy that one. I played it in Japanese.
This is actually a complete entry point to the series, and it's taking place between Suikoden 1 and 5, east of the Scarlet Moon Empire, but also kind of inside of the Scarlet Moon Empire. The Scarlet Moon Empire is the empire from Suikoden 1. So it's going to kind of like tell the story of this ancient Sindar civilization and the Rune of Change and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be featuring characters
What's wrong with this person's video? God damn.
from Suikoden 5, as well as from Suikoden 1. We're going to be
Painful
going
to
to
listen.
Breakminster, which is like the starting point of Suikoden 1. We're going to be going to some other places from Suikoden 1, like Rockland and Lennon Camp. You're going to be seeing
This is actually really painful to listen to.
old friends like Flick, Victor, Humphrey, and even Odessa. Yeah, Odessa. She is apparently featured very, very, very heavily in the first chapter of the game.
Yeah,
And I
and she looks completely different, like a
loved
different character.
Suikoden 1. I loved Suikoden 5. I loved Suikoden 2. I've played all the Suikoden games. Even Suikoden Tactics, Tierkris, and Woven Web of the Century. I've played them all. So this is very, very, very exciting to me, and I'm super, super, super looking forward to it. They go on to say, and they talk about, what this game is. It says, our entire team is hard at work to unravel unwritten history, breathing life into a new cast of characters and gathering together an expansive amount of knowledge and information about the world so that we can deliver a comprehensive, exciting experience to you with
They're changing the
this
video quality to like what, 480p?
game. And they also believe in optimizing the game
No, it doesn't help. It doesn't help with the audio at all. Didn't help at all.
for each platform, and that's why they're doing this staggered release. They want to make sure that it is, perfect for Japan, and then perfect for us, and then perfect over on the PC. We don't know if there's going to be any sort of cross save between mobile and PC or anything else like that. I
doubt it.
do hope that there will be something like that because that would be really cool.
I doubt there will be a cross save.
Cool. Also, because this is called Suikoden Starleap, and it talks about the Rune of Change, I think that there's going to be like time travel. They even said that they're including a system that allows various eras to be depicted as you progress through the story of the 108 Stars of Destiny. So I'm wondering if that's going to be their excuse for the gacha. It's going to be like, oh, a time travel warp gate appeared. Oh, look, it's Joey from Suikoden 2. He came through the warp gate. Now he joins your party. I wonder if it's going to be like that or if it's going to be incorporated more into the
That's stupid. That's stupid and I hate it. I already hate that idea. They're souring me even more on the idea now. Oh no, Joey, Warp Gate, that's so stupid.
story insofar as something like Chrono Trigger, where you can go into various different eras or go
I
to
hate the idea of time travel in Suikoden.
various different countries and visit those different time periods. I think that would be really cool.
It would
They
not.
also
It would be
went ahead and they
awful.
said if this is successful, more Suikoden games will come out. So more than likely, we would probably get like a Suikoden 6 next, or maybe we'd get like a PlayStation 2 remastered collection, something along those lines. They did say that the second step must succeed in order to reach the third step. We're on the second step right now. The second step being the anime of Suikoden 2 and Suikoden Starleap. And if this step succeeds, then they're going to move on to step 3. They haven't said what step 3 is.
Right, do I have to go? Why is it better on 144? No way.
We're just kind of guessing.
No, it's still awful. It's still awful on 144. No, no, no. We're not doing that. That's stupid.
It might be, but honestly, again, this is the most attention that we have seen Suikoden get in 20 something years. So, like, we need to do our part. Konami's doing their part. We need to do our part. We need to
No,
show
Konami
our
is
support
Konami
for
is
this.
not doing their part actually. They've made a gacha game, okay? Konami is not doing its part. Don't give credit to a company when they throw a shitty gacha game at us. Yeah. Like, come on. Yeah, Konami's doing its part. No, it's not. It's a gacha game. If you encounter Russian soldiers, are you free to neutralize? No, I'm not a soldier. I'm a journalist. So probably not. I probably would not even be able to, quote unquote, neutralize anybody. I don't think I'll be able to do it even if I wanted to, so. You know? They'd sooner neutralize me, if anything, to be quite honest, to be blunt. If I didn't come to a Russian soldier, I'd probably run and hide. If you did, would Ukrainian law prohibit? Not. It depends. Probably not. Probably not. Probably would be fine. Konami, yeah.
This, and I, for one, am super excited about it, especially because they said, gacha wasn't mandatory. Another thing, we haven't heard a lot about this game in a while. Like, they talked about it, they said it was a big deal, blah 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 blah, and we haven't seen a lot of it, probably because they're
Okay,
just
now
working on it.
let's see
and all
what
that.
President Sunday's up to before we play
Andrew
again.
likes being contradicted. I noticed there's a bit of a bite to his response to my other video essay as well. Which
Who's
is,
Andrew?
fair. I'm
Who's Andrew?
same way. No, it flourished at the expense of the majority of Dennis. Let's see.
Community. Ancient Greek democracy
Andrew.
clearly flourished at the expense of the majority.
Well, no.
Expense of the majority.
Well, no. It flourished at the expense of the. Okay. Here's the problem.
What's the
Here's the
President
problem with
Sunday?
saying it flourished at the expense of the majority. It flourished at the expense of at the expense of arguably the entire world. Where you draw the line determines what.
Whatever. The future of war is here. Are citizens trained in urban defense? No, not really. Sunday reacting to someone else reacting to Sunday? I think it's Sunday reacting to someone. I think so. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. I don't think I am though. In Ukraine's own guns? I don't know what the gun laws are in Ukraine. Okay, let's watch a quick video and then we can do some. I want to watch a little bit of this Todd McFarlane thing. The biggest fear is that you become the beast that you're trying to slay. Todd McFarlane, 1997 interview. Damn.
Was never what or who you expect. all you know, I could be true evil. Scary, huh?
In the winter of 2004, Todd McFarlane sat in his office, surrounded by the comics he had made, the awards he had won, the millions of dollars of sports memorabilia he'd bought, and filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Just a decade earlier, he had been the biggest comic superstar in the world and a hero for independent artists. But now, a series of legal defeats had destroyed both his reputation and his finances.
Oh god.
And Spawn, the comic he had poured his life into, had lost 95% of its readers.
Oof.
He must have sat there and wondered, what the hell just happened? But Todd McFarlane was far from done. McFarlane had been down before. He'd been broke before. In fact, he'd been broke most of his life. McFarlane's father was a blue-collar guy, a hard worker who just wanted to provide for his family. But McFarlane watched time and time again as his father was taken advantage of by the big companies he worked for. McFarlane decided at a young age that he wanted to be just like his dad, a provider for his family, but he was never going to let anyone push him around. And those two forces turned him into a relentless, competitive machine. In the first place, that competitiveness took him wasn't comics.
There's
but
conscription
baseball.
in
He
Ukraine.
didn't pick up his first comic until he was 16 years old, and it was like being hit by a bolt of lightning. But being a young Canadian working class kid, the idea of getting a job in comics didn't even occur to him. He knew that comics were made in the distant land of New York City. His plan was to be a baseball player who just happened to read comics. But it almost feels like the universe had other plans. He's
Damn.
flipping through the channels on his TV and sees somebody holding up a copy of his favorite comic, John Byrne's X-Men. He pauses. Why is someone holding up X-Men on Calgary Public Access TV? Well, it turns out that it's not just anyone holding up X-Men, it's John Byrne himself. And it turns out that John Byrne lives only 3 miles from McFarlane. McFarlane realizes that maybe a small-town Canadian kid could become a comic book artist. So
Damn.
he starts doodling a little bit. He comes up with his own superhero comic called Spawn. It's co-plotted and edited by his high school girlfriend, Wanda Kolomejic.
Oh wow, that's kind of
16-year-old.
that's so cute.
It's co-plotted and edited by his high school girlfriend,
Kolomeyec. It sounds Polish. Wanda Kolomeyec. It has to be Polish. It sounds so Polish.
Wanda Kolomejic.
Kolomeyec. Kolomejic. God damn. The butchering of the names. God damn.
I don't think 16-year-old McFarlane and 14-year-old Wanda had any idea the significance of that little comic they had made, but we're not there yet. Because
God damn.
in McFarlane's head, he's still going to be a baseball player. He gets into college on a baseball scholarship to study graphic design. But then, in a game with their arch rivals, the ultra-competitive Todd McFarlane gets an ankle injury. And that injury likely changed the course of comic history. Because McFarlane takes all of his competitive drive and finally puts it into comics. He decides he's going to be a comic artist and nothing is going to stop him. But first, he has to learn how to draw comics. And that's not going to be easy for him. He and Wanda have moved into a trailer park together. And in addition to his college classes, he's working 2 jobs to make ends meet. But each night, after work, he gets back to their trailer, huddles over his drawing board, and from midnight until however long he can stay awake, he practices drawing comics.
Whoa. Todd McFarlane is a really good artist. I've always liked his art. You're the Polish. I am. I've always liked Todd McFarlane. I read a lot of his stuff as a kid. I've been impressed. I've read a lot of his Spider-Man books when I was a kid. No. I heard that Poland turned fascist for some time, but the citizens recovered democracy. Is this true? If there's so where you're part of it, I saw what it was. You have to be a citizen. I mean, we voted out a fascistic government and voted in a more centrist one. So I guess my advice would be to engage in politics and vote. Hello, Glitch Master. Wait, you white? Okay,
His
this is
teacher is his comic collection. He studies how they work. He spends a week drawing hands or arms or legs. After months of diligent work, he has the body more or less figured out. He starts putting together sample pages to understand storytelling in comics. He finally develops enough confidence to
Damn.
send a sample of his work.
This
off.
is so impressive and so inspiring, I have to say. Kind of attitude of doing your best and practicing and just trying to put your stuff out there. That is really cool, actually. Very impressive. Impressive story. I like that a lot.
Off to Marvel Comics, and soon after, a letter comes back. A rejection letter. Now, the thing with
No way. He was rejected. Yeah, you're right.
Todd McFarlane is that every time someone tells him no, he only becomes more determined to succeed. So he creates a chart of every single editor, of every single comic, every single company in the entire North American comic industry. And every week, he draws, he Xeroxes, he stamps, and mails packages out to 5 or 10 of the editors on his list.
No
And the
way.
rejection letters keep coming in. Some even offer advice. Stop drawing splash pages. Focus on your storytelling. Improve here or there. And so he does. He listens. Despite the growing pile of rejection letters, he keeps at it. And through all this rejection, Wanda supports him. She doesn't push him to give up or get a real job. She believes he'll become a professional comic artist, which couldn't have been easy because he keeps getting rejected for a year and a half. Most comic artists break in at 18 or 19. McFarlane was already 24 years old and no one had offered him a job. But one day, coming home after a shift, Wanda's waiting for him outside the trailer. She starts shouting as soon as she sees him. Todd, who is Steve Englehart? He's a comic book guy. Why, Todd says. He just called and wants to offer you a job. Todd McFarlane, after receiving over 700 rejections.
Damn, holy moly, that is so cool. I know I keep saying cool over and over again, but man.
700 no's had finally gotten a yes. He's a professional comic artist. Now, things would get bumpy again pretty quickly, but before we get into that, let's actually take a look at some of his early work. Coyote's not available digitally, so I actually picked up a few copies to show you guys what it looks like. The big thing that jumps out here is that McFarlane is not really that great. He's not the Todd McFarlane we know right out of the gate. But here's the thing. McFarlane knows that what matters now is that he keeps improving. And because he's getting paid, he can draw for 10 hours per day instead of 2 and improve his skills much, much faster.
Right.
At least that would have been the case, but Coyote's canceled just 4 issues after he starts on it. 4 months after becoming a professional comic book artist.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you so much for the report. Thank you so much. I wasn't white until I read the chat. Thank you for calling out my whiteness. I hope you can forgive me. Forgive you? Thank you, you know? Thank you for supporting this journalist. Let's see. That means, thanks to you, I probably can get Fido food, you know? I need to get Fido food. Fido needs my food. Or, well, not my food, dog food. Yes, I can almost give Fido food. Damn. Fido. I will feed the dog. I've got a meeting tomorrow. Journalism work. Oh, I've got an idea. Oh gosh. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna do it.
To being unemployed. So he goes back to his drawing board, back to sending out packages, just like before. He's not going to give up. And again, this could have been the end of his career if it weren't for more of his dumb luck. See, there's a Justice League spin-off called Infinity Inc., and the artist, Don Newton, was a bit of a health nut. Well, someone told Don Newton that unpasteurized milk was good for you, so Newton tries drinking some, and it ends up killing him. And that sudden death sends DC scrambling to find a replacement who can take over and get
What
the
the
job done
fuck?
fast.
What?
And sitting on top of some
That
editor's
sounds
desk
so
is a
ridiculous.
package from Todd McFarlane. They call him and ask, "Can you do these pages?"
An
for me?"
artist died from drinking milk, and so Todd McFarlane was called in to replace him, and that was his big break. What? Is that real? That sounds so surreal. That sounds fake. Sounds like a fake story to me. but it's real.
He says yes. Todd McFarlane is back in the industry, and he's going to make sure he never loses that opportunity again. He knows he's still working on his drawing skills, but he's got to stand out. So he pulls out the ace up his sleeve, the graphic design skills he had learned in college. Check out these page layouts. They're essentially an early sign of his marketing genius, a way for this newbie artist to raise his hand and say, look at me, look at me. He knows he isn't the best at drawing, but he wants to make sure he holds on to this job. And it works. He becomes the regular
I
artist
think it's pretty solid at drawing.
on Infinity Inc. And I just want to point out again how different McFarlane was from his peers. When most artists get that first big job, their first real paycheck, they go out
Why
and get a
was
car,
the
a bigger
face?
apartment, but McFarlane buys an engagement ring. Comics are a job to him. Marrying Wanda is arguably the most important thing to come out of his work at DC. The other important thing is that he gets to improve his skills. Just as he had on Coyote, he treats every day as a chance to get better. I mean, just look at how much his work evolves from his early issues to his later ones. And while Infinity Inc. isn't the biggest sales success, his graphic layouts and drawing talent get him noticed across the industry. And that's how he gets offered the job on The Incredible Hulk. And while the Hulk was hardly Marvel's biggest title, it was the perfect venue for Todd McFarlane. First of all, the Hulk is a single character. On Infinity Inc., he had a whole team to draw, so he'd have to shrink each one down into these tiny portraits, which didn't suit the big and loud style he was developing. Second, he can finally flex his love of horror. Well, he was influenced by the superhero guys, the John Burns, the George Perez's, and the lesser-known guys like Michael Golden and Art Adams. When asked what his Desert Island comic would be, he picked Gene Colan's run on Tomb of Dracula. That love of monsters, of shadows, of darkness that would become his signature can finally emerge, and it would be transformative for the Hulk. Just look at how the Hulk was portrayed in the issues just before McFarlane, as muscular and superheroic. But McFarlane brings the monster back to the Hulk, taking the heavy-browed Frankenstein of Jack Kirby's original design and pushing it further, making him even bigger and more grotesque. And McFarlane is paired with an equally great writer. Peter David was at the beginning of what would be a nearly 10-year-long, critically acclaimed run on the Hulk. That combination of David's character-defining writing with McFarlane's fresh art style would help Hulk rise in the sales rankings. But all of this just leads up to one of the single most important issues in Todd McFarlane's career. The Incredible Hulk issue 340, where everything comes together for three key reasons. First, McFarlane had always wanted to draw Wolverine, but the X-Men editors really didn't like lending Wolverine out to other departments because, well, everybody wants to draw Wolverine, and they knew if they started saying yes, he'd end up in every comic, which is kind of what happened in the early 2000s. But Peter David, before becoming a writer, had worked in Marvel's marketing department and knew how to maneuver within the company. So he moves heaven and earth to get permission to use Wolverine in Hulk 340. The second thing that happens is that McFarlane draws one of the all-time most iconic covers in superhero comic history. I mean, just look at it. I don't need to tell you that it rules. The last piece is that McFarlane had been growing frustrated with the inkers on his pencils. He was developing a new style.
I read this comic. I read this comic as a kid.
Felt like they didn't understand what he was going for and would ink his work to look more traditional. So how did he channel that frustration? He taught himself how to ink.
But Marvel still wouldn't let him ink on the Hulk, so he got a job at DC where they'd let him ink his own pencils.
And showed them to his editors at Marvel to convince them to let him start inking, and they agree he can ink his own pencils on Hulk 340. And man, when McFarlane inks, magic happens. All the little details, the grotesqueness, the textures begin to pop. Just look at the before and after. This is Todd McFarlane. And so Incredible Hulk 340 hits comic stores with an all-timer cover featuring a fan-favorite character, and people opening it are treated to this wild, original art style. Todd McFarlane had arrived. Now, not only has McFarlane taught himself to be a better artist, he's taught himself to be faster, and he wants more work. So he's
Oh
always
yeah, being faster is a big thing.
hustling. When he visits Marvel in New York, he makes sure to pop his head into every editor's office, seeing if anyone has any extra assignments. One of those editors was in charge of Spider-Man, and he had an opening coming up. But McFarlane had been warned to stay far, far away from the Spider-Man office. Why? Well, let me set the stage, because if you're under 40, Spider-Man in 1987 is probably not what you're imagining. Amazing Spider-Man had dropped from Marvel's top title down to number 22. See, Spider-Man's initial artist
Thank
was
you
Steve
so much.
Ditko, who defined the character visually before quitting suddenly. Stan Lee needed a replacement and found a great artist stuck doing romance comics at DC who would be perfect to transform Ditko's style into something more commercial and appealing. That artist's name was John Romita, and he would become the defining artist on Spider-Man.
John Romita was great.
It was Romita's Spider-Man that became the iconic version of the character, the one that appeared on lunchboxes and advertisements and toys, in addition to his long run on the comic. But even after he stopped drawing the comic, artists were instructed to draw in Romita's style. Before the 90s, individual artistic expression wasn't always encouraged at Marvel. And so they promoted Romita to art director at Marvel, and he was known for whiting out and redrawing parts of pages that didn't conform to the Marvel style. So by the late 80s, the insistence on continuing Romita's style had left Spider-Man kind of a relic of the past. Sounds like the perfect environment for headstrong, competitive, anti-authoritarian Todd McFarlane, right? Immediately, there's friction between McFarlane and the powers that be at Spider-Man. Right away, McFarlane wants to change everything sacred about Spider-Man. The first thing on his list? Mary Jane Watson. Romita had introduced her 20 years earlier, designing her after Anne Margaret and Bye Bye Birdie, and that wasn't exactly very 80s. So McFarlane flips through issues of Vogue, gets the most current clothes, changes her hair from straight 60s to curly 80s. He gives Peter Parker a similar update, turning him into a muscular, stylish guy out of a fashion magazine. But it was Spider-Man himself that got the biggest McFarlane makeover. McFarlane has said that Spider-Man had always been drawn with an emphasis on the man. He was going to put the emphasis on Spider. He puts his love of the monstrous to work.
Oh yeah, the McFarlane was really big with the webbing, with the. I think McFarlane also introduced Venom as a character.
He drew the eyes a few sizes larger, giving him the bug eyes of a spider. While previous artists had drawn Spider-Man swing like a man, McFarlane would draw limbs flying in every direction, bent and twisted way beyond the constraints of human anatomy. And for his dynamic, graphic compositions to work, he needed to change something else sacred. In the 20 years of Spider-Man's history, his webs had been drawn pretty much the same way, as two lines with a bunch of crosses in the middle.
Right.
McFarlane wanted to be able to shoot that webbing directly at the viewer, and he had a solution. From his early days of getting into comics, he'd been struck by a portfolio shot from Michael Golden, where he had drawn Spider-Man's web as multiple strands in the center with a wild strand squiggling around it. He decided that if he ever got a chance to draw Spider-Man, he'd use that technique. And thus, what came to be known as spaghetti webbing was born. So with that,
Spaghetti webbing is great. I've always loved it. I've always loved the spaghetti webbing. Ever since I was a little kid, spaghetti webbing is what got me.
stylish designs, a more spider-like
Very
Spider-Man,
cool.
and spaghetti webbing, McFarlane had his formula for Spider-Man. The only problem? The Spider-Man editors don't like it one bit. This isn't their Spider-Man.
Oh, come on. That was a great change. I love the spaghetti webbing.
But apparently, Romita couldn't redraw parts of it without it looking too obvious. So they printed what they had and told McFarlane that in the future, he'd have to stick with the house style. But then, something happened. McFarlane's Spider-Man was a huge success. People love his new look for Spider-Man, and the sales reflect it. So the process repeats itself. McFarlane draws how he wants, Marvel complains, sales go up, and he keeps
That is nice webbing.
doing it his way. And he's not done learning. I'm trying to put these pages in order so you can see just how much he evolves over his run. This nearly 30-issue run on Amazing Spider-Man cements McFarlane as one of, if not the biggest names in comic books. While there's some grumbling about his weaknesses in storytelling or his sometimes wonky anatomy, fans are loving it. The Amazing Spider-Man becomes the second best selling monthly title at Marvel, topped only by Uncanny X-Men. And in the ultimate irony, Marvel starts demanding that other artists start drawing Spider-Man in McFarlane's style. His look was the new defining look for the character, the first major update to the Lunchbox Spider-Man since John Romita. So what does McFarlane do? He quits. Because he had learned how to master penciling, he'd learned how to master inking, and now he wanted to master writing. So he quit Spider-Man, hoping to find a less popular series where he could develop his writing skills. But his departure naturally sends the Spider-Man office into a frenzy. In an effort to keep him, they offer him a brand new Spider-Man title, called simply Spider-Man, that he can write and draw entirely himself. Now, to understand what happens next, we need to talk about the speculator market. The speculator market is something I want to dedicate a whole video to, but the short version is that in the late 80s and early 90s, this idea that you could get rich speculating on consumer goods was taking off. It had blown up in the trading card industry, and now those retailers and consumers had turned their attention to comics.
I remember.
Empowered by record-setting sales of older comics, people began to see buying comics as a chance to make a quick buck. This type of buyer, the speculator, didn't really care about the contents of the comic. It was just a big trading card with some nonsense stapled to the back. And they began flooding into comic stores. Maybe the big companies should have been skeptical of this buyer, but instead they doubled down and started marketing directly to this consumer that didn't even want to read their product. They would offer multiple variations of comics, so speculators would need to buy multiple copies. And launching new number ones was a huge part of this strategy. People saw that most valuable comics were Action Comics #1 or Amazing Spider-Man #1. So the #1 became this important thing to speculators. So giving McFarlane this new Spider-Man #1 serves his interest, but it also serves Marvel's need to put out as many #1s as possible. And Marvel goes even further. They create numerous different variants of the cover, and they offer some of them in polybags, meaning you couldn't even read the comic without destroying its mint condition value, practically forcing consumers to buy multiples. This whole
Damn.
thing would have disastrous consequences down the line, but at that moment in 1990, it was a huge deal. A superstar artist plus a variety of covers and gimmicks turned Spider-Man #1 into the best-selling comic book of all time. But it was also McFarlane's first comic as a writer, and would have a disastrous impact on his reputation. As most people get to practice on low-profile books, McFarlane had the industry's biggest comic stage to try and learn how to write. Neil Gaiman, one of the most respected writers of this period, later recalled how he first came across Spider-Man #1 at the DC offices, where everyone was laughing at it. McFarlane was the first to own up to his shortcomings as a writer, but that didn't matter to him. What he wanted was to draw what he wanted to draw, and being free from a writer allowed him to do that. And this, for me, is peak McFarlane. Despite the cringy dialogue, his layouts and art are just absolutely next level. So I'll put some links down below if you want to check it out for yourself.
I read
While
this.
peers
I
may have
still
been
remember
criticizing
this
him,
comic.
McFarlane's solo Spider-Man run was a huge sales success. But for McFarlane personally, things weren't working. On every visit to New York, he'd still have to listen to editors and executives telling him what he should be doing differently. He had assumed that eventually he'd reach a level of success where they would leave him alone, but even after creating their best-selling book, he still wasn't there. He was getting rich off the royalties from these books, but I think he still felt like his dad, the working man who was getting pushed around by management. He wanted respect, a thank you, some recognition, someone to listen to him, and all he got was more demands. And then, in the 16th issue of
Welcome
Spider-Man,
to
came
the-
a fateful moment. McFarlane turned in this page, and Marvel went ballistic. They demanded he change it. They said sword penetration was okay, and Marvel. In the
Damn.
16th issue of Spider-Man came the fateful moment. McFarlane turned in this page, and Marvel went ballistic. They demanded he change it. They said sword penetration was okay, but it couldn't be in the eye. They told him no, no, no. He had to change it. That was the last no that McFarlane would tolerate from Marvel. He turned in the redrawn page along with his resignation. His 4-year, character-defining run on Spider-Man was over, with an unceremonious "Bye Todd" added to his final cover. And with that, McFarlane disappeared, not only from Marvel, but from comics entirely. But, as is often the case with McFarlane, there's more to the story. It wasn't just frustration with management. Asked later as to why he left Marvel, he said 90% of why I quit was I had a baby daughter. After he
Oh, okay, that's it for now. That was very interesting, wasn't it? How do you feel about Todd McFarlane? Have you read any of his comics? Actually, have you read any of Todd McFarlane's comics? I have. I have a lot. I've read a lot of them as a kid. Actually, I have experienced a lot of Todd McFarlane as a kid. Believe it or not, it was glorious. Glorious times of Todd McFarlane. Man. Todd was the man. So we're playing some Suikoden because I heard somebody demand that I play Suikoden, and I'm like, I'll oblige. I'll oblige and I'll play some Suikoden. Suikoden is good. Good for you, good for me, good for everybody involved. Hi, Eliza. Can you hear it? Can you hear the thing? Imagine hating Suikoden. I know, right? I mean, there are people that do, unfortunately. Oh, wrong save. Oh no! Oh no, I just remembered. Okay, never mind. I'm very first. Okay, we're gonna. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna chat while we do this, okay? I gotta chat with you all. I have an interview tomorrow coming up. Yeah, I think I'll make the game a bit lower. How's this? Better? You know, tomorrow I'll be interviewing a person that survived the bombing. They were hiding in a bathroom while their apartment was being bombed. Oh yeah? You want the game to be louder? What's with this suspicious frog face? What the fuck? The controller is spazzing out again. I need to get a new controller, but I have so many other things that I need to invest in first. Why you have a Polish face, Lucy, huh? I also have a Jewish face, technically speaking. It depends on what element of me you focus on, you know? The Polishness or the Jewishness, you know? Why do you think I have a Polish face? A polished face. Listen, I'm very sensitive about my face right now. Somebody just left me a comment recently calling me a freak. They left a comment and all it said was freak. Yeah. Your space is very relative to me. Yeah? And Polish faith is not? Wait, greater range. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's Dr. Jones, by the way? Have you seen Dr. Jones? Dr. Jones has abandoned me. Why have you abandoned me, Dr. Jones? And the worst part is, he cannot even hear me. That's the worst part. You're at the Yemen? Come on, Dr. Jones. No Dr. Jones, no Gravering. I know, right? When was the last time when I was able to play Resident Evil 6? Like, I don't know what to do at this point. I need to finish Resident Evil 6 to be able to play any other Resident Evil, you know? I'm stuck. Dr. Jones has betrayed me. He had betrayed me, Dr. Jones. Why? Why, Dr. Jones? Cape of Darkness. Damn. You know? I always dreamed of finally finishing Resident Evil 6. Okay, that makes no sense. I didn't always dream of finishing Resident Evil 6, but I want to finish it finally. Oh yeah, maybe. Okay. I don't know. A rabbit. I've seen people really glazing the candidate, the New York City King District candidate. I've seen Riverboat Chat watch the debate. And I'm like, you know, I don't like her stance on Ukraine. But we talked about it a bit yesterday. You know? Does that make sense? What was her... Hold on, I'll tell you in a second what her face was. Where is she? I guess her name is... One moment, I'll tell you. What's her name again? Her name is... Oh gosh. Where is she? I keep forgetting her name. Apologies. Chevalier or something. I don't know if I'm reading her name correctly. But yeah, that. Chevalier. Yeah? You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? Hold on. You don't know the New York candidate Chevalier? Maybe I'm reading her name wrong. Daria Liza Avilia Chevalier. You know, the famous Democrat candidate. Daria Liza. Does it now ring a bell? I've seen Riverboat Jack do a whole stream on her just today or yesterday or something. Like, you have to know what I'm talking about. Right? Oh, the controller is crazy again. Oh. Yeah, she's been covering the US, New York district campaign. Actually, how did it end? Okay, because the voting was actually, yes. I actually want to see the results. Hold on. Who won the New York 13th district election? What the fuck? Who won? Let's see. They're still going? Wait, they're not finished? I thought the voting was like yesterday or something. I thought the voting was to be on the 23rd. Oh wait, is the 23rd not over yet? Alright, I forgot about the time zone. Sorry. I forgot about the time zone. I wonder who wins. We'll see. You know? We're gonna have how much for YouTube Premium? I think it's like a couple of dollars per month. It depends probably on your region. Yeah, I'm with the social construct. It's like 40 bucks, 14 bucks, says Glitch Master. 14 bucks per month. I should get a new controller at some point, right? Should I? Or our money will still be more worthless like Canadian money. Will it? Wait, what? How so? What do you mean? Why? Why will your be money useless? Is it because of Mr. Donald? Listen, we could be also talking today about the reflection pool thing. I know, right? Yeah, I trade for normal premium, yeah. He literally was talking about how he wants to devalue the US dollar and that being a good thing. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I still remember like how it turned out that he messed up the algae. It's very strange, the whole thing actually. Apparently it's very messed up because he got rid of algae and he created the perfect conditions for a much worse algae to grow in the reflecting pool. Art of the deal, guy. Apparently he gave the getting rid of the algae from the pool to some corrupt buddy of his, to some corrupt friend, and they messed it up bad. You know, Trump gave it to some friend of his. Yeah, he used hydrogen peroxide, which made it only the most hardcore like. Yeah, yeah. I know it's crazy. My guy. And apparently now the weather is too warm for them to fix it as well. So. And they keep wanting to arrest people or hanging around the pool. They're like, don't touch the water. It's crazy what's been happening. A woman who wanted to test the pH with a strip got arrested for it. Yeah. But it's so stupid. What do you know? People voted for it. Okay, people voted for that. That is what people wanted. People wanted America to be great again. And there we go, America's great again. How's that? Take that. You know? America's great again. You know? Are you happy with how America's turning out? I sure am. Jolly gee whiz. Golly gee. We were never great, Lucian, you know that. I mean, you know. That's not a very patriotic thing to say. Oh wow. How do I join? Huh? It's actually the most patriotic thing to say. Is it? Nanami is 52 level. You know? Nanami? Oh yeah, how did you like my conversation yesterday with the journalist, with Patrick? How did you like Patrick talk from yesterday? Yeah? Yeah, I liked it too. I should have more gets. You think so? I think he just doesn't like the term. How do I join? How do I join? How do I join? I can join, but how do I join? I don't know how to join. Edit here. Hold on. Hello?
Cool. Can you hear me now?
Sorry?
For whatever reason, I can't hear you. 1 second.
Wait, you cannot hear me?
Okay, that's the mic.
Testing. Good one. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Good. Cool. That works. Yeah, no, I don't know what it was. My setup wasn't setting up for whatever reason.
Perfect.
Share screen. Entire screen on this side. Cool.
You do have opinions on Supergirl, always.
Oh, hell yes. I'm excited for that. I am going to pester you to share every opinion you have.
Yes, I have been actually binging your comic book video recently.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh, there's a bit of an echo on your end. Is there you have
because
earphones in?
I've been having some trouble with audio here on speakers right now because I haven't been able to figure out how to make my audience hear stuff when I'm not on speakers. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
try something else.
Well, there's a bit.
Let me see. How is it now? The question is, can people hear? Oh, people cannot hear you now. I have to do something so that people can hear you. How do I do that? Yeah. Well, the audio, not the. It's going pretty okay. Yes.
That whole thing is ridiculous. Lizzie, have you ever
Okay.
met Lucy before?
I am
There are
not.
two Lucy's here.
No, my name's Lizzie.
Oh, that's almost, similar. It's like Ukrainian and Polish, very similar.
Yeah, Lucy's Ukrainian. A
No,
Ukrainian.
Polish.
Polish. So you're Polish. I'm sorry. You just talk. You focus on Ukrainian conflicts in general, though.
Yeah. I do journalism in Ukraine. I
Okay. Oh,
do-
Kylie on. Perfect.
Yeah, I do interviews with people that suffer from the war.
Oh, yeah. There we go. All right, cool. We're gonna grab some coffee because I'm currently struggling to keep my eyes open. It has been a long day.
Boy.
It has been. Yeah, Kylie, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
yeah, let me adjust my screen. I should use my How do you like my
Okay, I made
my
it
wallpaper,
quieter.
by the way, Lizzie? Considering you just watched you,
Yeah, I was gonna say, good timing considering I just saw the movie and I'm just starting the series. Honestly.
oh, I'm gonna pick your brain about that in a second.
Wait,
Let me
what
first grab
movie?
some Utena.
Utena.
I love some
Utena.
Utena.
Oh, Utena.
Yeah, love Utena. That one I haven't seen in ages, but it's such a good series, and I am gonna have to pick your brain about some of your thoughts on it because I feel like the movie is kind of like a sequel continuation of the story. It's
Right. I had initially heard going in that it would like they all adapt the same story, but then I found out later that the movies was also kind of a semi-sequel, and that was kind of like, oh, that explains a few things kind of flying over my head. I noticed. So.
Mhm. Yeah, because it's all like time loopy kind of stuff. That's the thing. It's like a cyclical kind of narrative, which is not not incredibly clear when you first watch it, which is interesting. It's not super clear. It's a cyclical story, but once you realize it, it becomes. Anyway, okay. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna have some coffee before I get here. Before we
Yeah.
start up, be right back.
Perfect. Right.
You're so great. Love you, buddy.
Oh, the baby.
So
Baby.
My son is giggling like a maniac, and it's adorable.
Damn.
I heard.
One
Giggling
sec.
like a maniac.
Hold on a second.
Oh wow! Wait, we lost to Lizzie. What happened?
Well, I don't know.
Yes. It's been we're watching your thing on villains and on Mary Jane.
Oh yeah, what do you think of that one? Which one?
On which one should rule the world, and
yeah, that's a fun one to make.
And the Nemesis one I've also been watching.
Oh, yeah, that was a fun one to do. There've been a few that were really fun to make. That one was a lot of fun because I got to like play around with. I'm trying to do one right now, like what super comic book character is like for 4th of July. I want to do one for the most. Which comic book character best captures the vibe of America?
Oh.
And my answer so far is Lex Luthor, but
which one though? The mad scientist or the businessman?
More the businessman, more the modern Lex Luthor.
Yeah, the post
one who was president.
Earth's crisis one.
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean, Ant, but Lex Luthor's really smart though.
Yeah, I'm also talking about John Walker too. That counterbalances the intelligence.
He is smart, but he is okay. Counter argument. He is smart, but he has low emotional intelligence, you could say.
100%.
That's America.
Also, yeah, that sums up the American American dream right there. Very low emotional intelligence. Okay, I'm gonna get the stream started. I'm gonna go on.
I think the Justice League Unlimited Lex Luthor was pretty cool.
That was peak. That was peak Lex Luthor. Anyway, I'm gonna deafen my end briefly.
Just before you do that, Ant, is it worth just saying for people to be quiet when super chats come in? For anyone who hasn't streamed with you before.
Absolutely. So when I'm streaming, I'm probably you're gonna hear it most likely because it's gonna be like I'm still streaming my screen, but when that comes in, will just I'm gonna try pausing them for after the initial like influx of them because there's always a bit of an influx. But anyway, I'm gonna get started right now on my end.
I can't stay. Just wanted to say hi and hope y'all are having a good night. That's all.
Oh, it's a night, Phineas. We got some negative news I have to discuss, which is
I read about that. Yeah, so that why I had to wish y'all good luck. Anyways, take care.
Thanks, man.
Negative
We'll see you later.
news. That's
See
not
ya.
good.
And
Is Paul pregnant?
That shouldn't be that one. This one. This was better. Okay, cool.
So I have joined the stream as a guest, it seems. We're gonna be doing some media analysis. It's gonna be something. Yeah. It's picking. It's starting. We're gonna have a very cool thing apparently going. We're gonna be discussing Supergirl, the movie. Oof.
All right, everyone, you can now introduce yourselves, whoever you guys are.
Perfect.
I'll go first.
Yeah, I was gonna say not everyone at once.
Yeah. I'll go first because I'm not gonna be here too long. But what's up, y'all? It's Kyla T. A frequent visitor over here on this side of the internet, and I have my own channel where I do video essays and just random little bits about other stuff. Currently, I'm doing my first time watch of the Amazing Digital Circus, so that's fun. If you find that interesting, you can join me over there.
Hell yeah. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Who else? By the way, I'm gonna adjust something real quick here. Is it on the screen? Let me see if that works. Let me see if that works. Is that a little better? No, it's not even visible. Is it? Yep, no, it's all vanished now. It's all gone. Okay, let me try this again. Oh, no, it's there. Perfect. Excellent. Cool. I just moved the chat slightly because it might be a little easier to see on screen.
Oh.
Okay. Who else wants to go next? We
I
have
can
like
go.
multiple guests that you all can.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, Lucy, go ahead.
Perfect. So I'm Lucy Hazet. I do a whole variety of things from gaming, doing art to war journalism and covering the news. So I have a very wide pool of things that I do on my platform, you could say.
Yeah. Thankfully, it's be a lot less intense than war journalism. Hopefully, ideally.
Yeah.
Although happy media, Supergirl can be intense, but I'm not sure how intense it can get.
The night is young. We might hear bombs flying off in the background.
That is horrifying of a possibility, but okay. It's a terrifying prospect.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Who wants to go next? First come, first serve.
Yeah, I can go next.
Hell yeah, Lizzie, go.
Hi, Lizzie Rose Oliver. I'm a voice actress, occasional creator on my channel, though I'm trying to get stuff off the ground. And you have definitely heard my voice on more than a few videos over on this channel on Anthony's. So, yeah.
Basically, since the beginning, you and Kyle have been showing up to these things like since the near start of it.
Right?
Which is
crazy.
Great. God, time goes so fast, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
My son's almost old enough to start walking now. It's insane.
Ah!
Almost. He's been pulling himself up a lot, but anyway.
Oh yeah.
One more introduction to go. One more.
Hello, I'm Nothing But Media, or Ryan at Nothing But Media. I cover older media TV programs and films, and I'm currently melting because we're in the middle of a heat wave caused by El Nino and other such things. So.
Oh Jesus, that's right. You
Oh
all
yeah.
have rough.
Yeah,
Apparently, sorry, I cut you off there.
We're in a hot spot for the UK as well, so we're the hottest part of the UK at the moment. It was 30 degrees C or 86 Fahrenheit here today, and it's going to get up to potentially 100 by Thursday.
Jesus. It's funny, we were talking before in New Jersey because we have a lot of the World Cup guys over here. A lot of the people, the Europeans for a little while, was saying like how hot it is to like in New Jersey at this time of the year, and we're like, it's not that hot, but then they forget like, wait,
Yeah,
British
them
people,
places.
British people, what? That's a typo, buddy. I was looking at chat and it's like,
Oh,
British
I
people,
was
like
like,
what?
damn. But yeah, those places are not equipped with air conditioning or for air conditioning. I stayed over in England for like a semester. We didn't get any heat waves, but yeah, it was like when it got hot, it was like, well, what do? Open up that window. Turn on that ceiling fan.
To be fair, commercial spaces are better. Most high street shops have air conditioning. It's just our homes; they're not suited for it because of
Tyler, yeah, you can ask a question.
Generally, is
sorry, I just
sort
saw
of
your
middle,
thing. If you're still
so
here,
they've
yeah,
got
you
to
can
be
ask
good
a
for
question.
rain,
Go ahead, Tyler.
wind, cold, and heat, which means they're not just they're designed to be heated up more than they are cooled down. But I do have an air conditioning unit, but it's only in the bedroom, which is the best place for it, I think. But yeah.
We have central air in my house, but the previous owners
had trouble getting it up to the attic to hook it all up. So what they did was they had this really great solution where they knocked down a load-bearing wall so they could bring the air conditioning unit up and have it get up into
Wow.
the attic, and then just never put one back up.
Were the contractors named Larry, Moe, and Curly by chance?
No, I
That
think it
that
was
did.
the owner who did it himself because there's a
Oh,
lot
the
of
owner.
DIY.
Okay.
There's a ton of DIY work in this house, and all of it is like terrible.
Damn.
All of it is like something awful. Like it's technically up to code, but it's like only like by the barest metrics possible. And then we had to fix all of it. We moved in.
Well, I have like an air conditioner here at the apartment.
Oh, good. At least not heating up. That was good. All right, let's before we do super chats, we have some not so great news to discuss. Kyla and I are going to talk about it. Before we get started, just because it's like I feel like it's worth discussing due to having interviewed this guy on my channel, and there was some we've known him for a while. I've known him since I was like working with CBR, and
I
Kyla's
mean,
also
like I've known him as long as I've known you, and that's about 8 years. Like
yeah.
it.
Let's pick up the article real quick.
What happened?
It's unpleasant. Let's talk about it real quick. Just because it's like we want to talk about this only because it's like someone we knew, and it's just ridiculous. So, Kyla, do you want to discuss this first, or do you want to? Or should
Yeah,
I?
I
Or,
can.
okay.
Well, yeah. So, a mutual of ours who we met back on Twitter when we were dealing with Comicsgate, which for those of
Mhm.
you who don't know, Comicsgate was that Gamergate adjacent campaign against like BIPOC female trans comic creators, right? Uh,
Mhm.
this person, Andrew, how I never Farago, was that
Farago, yeah, Andrew
Farago?
Farago, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew Farago. He was recently arrested for doing exactly, well, allegedly. Let me say
Yeah.
allegedly because
Allegedly, but
we don't have any charges pressed yet. But the police arrested him on accounts of invasion of privacy for
Mhm.
doing what that title said. I worry about YouTube censorship if I say it out loud, which is why I'm not
yeah,
saying anything.
voyeuristic an invasion of privacy. You
Yes.
can read. I have the article on screen. You can read it. You've seen what it says. It
Yeah.
was a birthday party, and he put a cell phone in the bathroom to film people as
Mhm.
they're in there.
Oh
And
God.
we
Yeah.
feel obligated to talk about this only because, like, I've interviewed Andrew before. He's in one of my older videos, and like this is like really like just shocking. Like
Yeah.
Kyla found the article. I don't know how you found it. How did you find this article exactly? I have
So another friend of ours showed us a different article, but it was behind a paywall. So all
Mm,
I did was I looked up the area because that's another thing. This is a very like small story comparatively
mhm,
to other bigger news and you know
yeah,
um but I looked that up and I found one without the paywall. And
yeah.
I was like, what the hell?
Might sound like a
And
silly
I
question, but how did you know that it was this person referenced in the article?
Because it's his same name, same location, and it says
same
he was a
job.
yeah. That's the thing too. He's like a curator at a major comic museum. The
Oh.
San Francisco's Cartoon Art Museum. There we go.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's like a major curator. He's written major books about comic book history as well. So it's like,
Yeah, like he had one coming up. Like
yeah,
that's the thing. It's like he was such a prominent person in the industry. He had
hmm
good standing and relationships with people, which is why
yeah,
this is just so
bizarre.
yeah, bizarre, shocking, hurtful. I've been because like I saw this at like rather early at work, and I've been
Mm.
sitting like going through my day at work trying to wrap my head around this and figure out how to get my mind together because I'm like this like
It's
what like
infuriating. Like
It
it's deeply
is.
upsetting. Like all of it pisses me off to read because I'm like, ugh,
And
I don't even know how to even respond to it because like he okay, so Andrew's research has been really helpful in previous videos I've worked on. Like the stuff he's worked on has helped me out with research purposes. Some of his curated sources I've reviewed when working on it. He got me interviews with some comic creators early on when I first started working on YouTube, and the whole thing just feels like a betrayal of.
trust.
Even though I wasn't at this party, it feels like I'm personally betrayed by it. It feels personal when you know the guy and he does something really screwed up like this. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I have a
If
Well,
I'm being honest.
question.
I was gonna. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question? Did you
Sure.
know him only on a professional level, or was there any kind of personal?
It's
Well, we knew
both,
him both. We
really.
knew him professionally we knew him personally and professionally. That's the thing. What
Okay.
pisses me off. It's like, oh, it's just terrible.
Yeah, that's the thing is like while we didn't like obviously these people who were at this party
Knew him
who were
much better
there
than we
for
did.
knew him, yeah, but like we would have talks about meeting up. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the stage where we were at was like, oh, we could meet up here. And like I've met people before in our little circle and have like we've kept in contact for like I said, over 8 years.
Years. Yeah.
And at that point you think you know somebody, but you obviously you don't. And
Yeah.
it's
Clearly.
just yeah, like thinking about all of this stuff because you got there's so much stuff after this. Like you got like you whose works have helped them in some his works that have helped you in some way, the books, his insight into comics and history,
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
colleagues who are now reevaluating their relationship with him, um
His wife and
the org
kids.
Oh God.
yes, I was gonna say the wife, and please support her through this because
Yeah. It's a
like she's very I think she's more upset than letting on, but because it's one of those things of like I'm just gonna keep to myself, but show her
Okay.
support where you can. um
yeah.
because it sucks to have to get dragged into the mess of somebody that you thought you knew as well.
Yeah.
um and
Yeah.
like it just it sucks, and I wanted to be here to say something along with Ant where it was just like and I know he would agree, is like
Yeah.
we don't condone this. We are appalled and shocked and hurt at Andrew's actions. And
Mm-hmm.
as we watch this case go, because it's ongoing. If you
Yeah.
read that article, it says that the police took more stuff from the home. They're looking through it. Like I said, no charges have been filed yet. So legally we have to say
Mm-hmm.
alleged, accused. But with
Yeah.
these what we know currently, I can't I have to let him go. Like
Yeah.
this
It's
sucks. This
yeah.
sucks majorly because I thought I knew this person, but
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's terrible.
And like on a speculative level, this is obviously me just spitballing thoughts. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but like this kind of behavior isn't like a first time offense, typically speaking. Like if someone did that, usually they've done it before. That's the part where I get a
Hmm.
little that's where I'm like, that's where you really go back and your brain racks and goes, okay. And again, this happened weeks ago. He was arrested on June 2nd or 3rd. This is the first I'm hearing about it. No one
Yeah.
no one in the comic industry really is talking about it as far as I can tell. Like no one's really outside of okay, so that's the other thing too. We do know a couple. Unfortunately, the people who hated him have also talked about the story too. Like, did they
Yeah.
find out like before or after we did though? Because I don't know how we found out even. Like, it's all like, I mean, you told me
I
before, but this is
yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I could figure that they found out just by I know at one point because we got the local news, but comic
Mhm.
outlets began to pick it up. And that might have
Mm,
been how they found it.
yeah, maybe.
Um, but yeah, that's the thing is like them using this to gloat and be like, I knew it, and it's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, no one
Nobody
knew.
knew.
No,
That's
no one.
the reason why we're here in the first place. And that's another thing that really sucks about this, because we were out there to to with the goal of, like, these people are in here trying to run away good people from comics and try to prop up people who are gatekeepers, or like there was a time where they were defending people who have done the same actions that they are condemning Andrew for.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, to see them use this as a victory lap is like, no, no, that doesn't free you from all the crap that you did and from propping up bad people as well. At least what's happening here is a condemnation and a going of, no, we will not stand for this. We told y'all we wouldn't, and we called you out on it, and we're going to hold ourselves accountable as well, because we want this
100%.
space to be safe. So I just, to
Well,
see them do that, just
well, didn't Ethan Von Sciver almost work with the Cerebus guy? And didn't he like have a grooming thing, the Cerebus guy?
I think so.
Cerberus?
Yeah, you're
Well,
right. Back
yeah.
in the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dave Sims. Is it not Dave Sims?
Yeah,
What's his
Dave
name?
Sim.
Dave
No,
Sim.
you're
Yeah,
right, Dave Sim.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why that made me think of the. I don't know why my brain, when I was saying that, made me think of the guy who did the art for what. That's Dave Gibbons. Never mind. It's a different Dave. I don't know why my brain went to that name, that face for some reason. You know, if you don't know who Ethan Van Sciver is, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah,
Although a
don't
character he did,
ruin
though that being said, a character he did co-create just appeared on My Adventures of Superman, so I guess that's something.
the only thing he's note that he's done.
Yeah,
Because
working
God
on
knows
Green
that
Lantern
damn
stuff.
yeah, God
about
knows
it.
that damn frog ain't doing too much for
God.
nobody.
I've been tempted over the years to do a review on like Cyberfrog just to make fun of it, but like
I'm not
you know,
super familiar with the person. How was
you
he?
are fortunate.
How was he caught in all of this? How did that even come
Andrew,
out? Yeah,
or Andrew or David Sims?
the person that was spying on people in the.
Oh, well, someone
bathroom.
just found the camera in the bathroom.
Oh,
They just
Yeah.
looked.
So
He hit it and
yeah.
they looked. He found it there.
so if they looked, they must have been. They must have been kind of, I don't know, tipped that there's something like that might be
I don't
done.
think it was well
No,
hidden.
yeah, given the description, it sounds like he just thought, like, oh, let me throw a towel over my phone, and he probably had it propped up vertically for all I know. You
Why
know,
is a
make
big
it
lump under the
obvious.
towel? Like something.
Yeah, and just like pointed like that's, oh my God, I just, like, what possesses you? Like, what demon of stupidity possessed you to do that?
It's like just and again, some people in comments are saying too, like there's no, you can find the material online. It's legal and consensual and fine. If there's always some other perversion going on, I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I have a hard time understanding that mentality. So I just have a
Yeah.
hard time figuring out why someone would do something like that. Which
Yeah,
pisses me off more.
honestly, for my own sake of closure, one day I need him to explain himself.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I just need to hear a reason. Although I doubt I will ever get it. And of course it won't ever be satisfactory or,
No,
explain away this. No. But I think it's just because since I've known him for a while and I've, interacted with him, I've talked to him.
Yeah.
It's like, you,
I interviewed
after
him.
all, yeah, like you always at least something.
Mm-hmm.
A peep,
Yeah.
a mum, I don't know, something. Like,
no. Anyway, on that note, let's change gears. And it just sucks because like we just got over another fucking creator who screwed up his career because he decided to be a creep. So it's like,
Oh, who was it?
oh, Noah with the whole fucking plagiarism DMCA strike.
oh Lord, him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that, and
I
I'm
thought you
I'm
were
still
talking about
hearing
like a
comments
comic
about
book
that bullshit.
creator.
No, but
bet.
it's like, but I'm still hearing crap about that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, so on that front, that's that. We want to just address that now because I
Right.
feel like because we have to vent about it because we're freaking pissed off.
Speaking of
And, you know,
creators, because I feel like I have to make a statement about a creator.
Well, let's. Which creator? That's the question.
A creator that has been very much crapped on for the longest time, but I kind of watched a video about him yesterday, and I feel sorry a bit. Rob Liefeld.
I don't feel bad for Rob Liefeld.
I
Rob
feel a
Liefeld
bit.
pisses me off.
I feel a bit bad considering his kind of why he went into comic books to begin with.
I will say that in terms of there are bigger things to go after Liefeld for than his art. If you truly want to find a reason on why you shouldn't, why Liefeld is kind of there are reasons beyond his art. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but
if you
he
dig
kind of,
deeper,
he wanted to support
kinda-
his dad that was very ill and stuff.
Yeah, no, I can't. I freaking can't stand. Liefeld's problem is he just pisses me off a lot. Anyway, let's let some super chats play real quick. And we'll dive into a bit of some other stuff.
At Real Green Queen super chatted $1.
Adjust something here.
At Real Green Queen super chatted $1. At Mark M1575 super chatted $5. Hi Ant. Just got a big promotion at my work, and I wanted to share the love.
That's incredible.
Here's to a great stream tonight.
No, congratulations. Thank you for the super chat and good luck.
At user _225_CCC super chatted $1.99. Ant, do you know any sandwich shops like Satrielli's?
Any local deli should be fine. I'll be honest, your local
At the
deli.
man with Applin 7678 super chatted $5. About the grifters, just remember we do not need perfect victims. At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $5 behavior. Even Honest Trailers says Supergirl will get decent reviews but underperform at the box office. At Nick Wolf not as performative negativity super chatted $5. Even Honest Trailers says Supergirl will get decent reviews but underperform at the box office. Not as performative negativity as grifters, but still.
Yeah, no. So I have some. There was some overlap there. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So Supergirl with reviews. Let's talk about that for a second. Yeah. So let's take a look at that real quick. There's a few things about Supergirl I want to talk about up front. Does anyone have some thoughts about? Actually, let me bring up real quick. So the projections right now. There's been some negative press about Supergirl. Oh no, the super chat coming in.
At Rafantes Lusadio ASMR super chatted $10. Supergirl looks like the movie I wanted for Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Space adventures instead of stuck on Earth.
I agree.
Agreed. 100%. So Forbes is reporting, and a lot of other outlets reporting too, that it looks like projections for Supergirl are slipping. Which isn't too surprising. And I'll be honest with you. Supergirl now a big thing is Deadline reported $100 million promo partner campaign. This means that DC got about $100 million from promotions with Supergirl already.
At Andrew Brown 9981 super chatted $5. A key difference between Ethan Van Sciver and Frank Miller is that Frank Miller regrets Holy Terror.
You know what? I'm glad Frank Miller regrets that book because that book is heinous. That book is garbage.
Well, Frank Miller, who should also regret All-Stars Batman and Robin.
Yeah, no, All-Star Batman and Robin's also pretty heinous too. Yeah. So a lot of social media reactions saying Supergirl sounds all right, fine. I think the big issue is the story they chose to faithfully adapt, to be honest with you. A lot of people love Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. I never really got the hype for it. I always thought Tom King is very overrated as a writer. And Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is a good vantage point into Supergirl, but it's not the best story about her. Like, it gives a good introduction to her, which is fine. But it is very much, like, I think, a lesser Supergirl story. And it also, the main villain, Krem, sucks. I'll be blunt, in the comic, too.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes a lesser story can be elevated if done right.
Yeah, I want to say I think that might be why they picked it because it was such a better entry point.
Mm.
Especially since this is the version that they're going with Supergirl, and it's
Yeah.
such a
Yeah,
contrast to the story we got with Clark. Um,
yeah, I was going
but
to say the same thing. It's a good introduction story for a character that most people won't be particularly familiar with, certainly modern audiences. But yeah, I think
yeah,
if you're adapting that and you know that the weakness is the villain, then make the villain better.
Yeah,
Also,
I don't. There's. I will be honest. There's some creative choices about Supergirl I'm a little iffy on. The adaptation chosen specifically is that big one. However, the problem I have, and the reason why I want to do this topic for the stream today, the reasons certain people are iffy on the movie are not the same reasons I'm iffy. I'm iffy because I think the source material isn't the best story to go with, but also I get why they chose it. Um, they don't like it for weird reasons, which is
Yeah, well, I was going to say that I think I'll enjoy it
as I
regardless
understand it, a
because
lot of people attack the actress.
that's the first one, yeah. So that's the big thing I want to talk about. We're going to talk about today, is among other things. There's a few topics I want to talk about with this one.
Yeah.
Also, Lizzie, is everything good? Have you been on mute for a
Yeah.
bit? I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I kept myself on mute while you were talking about the serious stuff because I had no horse in that race, so I wanted to
No,
just
I
let y'all do what you need to do. So
can't blame you there. It's not a
yeah,
fun. I'm sorry I had to bring it up, be so serious so quickly.
it's
This
fine.
was just a serious topic. I wanted to make sure we got coverage in terms of
Yeah.
discussing and all that. Oh, no, new super chat.
At Revenovan 300 super chatted $4.99. There's a post I saw saying a billion-dollar opportunity was fumbled and attached to it was an AI image of Sydney Sweeney in a Supergirl suit. Groan.
Oh no.
Yeah, I
Well,
saw
Sydney
that.
Sweeney sucks. Let's be quick. Okay, I'll
At
get my Sydney Sweeney.
Chaplin
Let me
7678
pause supers
super
after this
chatted
one, right, real
$10.
quick, but yeah.
Discussion of Supergirl really annoys me and it's mostly tied to Tom King.
Yeah.
Folks champion Superman so much but want Supergirl, and the rest of the DCU, to bomb because of Tom King bothers me sad face.
The rest of the DC universe failing because of Tom King would suck. Tom King, and here's the thing: Tom King is not without talent. I want to emphasize that right now. He's not a terrible
yeah.
writer. He has skill. I just think he often fumbles when it's because his stories tend to focus on his OCs, and his OCs aren't all that interesting all the time. When he focuses,
Yeah.
that's the big issue, I think.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it.
I was just gonna say I mentioned before when we talk about Tom King like off on the side, I say like when he hits, but when he misses, boy does he miss. It's like
Mm-hmm.
for me, there's no in between, and you run the gambit with Tom King's stories, especially to start going into like pseudo therapy sessions where
Oh yeah.
you could tell that it's not him trying to use his own experiences to work through the character's issues, but rather the character as his own vector to work through his own issues.
Yeah.
And that's where you can diverge and kind of you lose me a little bit where I'm like, okay, buddy, come on, get back on track. But yeah,
His Wonder Woman especially. I do not like his
yeah,
Wonder Woman at all. I think it's horrible. I think he has ideas that are really clever in it, but the execution of those ideas is horrible, especially for a Wonder Woman story. I know his stories with Dick Grayson, where he's Grayson, they aren't bad, but I don't like that creative approach to the character. I don't like this
good
good
old
agent.
Rick.
Well, no, that's different. That's Rick.
Oh no,
That's
who
Rick
is
Grayson.
Rick?
No. So the Grayson one is where he becomes a secret agent.
Oh.
Basically just
Oh,
Tom
okay.
King
That
working
was
with
it.
CIA, except it's Nightwing.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm into that kind of direction for Dick
Yeah,
Grayson
no.
necessarily.
Especially because it's following Dick Grayson being very removed from Bloodhaven for so long, from his like his own solo stuff for so long. That's the direction you do to revive interest. I'm like, no, just bring and eventually they did just this. They did bring Dick Grayson back to his roots with Bloodhaven, but like, well, Nightwing to his roots in Bloodhaven, but like, still, I don't know.
Right.
I think an interesting thing that the Deadline article brought up though is that 100 million in brand deals, which because we were discussing this on the Showcast on Wednesday. I don't think that entertainment media has caught up with the fact that the old sort of 2.5 times its budget rule isn't a rule anymore. The media landscape has changed so much that so many films now have these brand deals, which is essentially, I think, is covering the film's budget. A combination of tax breaks and brand deals means that I think studios are not really spending any money on the films. Certainly when they're under 200 million, because I know The Mandalorian and Grogu, for example, had a $40 million tax break from filming in the UK, and infinite amount of brand deals on that. So I think really just to sort of cut off the talk about box office. I think that the landscape has changed completely, and I think people really shouldn't view box office as a metric anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to bring this article from Deadline from last year with Fantastic Four specifically. Fantastic Four had a massive marketing push as well. Little Caesars, Zillow, Pop-Tarts, all of that, all of them paid to have access to these characters. You know?
And I think what people don't realize is that streaming has changed the landscape in ways that we didn't even consider. People are not watching traditional TV as much anymore, so advertising on TV isn't as lucrative for the TV channels. So these companies now, they're doing these brand deals rather than traditional TV spending the money on traditional TV advertising, as well as the amount of money that they make from the premium streaming before it goes free.
100%.
So
100%. And like you look at it too from the perspective of like a Master of the Universe recently, right? They just announced they're going to do a sequel to it, or are planning on doing a sequel to it, even though it bombed in the box office. They don't do that unless it's a lucrative IP.
Exactly.
Let me give you that real quick. Masters of the Universe sequel.
Well, yeah, and there was a lot of talk about that film, how that Amazon indicate if it was a box office success.
Okay, okay, I'm looking right now. It hasn't been confirmed to get a sequel, but it is analysts are saying there are discussions of it that are serious. For a
See them
sequel.
doing it.
Yeah, I can see them replacing Jared Leto.
Down.
Yeah, I can see him
I was
getting
gonna
Jared
say,
Leto.
look. I'm gonna, in terms of Jared Leto as Skeletor, I'm gonna put on a tinfoil hat real quick because I saw the movie. That was not him. That was not him doing the voice acting. You can't convince me that was him. And
I still have to see it. I want to see it. It looks fun. It looks really fun.
It is. Look,
it is fun.
And I am convinced that an uncredited voice actor dubbed over him because one, he's not listed. Leto's not listed in the voice acting credits, just the on camera credits. So that would suggest that he was only doing the body acting to me. And two, the voice acting was actually good. So I don't think it was him. It was charming, funny. The character was kind of charismatic. These are concepts Leto as an actor scoffs at. So I don't think
I've never seen Leto be charming in anything. So I believe you fully.
I am like there's going to be that's my tinfoil hat theory, because as I was watching the movie, there was just a point where I was just like, this is not fucking Jared Leto. I refuse to believe it is. This is actually a good voice performance, and it sounded nothing like him.
Well, did you see the? Oh, sorry, I've cut you off there. Sorry, Ryan.
I was just going to say, I know for 100% it wasn't, but I do wish they'd got Frank Langella to come in and do the voice.
Oh, if Frank Langella came back, well, he's much older now, but even still, I would love to hear that because he's so good. He was so hammy as Skeletor originally,
and he loved it. He loved doing
it. You mean that Skeletor from the 80s?
Yeah, the 80s
Yeah.
movie.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah. The 80s live action.
He raves over his making of that
Pardon?
film.
Yeah.
It's one of the funniest things he ever did, according to him.
It's
brilliant.
amazing.
I
It's
mean, that
amazing
is a
too
good
because
voice.
he's played so many good villains. Frank Langella. I mean, and we're talking about the live action Skeletor, not the animated voice for Skeletor. But even still, like he's played Dracula, and that's his favorite role, Skeletor. I love that.
Right. It's
Like,
funny
I
just
think
just speaking from an acting perspective. Sometimes the weirdest roles end up being some of your favorites. Just
Hmm.
I can tell you that just from pure experiences. Like some of the roles that I think back on fondly is just the weirdest shit. So I kind of relate.
It was
love
also a
that though.
reoccurring role, so I guess that's a factor.
That too. I mean, you look at like all the recently, like some of the best roles in film have been villains again, and I love that. Like again, like I don't think there'd be a fourth Sonic the Hedgehog movie without Jim Carrey being in those first three.
Probably
I know
not.
I know obviously Sonic is a massive brand, but like Jim Carrey does anchor that movie in a way with his Eggman role. That's so.
Yeah.
And you look at the Mario movie; those movies aren't nearly half as enjoyable as they are without Jack Black. Actually, in fairness, debatably half as fun because those movies.
actually you just brought up a good thing. So one thing I was gonna say was that these guys are focusing on box office because they want to relive the glory days of banging on the Brie Larson is Miss Sandra's drum.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, but the thing is that they're gonna try to compare Supergirl with the new Mario movie. I bet money that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to compare that box office with the Mario box office because Brie Larson was Rosalina in that. So, but that whole thing to me is like they just want that to happen again. So here they are just going for it, but it's not working how it used to because other people have caught on. Like it's been years for this, and I think after they saw how, when I say they, I mean the general public saw how these people reacted with Superman, they're like, "Oh, I know you're full of it now, so I'm just gonna like ignore you. I'm gonna ignore you."
Yeah.
And like
Like,
the thing also is with all of it is that the big, unfortunately, where the hype machine works, two other movies have kind of stolen all of the attention off of Supergirl, justifiably so, might I add.
Mhm.
But there's there's two movies before Supergirl, and there's two movies after Supergirl that have taken all the attention away from this film. And it's a kind of a shame because it's been caught in the middle of the hype machine of two other big machines enacting itself. Prior to Supergirl, two movies came out that I think have completely changed the game in terms of discussion currently right now in Hollywood. And all I need to do to say which film it is bring up one image and you'll know
scary
exactly
movie.
which one. No, thank God. Thank
Scary
freaking God.
movie. That would have been
Can I
sad.
just can I just say can I just say in regards to Scary Movie, I'm so happy that a film that sold itself on like the first joke in the trailer, it sold itself on a transphobic quote unquote joke, got its ass kicked by an indie series
I
made by a
love it.
trans woman.
I love that. Oh yeah, Digital Circus completely wiped the floor with Scary Movie. Well, to an extent, Scary Movie did make a lot of money. That's the thing. It was successful at the box office. That being said, though, no one's talking about it now, which is great. I love that. But the real hit is this one right here. This is the big hit of the year currently. Obsession, followed closely by Backrooms.
Right.
These have completely, and I don't think anyone so far has reckoned with the fact that these are complete game changers in Hollywood. These are they're horror movies made by people under the age of 26, roughly, which had tiny budgets by comparison to all the other films, and are outgrossing like friggin' Star Wars. You know, it's
in a way, I would say yes, they are game changers, but I don't think long term that Hollywood is going to learn the right lessons from why they
no,
succeed.
they're gonna learn the worst ones. They're gonna take the worst.
Yeah, because I've
lessons.
already seen stories.
They're already
I've already-
searching Reddit for
Yeah, exactly.
new horror film ideas to like bank off of the success of Backrooms when that's not why Backrooms was successful.
Hey,
And
Lizzie,
we-
are you hyped for the Jeff the Killer movie they're gonna make?
No, I'm really not, Ant. Thank you for asking.
Oh boy.
Rob
Fuck off.
Zombies, Jeff the Killer.
Fuck off.
Oh Lord. Oh,
Rob Zombies,
That-
Jeff the Killer, guys. We're gonna get
that's a horror movie right there.
We're gonna
Shit.
get Uwe Boll's The Rake coming up. Michael
We've been
Bay's
here-
gonna make a abandoned at Disney movie. Hang on, I got one for you. Zack Snyder's Russian sleep experiment.
I hate
Oh
you.
my god.
And why do I keep helping you with channel stuff? Why do I keep contributing? Like
Because you think I'm so cool.
But we've been here before, though. I mean,
The silence is telling me everything I need to know. Thank you, Lizzie.
we've been here before, though, in the low budget horror movie made by kids sort of area when
Oh,
Blair
yeah.
Witch came out.
Blair Witch. And look what's coming out next year. More Blair Witch.
Yeah.
Because yeah, you didn't see this? They just made the they were just doing promotional stuff. 1 second. Blair Witch Project 2027. Yeah, they just released some new stuff for that. They did the whole thing.
The witch
Yeah,
ain't
right
got
here.
nothing better to do.
Yeah, right here. This is the new promotion. Yeah. So next year's September. It's gonna compete with Dooms, I guess, with Secret War, I guess. Blair Witch versus Secret War. Place your bets.
I'm sorry.
But I think another thing that's going to hurt Supergirl is Toy Story 5, which
Yeah, that's gonna destroy it. Yeah, 100%.
Interesting.
But also, don't forget, next month we got Odyssey and what I think is going to be the most financially successful film of the year in terms of box office, and I don't think it's gonna be close. I think Doomsday is gonna trail behind this one. Is Brand New Day, Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the big hit. I think that's going to be the big hit. It's for me. I'm willing to bet that may be the biggest financial film of the year. I think that's what it's going to be. It just seems like that's the one that people are hyped over. I feel like that's if I was going to bet money, more so than Doomsday. I think.
So I see the chat. I want to acknowledge something the chat's saying real quick, Ant, because I find it funny and relevant.
Please.
So a lot of people are like, "Oh wait, people went to see Toy Story 5," and I'm just gonna tell you. So I had a 3-day weekend last weekend, and I saw movies like every day that weekend, and none of them were Toy Story 5. But at all 3 of them, the long lines of seeing Toy Story 5 caused some issues for us. So.
Those Toy Story 5 walk-ins are like bring that. It's gonna be another $1 billion.
No, like
film.
I said, the theaters were crowded, and like none of the films I went to see were Toy Story 5. Like Friday we saw Girls Like Girls, Saturday we saw Backrooms, and Sunday we saw Utena. So 2 out of 3 were very, very gay times. But
oh yeah, and Backrooms was just like the Backrooms. Backrooms, though, I will say this: it did have the best meal scene in a movie in some time.
Oh yeah,
great appetizing, very appetizing film.
I'll say this: all 3 films I saw that weekend were very good. So
yeah, I really enjoyed Backrooms a lot. That was a lot of fun. Although that being said, though, in a sequel, what I want them to do, I want them to show the Backrooms been around for a while. So I'm thinking the best idea: they're walking through the Backrooms. They have a glass of water on a counter, starts rumbling. In come dinosaurs. I want to see dinosaurs in the next Backrooms movie. You know that would make the movie a lot of fun if dinosaurs showed up. No, just
That's
me.
why you
That's
ain't.
true.
That's why you ain't a script writer right now, brother. We got to work on your
Oh my
we
god.
gotta
Just
work on
saying,
your
dinosaurs. Put the dinosaurs in back rooms. You
Dinosaurs.
will
Is
raise the
that
budget by $100 million, but
is that why you wanted the dinosaur guy to rule the world and change everybody into dinosaurs?
listen. Would the world be as bad if everyone would turn into dinosaurs? I rest my case.
Depends on the
I
type of
rest my case.
dinosaur.
That's
just
true.
realized you remind me of that one. It became a meme from that Spider-Man comic
Yes.
where it was like, I just
Sauron,
like
yeah.
you can be out here saving the world and curing diseases, like, but I don't. I want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Yeah, let me get that up right now. I want that on screen. But I don't want to save the world. Oh God. Oh wait. I've seen it. I've seen the truth. You obviously mean this meme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
I mean,
my
not
god.
quite, but it is perfect. It is perfect.
Dinosaurs.
I
So-
still have.
Let's let some super chats play real quick. 'Cause a bunch have piled up, and I want to. There's a few really big ones too. And thank you for the 20 memberships. This is incredible.
At Mark M1575 super chatted $5. Tom King's work is either peak, Superman, Up in the Sky, or trash, Heroes in Crisis.
Heroes in Crisis is horrendous.
It is.
Just fuck that book.
At Eustace Giwo super chatted $5. Right. Because Sydney Sweeney made Madam Web a $1 billion face with rolling eyes.
It made a more $1 billion thanks to Sydney Sweeney showing up in that movie. Just like Chrissy, the movie
At
she was
Eustace Giwo super chatted $5. I will never forgive Tom King for what he did to Wally West face with symbols on mouth.
100% agree with that. That was heinous.
At user_225_CCC super chatted $1.99. Ant's movie will make a grammajillion dollars.
Right? There'll be dinosaurs in the back rooms. Fund it, Hollywood.
At Jeff Pyatt 2K4 super chatted $2. Utina for Sonic Crossroads Racing.
That would be certainly a choice. There is already a car built in the show for that.
At user
we already have Avon Gellion in the
_225
game,
Can't wait for that.
CCC super chatted $1.99. And will we get a father-son Saya no Uda Let's Play?
Not for a while. That one may have to wait a little bit. For
At
obvious
Mr. Zone
reasons.
5399 super chatted $49.99.
Nice.
At this point, Lint, we should ban these people from watching any of these movies they bitch about. They can't see it in theaters, they can buy it digitally or stream it. What are they going to do? Ban us from watching Daily Wire and Pure Flix films.
They may have to. And thank you for the generous super chat. That's incredible.
At Mark M1575 super chatted $5. If Transformers Age of Extinction and Transformers 1 should teach people anything, it's that the box office does not equal quality.
The best Transformers films always made the least money. Every time. And the worst
At
ones made the most.
Racer45 super chatted $5. Do people know there are worse movies like Disaster Movie? Any of Vince offers films, Uwe Boll's films, Neil Breen's films, Superman 4, and Birdemic?
How dare you insult Neil Breen?
Neil Breen did not deserve to be
At
ranked
user
there.
_225
He's trying at least.
CCC super chatted $4.99. Remnant? They call him 777. 7 IQ, 7 videos pervaded, and 7 hours a week spent touching himself while thinking of Asmongold.
All accurate. All very accurate. Yeah, that is very accurate. Jesus
At
Christ.
NanXRunner 7252 super chatted $5. I think Backrooms works so well because it's primarily a human-centric story that merely uses the backrooms as a weird set piece.
Well, that's why Obsession worked too. It's a human narrative. It's a human story, and that's why it works so well.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $10. Actually, Michael Bay is making a Skibbity toilet movie.
Jesus.
Yes,
Oh no.
I forgot about that. No, it's true. He is. I forgot about that. And thank you so much for the 20 gift memberships. I'll be posting a link to Discord after this stream for members only. If you want to join, there's still a chance to hop on. Always is.
Skibbity toilet.
That's an incredible gift. Thank you so much.
And if you want to be eligible to receive gift memberships, make sure to subscribe to Ant's channel.
Wait, hang on. Is the Discord thing going to do a ding for every single gift membership?
Possibly.
Oh, it is. We're gonna be here for a little bit.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna be here for a little bit of
Maybe we
time.
should fill the time with some nice banter.
Yeah. So.
Okay, Auto Johnny, how dare you remind us of the Skibbity Toilet movie? Why?
Why? What are
Inflict
they
that
gonna do?
psychic damage.
That's the problem with a lot of these concepts. They're dead by time. Oh, sorry, I cut you off there. Sorry, Lizzie.
It's all good. I was just gonna say, if we're killing time, I can tell a funny story that happened while we went to see Girls Like Girls.
Do tell. And how was the movie, by the way?
Oh, it was good. I liked it a lot. It was very good. I appreciate that we're getting more queer stories that show kind of the more complex and, lack of a better word, uglier side of queer identity as well, and like the struggles we go through. So that's I like
definitely.
that.
I want to see
Nice.
Leviticus also. It looks
but-
fun. Or
But also,
disturbing. Sorry.
but anyway,
Yeah.
so we had like a group of people who were behind us who were kind of the worst. I don't know why they were seeing this movie. I think, but right before the movie started, like one of them pointed to Jordy and me and were like, "Oh my god, it's an actual lesbian couple," and I'm like, what audience did you think was gonna go see a fucking lesbian film made by
At Olivia
famously lesbian
Williams
celebrity Haley
purple
Kyoko?
Jesus
fairy
Christ.
super
Oh,
chatted
hang on.
$5.
Super check up.
Did
Jesus
you
Christ.
see Dead Domain video about Uwe Bawel anti-migrants movie?
Yes, I did. An actual cannibal, and the actual cannibal's in it too, apparently. Whose name eludes me. Oh, okay. I guess it's still going through things. Okay, that's bizarre. Is that it?
Oh, Army Hammer.
Oh, Army Hammer. There we go. Yeah, Army Hammer in a UA Bowl film, and it's super right wing.
Oh Jesus!
That's the final destination for all canceled celebrities. Weird right wing movies made by UA Bowl. I don't know how they got Ben Kingsley one of those.
He needs a pool. He was like, I
don't think
need
he kn-
another pool for my house.
Yeah, he just shows up in a UA Bowl movie in one of them. Yeah, you know, I always think of the Michael Caine quote where it's like, I haven't seen Jaws 4, but I saw the house it bought and it's lovely.
Yup, that's exactly it. He was like, I need
But
a
yeah.
new statue to go right in the corner of my house, and he's paying.
But yeah, going off of what I was saying. but
Actual
yeah,
lesbian showing up in the lesbian movie.
Right.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like it's like, did you expect an audience because like there were quite a few lesbian couples in that auditorium, so it's like, were you not expecting to see lesbians go watch the lesbian movie? What are you?
I don't know.
Why is
I
this
don't
so
know.
weird?
It's people are bizarre. They have no sense of like personal boundaries sometimes too.
It's
It's like, oh,
true.
let me talk about your entire. Let's talk about you as though you're not really there. You know, right to your face,
I mean,
basically.
yeah, and it's like, I guess I was easy to spot because I was wearing flannel, but you know.
That is a bit of a dead
Um,
giveaway. Yeah, that does,
Right.
that does
It's
tend to.
pop up when you least expect it.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Oh,
But
here we
I
go.
will
New super.
say-
Okay, finally got a new super. Oh, and Wave. Oh, hey,
At
Wave,
the
what's
Runner
up?
super chatted $2. Can't wait for Solomon to show up in Godzilla.
Yeah, I would love to see Solomon Kane show up in Godzilla. That's what we're talking about, right?
At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $2. Backrooms, but it's the Roanoke colony.
Okay, actually, that's a good idea, though. I like that one. That's cool. It's a cool way for the
At
concept to work.
Zypher 8677 super chatted $2. Yes. Dino Backrooms. Is the asylum still around?
They are still around and still making movies, and have a whole channel on Roku. I found out.
At the Waverner super chatted $2. Sam Raimi's Happy Appy.
Sam Raimi's Happy Appy. Yes, I would pay money for Sam Raimi to do one of these creepypasta movies.
At user_225_CCC super chatted $4.99. The historical Backrooms fan art is so cool. The idea that this infinite 70s office complex of yellow wallpaper has always existed as is terrifying.
That's a creepy visual, especially again if it's like ancient history and like that same
At the man with Applin
technology, like outside time.
7678 super chatted $5. Ant opinions on the GameFAQs best video game character 2007 poll winner L Block.
From Tetris? Icon, sheer icon.
At any profit super chatted $5. Reddit movie idea. It is imperative the cylinder remains unharmed. IYKYK.
That would be bizarre, but also.
At Revenovan 300 super chatted $1.99. A Sauron Savage Land movie would go insanely
Right?
hard.
It'd be like Jurassic Park, only with superheroes. and Tarzan.
At Jeff
stuff.
Pyatt
I love that.
2K4 super chatted $2. Sega produced both franchises Eva and Utina.
It's like being Sonic Racing. Yes.
At JessISD3 ad super chatted $5. The day Obsession is on streaming. I'm calling in because I hate living in the middle of nowhere.
Watch it. It's so good. And make sure you tape your door shut before you leave.
At Ermanita Rules
Tape
super
yourself in to
chatted
watch Obsession.
$1.99. Neil Breen is a Breenius.
Breenius indeed. Oh, and thank you for being a member for 11 months, Olivia Williams Purple Fairy. Zach, it's gay to find women attractive. Yes. Yes, it is. Is that Zack Snyder saying that, or?
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
No, that's
Have you ever-
Asmongold.
At Bunny
Oh,
Fingers
God.
8468
He literally
super
said
chatted
that,
29 cents.
Jesus Christ.
Skibbity Toilet
Christ.
series to me is a fun series for YT.
There we go. I'm going to pause supers after this. We had a bunch of them all at once.
At Eustace Giwo super chatted $2. Dinosaurs Never Left. Cassowary horror film.
That would be awesome. I would love that. Also, we have a bunch of supers. Damn. You guys are great. I love it. Love it. Okay. But let's pause supers right now. I'm going to do one quick thing before we start talking more about Supergirl. And let's show you all
Yeah, got a bunch
new
to say
trailer
about
that
Supergirl.
dropped. You might have seen it. A new trailer dropped today
Alright.
Oh.
for an animated Batman trilogy.
Ooh. Nightfall.
Adapting
I like that story.
Nightfall. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the trailer. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. So I'm going to show a brief clip. Let's give it a vibe.
Gotham City needs Batman.
Batman, you haven't slept since Arkham exploded 2 days ago. Maybe we should ask John Paul for help. His training is coming along.
We're all that stands between those inmates and the fall of Gotham.
They say you are the greatest detective. And yet...
So this film will be adapting the famous story Nightfall, in which Bane breaks the bat across his knee, and Azrael replaces Batman temporarily.
Right, and becomes crazy.
Yeah, it becomes crazy. That's one of those movies. The storyline, though, I think most people agree. The first third is great because that's the story where Bane breaks all the villains out of Arkham, wears Batman down, and culminates with the famous knee snap scene. I do not know how people are going to feel past that point, though.
We'll see. But there's
You know what I
also like there is a lot to be talking about here, I guess, because Bane in the media has been portrayed for the longest time as this dumb brute that's very low intelligence, while Bane in the comics, especially in his early appearances in the Nightfall storyline, was portrayed as this super genius person that meditated out of his body and did all sorts of stuff in prison, which brings me to the point that that story might be not so easy to adapt without actually going through the backstory of Bane himself.
Well, they're probably going to take elements of Bane's origin into the story because they don't really linger on that too much in the original graphic novel. Not graphic novel, original storyline from the comics.
Well, there was a pretty big thing on this story in prison, how his mom was arrested, he was born in prison, and then that was a whole big thing in the comics, if I remember.
It was big. I'm just saying it's outside of the Nightfall storyline.
Yes.
Correctly.
Yeah, it was outside of it.
I would disagree on the point of Bane being recently portrayed because I feel like Tom Hardy's performance still looms large, and people like his performance still looms large over Bane, and I think that that's what people expect because even with like the goofier version of Bane and like the Harley Quinn show, people are pissed because he's so goofy.
Yeah.
So I'm like.
But
Right, I was gonna
we're
say,
talking
it's
about
been a while
Batman
since-
Rises, right? The Bane from there.
The Dark Knight Rises, yeah, but that's like
like I was gonna say, it's been a while since there's been it's actually been quite a while since there's been a dumb brute Bane. Most interpretations, sans the Harley Quinn show and anyone kind of playing the character for laughs, generally portray him as far more intelligent because not only do you have Tom Hardy's interpretation in The Dark Knight Rises, you also have stuff like Arkham Origins, which absolutely kept a more intelligent Bane in mind, and that's kind of just been the norm lately, honestly.
Yeah, the only other thing, and if you want to go beyond just that, you also got Young Justice, where
Right.
Bane is very intelligent. I was just revisiting Young Justice recently, and he shows up pretty early, but like he's basically able to resist like freaking telepathic attacks, without
Right.
any enhancements really. Like he's not he's been presented more as a strategist, a drug kingpin. The comics have been emphasizing that also his cunning.
Yeah, I mean
Uh,
that was his
even
whole plan. He defeated Batman because of the strategy of it,
Yeah.
not because of his muscles.
He's a powerful figure, but he's also an intelligent one, and I think that's so instrumental. Bane is a really good villain, and I'm excited to see what they do with him here. I mean, it's
Yeah.
gonna be the story for Nightfall, but
also
the
the-
animation too looks incredible. Like it looks really good. How they've gotten it all set up, and they have a lot of different characters here. You got Riddler, you got
Because I feel like it's kind of forgotten now, but also pretty important to the storyline where the henchman of Bane that he recruited in prison during his backstory.
Yeah, no, there's some good stuff there. I think they're gonna be. I'm optimistic about this one. This one looks like a lot of fun. But I just want to share that real quick before we move on to the main attraction of the night.
I was gonna say we've been here for over an hour, Ant.
I
Is
know.
it the
I've been trying to
Supergirl?
delay it.
I got a few thoughts about Supergirl.
Let's talk about Jester Bell.
Yeah.
Is this the main attraction?
This is one
Supergirl
of them.
Ooh,
Lee-
tomato.
This will be okay. So we haven't done a Jester Bell reaction in some time. Jester Bell, for those who forget, I'm sure she'll introduce herself as female Frodo Baggins in the first 5 seconds of this video, as she is wont to do. She is a grifter
Right.
who actually used to work for a Batman comic book website. She and I have similar origins in that we both worked in comic journalism before coming onto YouTube.
Interesting.
Can I say my favorite stupid thing about Jester Bell that I
Go
found
for it.
out a while
Go for
ago?
it.
So
I think I know what you're
talks-
gonna say, yeah, but go
She
for it.
talks shit about Hollywood all the time. She talks shit about how movie filmmakers, they don't know what the fuck they're doing and how she's so much smarter than them. But at the same time, submits fucking audition tapes for the upcoming Hunger Games movie. Girl!
What?
Love it. Oh yeah.
Girl, you can't talk shit about the film industry as much as you do and how fucking woke they are, and then say, "Oh, can I also have have movie role, please?" Ooh woo.
Exactly.
How you gonna talk shit from outside the club when you can't even get in?
Well,
Oh,
her
well,
sister is in the club, but it's what club is the question. Her sister was, I think at one point might still be the social media manager for the Daily Wire,
Oh God.
which that should tell you everything right there.
Well,
and
I think we can
sorry?
all agree anything that Hollywood's put out recently doesn't even compare to the Pendragon cycle.
Oh yeah, the Pendragon cycle is certainly unlike anything being made in Hollywood today. That is I definitely don't disagree with you on that one.
Jesus Christ.
But
yeah,
also,
like,
No, sorry,
oh,
go for it.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say, look, I'm not gonna say you can't talk shit about the industry and not have a career within it. I know plenty of folks in the voiceover industry who talk shit about certain companies and how little they pay. I've been there, but there's a difference between complaining about wanting better work conditions and complaining that your favorite IP's woke now.
Yeah. Whatever that even means at this point.
Mm-hmm. And don't underestimate Jester Bell in terms of her influence online. If you take a look at her subscriber count right now,
What is it?
102,000.
Hmm.
She also has a silver play button now.
This is
Just think
sad.
about that. Just think about that. She and I have both in the last year grown substantially in terms of since I covered her, we have both grown, I think, by at least a few dozen thousand subscribers.
Hmm.
I thankfully more so than she has, but still, like she has an audience and a loyal one too.
And I don't understand it because I guarantee the quality of her analysis has not grown at all. She's going to be saying the same things in the same
I mean,
whiny
that
tone.
Well, that's
is
what you do when your audience is just chuds at this point.
it is the
You
nature of the
regurgitate
game. Yeah.
you regurgitate the same talking points about every goddamn movie, change a few words around like it's a game of fucking Mad Libs, and then
Like it's like we're in
and you
2016,
force out this
basically. Yeah.
content day after day on a conveyor belt, and the money makes itself.
And it's clear she's miserable doing it. Like she doesn't seem to enjoy movies. Period. Like every year, it's like, oh, this is the worst year for film. It was worse last year. It's worse now. It's like she exists in this weird conveyor belt of misery that she
That
created
is
for
true.
herself.
Well, with Supergirl, we kind of should remember that it didn't even start with Supergirl. It kind of very weirdly started with Superman and people of the sphere crapping on the Superman movie as well.
Well,
Like,
she regarded Superman as the worst film ever made when it came out, only followed by the next worst film ever made, which was Fantastic Four First Steps, which apparently they're both the worst film ever, apparently, according to
Well, yeah,
very-
that's exactly my point. Who can put up with her claiming that every film that comes out is the worst film ever made every
right?
single time?
Here's the thing that bothers me. Here's the thing that really bothers me about Jester Bell and folks who kind of take on this similar talking point of, oh, this year for films is the worst ever. When you only watch like the big franchise Hollywood films, yeah, I imagine like it's just bad all around. But that's
Well,
why
it's
you
not
go-
even.
That's why you go look for smaller stuff. That's why you go check out indie works. Like if the big franchise films and the big studio films aren't your thing, go look elsewhere. There's plenty of small indie films that are struggling to find an audience that I'm sure it would be cool if you went and watch them and recommend them to your audience, but I guess that's not what your aim is.
She only
Well,
watches
no, exactly,
Disney
yeah.
and big blockbusters, and like
But
even then, not even all blockbusters. Because last year she skipped out on Sinners and Weapons. Like those
Well,
are
this
two
is the-
huge films.
This is the thing, though. If you're getting no pleasure, because she's not interested in anything other than the big blockbusters. She gets no
Nothing,
pleasure
right.
from watching those. This is like somebody exclusively reviewing horror films who doesn't like horror films.
Hmm.
That's all it is.
Mhm.
I cannot understand why anybody would go to her for some any sort of serious analysis beyond this film is awful, which is pretty much all she says.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, chat's also bringing this up too. She didn't watch K-pop Demon Hunters as far as anyone else knows. I mean, I don't think she made a video about it.
Yeah, one of the biggest phenomenons of last year. Like, don't.
Yeah,
I
nothing.
don't know. It's
crickets.
It's like, again, if you're just watching the same films from the same studios, then yeah, I'd imagine films are just getting worse for you year after year. But that's why you expand your horizons. Go watch something that's different. Like
No, agreed. Oh, Lizzie, I'm gonna entrust you with the stream for 5 seconds. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, Jesus
Lizzie, I
Christ,
have full
okay.
confidence in you. Lizzie, if the audience leaves, I'm going to throw something across the entire continent to get to
Damn.
where you are right now. But I have full faith in you. It won't require me to develop supersonic pitching abilities.
Okay, so I got to keep the audience entertained. I got you.
Exactly. Look, now listen, we're all counting on you. I want to say good luck out there. We're all counting on you.
Okay.
Also, you've got never mind. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. So I guess I can say this. Both Jester Bell and in this video and myself are wearing some form of tank top, and I'm just gonna say I think I wear it better than her personally. Personally.
I'm constantly amazed at how much traction this girl gets for not saying much of nothing. Because someone else showed me a screenshot of some other woman. Actually, the Black Nerd Gaming, right there in the thumbnail on the right. That's the video that the one he's reacting to is the one that I saw, and I'm like, see, this makes my ass itch. Why? Why are y'all constantly doing this? Who does it benefit? It can't benefit you that much in the long run to be pulling this nonsense. Like, I can't imagine.
I mean, it's been sort of
Well,
working for people since 2016.
From a business perspective, it works just fine for her, and obviously doing this is a money spinner for her. But I don't understand. I really don't understand the audience because she's not particularly saying anything humorous or edgy or revolutionary. All she's saying is, this is the worst film I've seen since the last film I called the worst film I've ever seen. And I've had it with Hollywood. I'm going to stop watching Hollywood films until my next video next week, where I watch another Hollywood film and complain about it.
Yeah, but
I
it
mean,
kind
on
of
the same topic.
it scratches people's
I'm back, by the
quote
way.
unquote anti-woke itch, I guess.
Yeah, like I get the audience and I get the money, but it's like for her, does this not like at some point, because I kind of view this through the lens of like how Alex Jones's mind deteriorated after decades of spewing stuff for a different audience that he started to believe his own nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, even if she is playing into this and knows that she's playing into us, at some point, that kind of negativity and that distaste for just movies in general is going to seep in, and she won't know it until it's too late, and then she will just be angry at everything. And I'm like, is it worth it to start getting to that point?
Well, I mean,
The thing with her, which is I think different from some of the others, is that this is so performative that I don't think there's any amount of genuineness at all to it. I don't think she's got. I think she just walks away from it because it's so basic, it's so perfunctory. Her sort of talking points. It's the same things over and over again. So it's just playing the hits. So I really think that she's one of the few who can walk away with this and not have it affect every aspect of her life because it's so bland.
Well, I mean, think of it like this way. Look at how it affects people's physicality, even too. Like the exhaustion of doing the same crap every year ages you. I mean, look, here's the quartering 15 years ago, and this is him a couple years ago.
God
Jesus
damn.
Christ.
Same guy. That's what grifting does to you. It ages you prematurely.
Like
And
war,
he's not
I
much
guess.
older than he's not that much older than us too.
Like how old is he right now?
I think he's like maybe 40 at most,
Yeah,
maybe
damn.
younger. I don't even think he's that old.
Damn.
But alcoholism and getting angry about Brie Larson every day for the last 10 years. That
Is he
ages
still
you.
angry at Brie Larson?
Oh, he has a whole shrine to hating her, apparently. But
Like
probably
Chuds like just make hating Brie Larson their entire personality. Like I don't.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, and we're gonna get into this as we get into Jezebel's reaction and possibly more reactions after that.
The way, I guess before we
there's
start
an
with a
obsession
reaction,
with.
yeah.
Yeah. No, you gonna say?
No, I always just wanted to say that for me personally, Supergirl kind of hit a few points even before release that kind of, I guess, appealed to me from the Superman movie because I liked Crypto the dog, even though a lot of right-wingers complain about him.
Yes.
Because he kind of acts like my dog. He pulls on the sleeve. He's kind of crazy and unpredictable. Well, my dog's a big dog, a German Shepherd big dog, but it's kind of still behaves very similarly to the Crypto dog from the movie. And
I
then,
adore giant dogs, so you have me already sold there.
yeah, so I kind of go to Ukraine to report on stuff. So I kind of leave my dog with family, and the last portion of Superman movie kind of appealed to me of her returning home to her dog, because I do that, and it kind of, so it kind of set me very positively towards the Supergirl movie right off the bat, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, I'm excited for it. I want to see the. I think you have to go in with expectations set. It's not going to be a giant movie. It's going to be a smaller movie.
Yeah.
It's going to be like very. You have to go in knowing, okay, it's not going to be Superman. It's going to be a smaller story in that same setting. It's like going to see a Thor film.
Yeah.
Your expectations are set to a certain degree. Anyway, we've been doing a lot of talking. Let's just get into it.
Yeah, let's get to this.
Let's start. Let's start with this.
Okay.
Lovely. Hello, everyone. Jester Bell, aka Female Frodo Baggins, is here, and as has been said, Supergirl is gonna bomb. It was always gonna bomb. There was never enough interest in this film to do well. and it doesn't come as any kind of surprise. But what does kind of come as a surprise to me is just how much Millie Alcock herself has contributed to the complete disinterest in this film. Well, at least she's getting people to talk about it online. But from the beginning, my problem with this film was always James Gunn, and that James Gunn's hands are all over this film.
James Gunn is not directing the movie or writing the movie.
I was gonna say James Gunn is a producer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, these guns are in the cabinet. He ain't got nothing to do with this movie.
He's working on another Superman movie.
I mean, I like that's the thing. I like the Superman movie. Like for me, Superman kind of felt like Superman for the first time in a long time in that movie. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the same tired narrative they've been running with since this project was first announced. They've all been talking about this. I mean, have they really got nothing more interesting to say than what they've been saying for the last, 2 years? I mean, the fact of the matter is that James Gunn has made some of the best superhero films, and nobody can question that. So they have to find a way to hate on this film somehow, attach him to it, make him a hate figure. It's just ridiculous. Although I will say, she's incredibly low energy in this compared with the last time I watched a video of hers. So maybe it is getting to her.
Maybe it's because also there's like this very bizarre to begin with to make this. I'm talking to you from the future. This film has already bombed and it's over. Before it even.
Well, this is the style, though. You have to be confident about saying that this movie is going to suck and has sucked.
Yeah,
And
but
does suck. And he's
she basically just said that it already bombed before even being, it's
Yeah,
it
yeah.
already did bomb. It's like, okay,
You have already bombed.
you're already dead.
Nani? I'm gonna let some supers play real quick because I feel like they're gonna be a little. If we don't address them soon, to be outdated for a while when we get to the next. So it's a couple
At
plays
the
real
man
quick.
with Applin 7678 super chatted $5. My friends are freaking out over this. They've wanted Azrael outside the comics for so long.
That's in reference to Nightfall. I'm glad the H's were in that chat. Thank you. I'm excited for that. The movie
At
too.
Jimmy RR Page super chatted $5. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who wants to see Bat in live action.
Yes.
I'm excited for
But
this trilogy.
I'm excited
thought.
too. That's in regards to Nightfall again.
At Racer45 super chatted $5. Is anyone ever going to consider debating Jester Bell?
About what?
I
the
would
problem.
sooner
At
hold my breath and
Racer45
bang my head
super
against the
chatted
wall.
$2.
Yeah, seriously.
Somebody show Jester Bell Metacritic.
She knows it exists. She wrote for a review site.
At
you know?
Zypher 8677 super chatted $2. Jester Bell, go watch any A24 film. It's not hard.
Yeah, watch the one with the Rock. You might like that one. It seems up her
At
alley.
Zombie Penguin 7134 super chatted $5. Chuddite VTubers are the worst.
Mm.
They barely have any thoughts of their own, getting audience captured in the process and signal boosting garbage.
You mean Rev says racism?
At user _225_CCC super chatted $1.99. Imagine what if all this yet she has a non-white BF.
She's a wait. Okay.
At Eustace
And
Giwo
then last
super
one, the
chatted
pause.
$2. More like female Smeagol.
That's evil, but also okay. Let's just dive right back in.
I will say one last thing about Nightfall.
There is no
This is okay. I do worry a little bit because Nightfall is a culmination of quite a few different stories that were told elsewhere about Azrael. There was the whole Azrael comic that actually introduces the character, the whole order, how he meets the person, how he started as this wimpy kid who was, hypnotized as a youth, etc. That's a whole thing that needs to be kind of, I don't know, introduced in this trilogy.
Hopefully they do a good job. I think they'll do a good job at weaving him into the narrative. I think they'll do. Yep.
I was just gonna say we should probably get on with this.
Yeah. Let's do it back in. Sorry.
nothing about it that says that it has a different writer, a different director. Even in interviews, James Gunn is always coming out and saying stuff about the film before Craig Gillespie. He has done more PR for this film than Craig Gillespie himself, who was supposed to be the director, which even to the point where I am starting to theorize that the writer of this movie, who only has like I think this is her first writing credit. She just did a short film before this. I'm
Then it's not her
wondering
first writing
if
credit.
James
It's not her
Gunn
f-
actually
exactly.
ghost wrote this film. Like, I have to see it.
She probably
but,
wrote
like,
spec
there
scripts
is
for
nothing
this.
about this film that says anything other than James Gunn doing Guardians of the Galaxy over again.
I want to point out something real quick that Craig Gillespie also has the needle drops. They keep saying is a James Gunn iconic thing. Craig Gillespie did I, Tonya. He did the Cruella movie, and all of those have needle drops. They all
So-
have that same thing.
So I looked up the writer for the film, Anna Nogueira. I apologize if I mispronounced that. She has credits. She did most so she like her in terms of writing films, yes, her only other credit is she co-wrote a short film called We Win. But she also wrote a couple things for a couple stage productions as well. But she's mostly an actress, but she has been getting into
Right.
writing. And but the point I'm trying to make is it took me no time at all to find out that no, Supergirl's not her first writing credit. It is her first writing credit for a feature length film, but she still has experience. We all got to start somewhere.
I mean,
Chester.
I hate
Yeah,
to.
and let's also be fair. It's a faithful adaptation of a Tom King story, so
Yeah.
it's adapting something that already exists, using it as an anchor point. Tom King, I think, has a story credit on the film. He's involved, so it's not just the screenwriter. They always neglect to mention it's a very close adaptation of a comic that already exists.
It is weird though. That it's like this checklist of things.
I mean,
that
I
they've
hate
gotta
to ask
use to try and-
the most obvious
hold on.
question.
Lucy, one second. Ryan.
I was going to say nothing but media was talking.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah.
Finish your thought first.
Sorry, I was just. It seems like they've got a checklist of things that they go through in order to discredit the movie. First time writer is one they always use. First time director, but then one of the Chud's favorite films is Predator, and the Thomas
Mhm.
brothers' first film was Predator. So if you want to say all first time writers are bad, then you hate that film.
Well, what
and-
about even like the big one that everyone always thinks about, Tarantino? His first
Yeah.
film was freaking was Reservoir Dogs, if I remember correctly, right? Like he didn't have anything.
Right,
before that.
it doesn't just because it's someone's first film doesn't mean it's gonna suck or it's gonna have fuck. I mentioned Girls Like Girls earlier. That was Haley Kyoko's first screenwriting credit, so and it was good. So
And I mean, the other
as
thing
far as I
to
know, I could be wrong, but
the other thing to remember about these people is that they don't understand that theatre exists. So if you've written scripts
Fair.
for the theatre, you might not as well have written anything at all, because as far as they're concerned, theatre is not a form of art. It's nothing. It's a gas.
Well, okay. Kyla, you can probably back me up on this one. Tyler Perry was Diary of a Mad Black Woman his first screenplay credit, right?
Oh yes, for the play. Yeah, because pretty much all of he started out as a playwright, and pretty much up until even now, I think he's still adapting his old plays to the into movies. So yeah, he's been, and that one is not technically his first. It was another one before that, which if anybody wants to get into the minutia of Tyler Perry, FT Signifier has a video about that for y'all.
Amazing video. Super recommend that one.
Anywho,
Yeah.
I actually need to hop on out because I need dinner, and so I might hop back in later, but I don't know. But I'm gonna hop out.
Okay, well, Lizzie, thank you so much. If you want to jump back in, you are more than welcome to dive into the deep end of Jester Bell's female photo bagginsness with us.
Well, I can already tell what video this is, so I could.
Yep.
So best of luck to all of you. Bye.
Bye, Lizzie.
Bye.
All right,
My
cool.
goodness.
But yeah, because I was gonna say the point I was gonna make with that is that if you look at it on paper, Tyler Perry's first credit would have been a screenplay, but he would have had years of experience before that. Writing, as the point I was gonna make.
And it's not even that. I mean, we wouldn't do this for novelists. We never say the debut novel, therefore it must be bad automatically. You wouldn't say that about To Kill a
Yeah.
Mockingbird.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's
100%.
like I hate to be the person to ask the obvious question, but because there's been this weird accusation of ghostwriting, what would be even the point of doing that? Like, what would be the goal? If they wanted the guy to write it, then they would have just let him write it. There's no point in the, do you know what I mean? What would be the point of having someone ghostwrite the script?
I think that's part of ego, because these guys really believe that they are influencing Hollywood, and so they think that if they've got the secret source, that this is actually a secret James Gunn film, then they've exposed Hollywood. I think
But
it's
for what?
it's a
Like, if
weird.
they wanted James Gunn to write it, they would have just let him write it, I think, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's the
It's
truth.
the idea of it's
Mhm.
the idea of being correct no matter what, of
Mhm.
being like and they will literally tie themselves in ideological knots where it's not going to make any basic common sense. You really have to like strain in order for it to make any kind of uh base sense at all, because they
Exactly.
will be mad if James Gunn actually wrote the movie, but they are mad that they cannot blame James Gunn for this movie, so they
Right.
try to find some indirect way to blame him because they are just
Right.
mad at him
Yeah.
entirely.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he destroyed the Snyderverse, he destroyed Superman, he destroyed all this other crap.
Yeah.
They have to have a villain.
Right.
And they also understand that people can have similar techniques, like each other. Like every time they have a needle drop, it's like, oh, they're ripping off James Gunn. Like, no, needle drops existed before that. Did anyone ever watch
Right.
freaking Saturday Night Fever? Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm seeing people in chat mention, so I'm seeing one person mention how Loomis Sunshine was a first time writing project. So was THX 1138 with George Lucas, and of course Evil Dead, one of the greatest movies of all time, in my opinion. First time director Sam Raimi. Anyway,
Is there anybody still watching?
let's just jump into this real quick.
But what I'm getting at here is the blame for me was on James Gunn and him being a part of all of this, becoming the CEO when he never should have.
He's not the CEO. What are you talking about? He's not the CEO of anything. He's in charge of the DC films.
Excuse
That's
me.
not a CEO.
He is the CEO of wokeness. Thank you very much.
It's like a department head, not a CEO. What the fuck? Okay.
CEO of the
And
wokeness.
so I wanted to be clear, I guess, in the beginning of my sort of coverage of Supergirl, that I'm not taking it out on Millie Alcock. She's just an actress who took a role in a movie that I disagree with its existence. However, as the press tour has gone on, as you can imagine,
why would you disagree
Millie
with the
Alcock
existence of a
more
Supergirl
and
movie?
more has become the center of attention, not as the star of this film, but as a person who just keeps saying the worst things, the most off-putting things in the advertisement of this film. First, there was the whole thing about how people feel they have this ownership around women's bodies, which she doubled down on and made fun of the supposed Christian dads who took issue with that.
It's not what she did.
That's not what she
That's
said.
just a lie.
Yeah,
Completely
not all
lie.
what
This
she
is the
said.
exact repeat of fucking Brie Larson, where they're
Yeah.
like twisting her words, because I know what she said, where it's like they feel like she felt that because she is like, people were already gonna dislike this movie or have a feel away about it because it's a female-led superhero movie, and she was like, I'm not gonna worry about the hate or anything like that, or the critics, because sometimes stuff ain't just made for you, that's okay, and all this other stuff. But I'm just like, y'all are, yeah. And then this
Yeah.
nonsense
I wanted to
where
post this
people
Eric
are
the
literally,
Bunks who posted this, but yeah, right here.
yeah, where they're like AI generating her to look worse, or one where she was in like a diner outfit, serving a burger. Like, you all are literally constantly proving her point, just like y'all proved
Mhm.
Brie Larson's point, like how you proved Daisy Ridley's point. That's why when y'all bitch and moan all the goddamn time about not having new actresses, or why they keep getting the old ones, or why don't we get any new whatever, like, because y'all do
Yeah.
this with them.
And not to mention the fact that Rachel Zegler had the exact same thing done to her last year for Snow White. And like,
Yep.
the idea like, oh, Rachel Zegler's career is over, and then she's like in a major stage production that like gets all these awards. Like
don't forget what I
same
said though.
year.
Theater doesn't exist to these people, so all that success she had.
Well, that's what they were saying before with
Evita.
Brie Larson also, because they were saying how she had no career and her career was over, and she was in a massive performance of Elektra over on the West End, I think, if I remember correctly. And
Yeah,
it was like a
she shaved
major
her head
award.
for it.
Yeah, super big like thing, and it's like, well, she obviously she still has a fucking career. She's in all these fucking productions. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And like they don't have a perspective of actors outside of the big blockbusters. You know, if they're not in a major production, they might as well not exist, you know? And it's like very, very specific. And it's always like a new main character. Every freaking. I've used this comparison before. There's an episode of South Park with about Britney Spears, where the whole joke of the episode is that basically she's publicly pressured to like do these outrageous things for the entertainment and the harvest, you know? And at the end of the episode, they joke that they're going to do with Miley Cyrus next. And look what happened with Miley Cyrus, too, you know? It's the same shit every time, new names, you know? Same shit, new face every time. Anyway, let's get back to this because I feel like, oh, yeah, and exactly. People were talking about Brie Larson, you know, friggin' one of the best parts of Scott Pilgrim. People love that. But they act like it's a totally different person who did that, you know? Anyway, Britney's new look. That's the one. Thanks, Chad. I forgot about that one. Anyway, back to this.
And said that those were the right people to tick off. But then there's just her going into this whole press tour and all of the talking points about this film, how it's for girls, how this gross movie where Supergirl eats poop pellets out of an alien. It's for girls.
Are you under the impression that girls can't be gross? Like, come on. But yeah, it's like it's Supergirl is. That's what I find bizarre. It's for girls. That's bad. Like, is it? Is it bad? Like,
Let this dummy keep going a little bit more because I'm trying to figure out like what.
Yeah, where's she going with this one? Yeah,
yeah.
Like, oh no, it's for girls. How bad? Let's let her talk.
As if that's what girls want to see, and you know, just marketing it in all the wrong ways about how, you know, in this movie where it's about Supergirl wallowing in her own self-pity, that it's about her learning to be her own hero. It's just all been very off-putting. But then on the press tour, just gets even worse.
Her planet blew up. How dare she feel bad?
Yeah.
Oh, she was actually conscious when it happened, unlike Clark, who was drooling on his shirt when it happened. Oh no.
That is one of the strangest arguments to make.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
No, that women don't feel pity and they don't need to go on any sort of journey of self-discovery ever. You should know that as a woman. I can't believe I have to explain that. But
I don't know.
But like the thing is like,
you're right.
But the thing is, like, she would complain if Supergirl was a fully formed Mary Sue, you know?
Yeah,
like so.
100%.
But it's
so like the question is it bad when women are perfect, or is it bad when women are imperfect?
But we also...
you can't have both. You have to have, like, if you're complaining that female characters are not given enough conflict, not given mature storytelling, okay, that's one complaint. But then you're complaining when the opposite's true. Like you what is it then? You know, like you're gonna get mad both ways. So what is it?
And in this case, it's so bizarre. We wouldn't do it for any other character. Imagine if people were like, "Oh, Magneto, you went through the Holocaust. Well, boo-hoo, cry me a river." Don't being such a whiny pansy about it. You know, it's just kind of weird. You know.
Yeah, that would be really fucked up if someone did that. But you know what? Yeah, it'd be fucking horrible.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, you know, I know this scenario is made up with Supergirl, but it kind of feels like an equivalence, you know?
Yeah, well, the more fantastical than the real. I think the difference also is that, like, if it's like a real event, people have that cultural, like, oh, I know what I felt when I went through this. Or, oh, I know someone who experienced this and I could see firsthand from them. I don't think anyone's ever had their planet blow up on Earth. I hope not, because that would involve us having a planet get blown up. So it's like that kind of thing. I don't know. It's bad when exactly. It's bad when women is the problem.
Yeah,
back
but
to
it's kind of it's being able to uh, I know again it's fiction, but it's kind of like the feeling of losing everybody you know, everybody you love. It's like that's reliable,
Exactly.
Relatable. So.
Yeah. Anyway, back to this one. Let's keep going because it's she's too slow otherwise.
Where Millie Alcock was told by this interviewer that Supergirl is supposedly a queer icon, and Millie Alcock just leaned right into that and said that sure, she doesn't live in the binary of what people think a woman should be.
Over the years, many fans have embraced Supergirl as a queer icon. What do you think is about Kara that inspires that kind of connection? I think I played a few characters that might have a potential queer through line. I have many queer friends, so honestly, I'm kind of honored. I'm honored that that's happening. But I think because she doesn't live inside the binary of what we think a woman should be, that is what makes her so special and so exciting and so new. And yeah, I kind of thought that as well. I was like, she'd do what she'd want to do in that regard anyway. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, so this is a very interesting point in that
Mhm.
Jezebel made a point, and in showing her evidence, the evidence clearly contradicted all of it.
It's funny
At
how that
least to-
happens sometimes, right? When the evidence says something totally different.
I mean,
Yeah, that completely negated her point.
I mean, I
Like all she's saying is that, oh yeah, queer audiences can relate to Supergirl because she doesn't fit the mold. Yeah,
Right.
that's the most basic fucking thing. Like how can anyone hear that and be offended by that? Like, yeah, an audience finds a character relatable because they can relate to some element of the character. That's not saying the character is this. It's not saying the character embodies all these things. It's just saying, hey, you can read this as similar to your life experience. And it's like saying, yeah, reading an X-Men comic and going, yeah, no, as a minority, you can relate to these characters because they're an oppressed group. Whatever the minority group is, it's very relatable. You can kind of transplant your life experience onto them. And I've seen that happen a lot.
Yeah.
And yet people are acting like she's saying like, oh no, Supergirl's going to have a massive foursome on screen, explicit on the way they reacted to this, it's like they're taking not just a mile out of an inch, they're taking like a whole fucking
I mean,
marathon.
that
out
has
of an
something
inch.
to do with people seeing anything that is homosexual as very sexual, and everything that is it's
Mhm.
that there's no romance in being gay. There's nothing of the sort. It's all about wild
Nothing wrong with
sex,
that,
and
yeah.
that's how they deal with it. So they project it on things like this.
Exactly. And I want to point out something too. My previous reaction to Jezebel back now over a year ago, wow, to her Harley Quinn video, which is how I first discovered her channel. She had a lot of extremely homophobic comments about Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn that implied that she felt that anyone who felt that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy should be together were projecting their personal fetishes onto the characters.
Yeah, I watched this video of yours recently about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So you saw that firsthand. So the impression there is that she is either A, extremely homophobic,
I think so.
which I think is the most likely, or B, playing into the homophobia of her audience, which would also make her also category A. If you're willing to throw a group of people under the bus to get an audience, you are no different than an average homophobe.
Yeah.
Maybe even worse. So yeah. So this is playing into her field entirely, especially because her audience, and we've seen this before with a lot of these grifter types, they do not understand. They know their audience does not actually care about the reality of what anyone's saying at all. They're just looking for reasons to be mad.
Yeah.
And like the press tour for Supergirl has been pretty mild. I think one issue with the Supergirl press tour is it's so underwhelming. There's not a lot going on. That's like particularly like
Yeah, no,
effective.
it's not. See, that's the thing, and which is interesting is that this press tour has been pretty low key, at least on my end. I've been
Mm-hmm.
seeing more press for the latest season of Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah.
I've seen more like stuff for the Vampire Lestat than I have for Supergirl in that terms.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is like very interesting in that regards. But I think it's because the studio itself wants to kind of play it safe because there's only been one other Supergirl movie, like live action Supergirl movie, and that
In
was the
the
one with
80s. Yeah.
yeah, with
That's one's
Homegirl.
bad. That one's way worse than any.
Yeah,
That
with
one's terrible.
Helen
yeah, what
Slater.
was it?
What's Helen
No,
Slater?
the one who played yeah, Helen Slater, but I'm thinking of the one who played the villain.
Oh,
Oh,
what's her name? Oh, is that it's is that
Faye Dunaway.
Faye Dunaway. There you go.
Yes, Faye Dunaway.
Yeah, no
Yes.
wire hangers, exactly. Mommy dearest herself. Yeah, no. And that one's rough. That one's a rough set, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. The best thing about it, Helen Slater was perfect casting. Everything else about that film is weirdly awful. With some
But would it have been
crazy.
better if Christopher Reeve cameoed like he was intended to show up in
Yeah,
that movie?
yeah. I mean, it
Would
would
have
have
been
been better
better.
if a lot of things had happened, but that's
Yeah.
such a weird film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this.
This is so odd to me. This
Is it?
idea that Supergirl is a queer icon, this is the first I've heard about it. She's
What
It
Oh,
is.
you
the
don't have
hell
no
is she talking
friends.
about?
Yeah, how many gay friends do you have?
You mean to tell me that Judy Garland is a queer icon? I find that very hard to believe.
Next thing I
Liza
say, Wonder Woman's a
Minnelli?
queer icon. Next thing I was going to say, Wonder Woman's a queer icon. That'd be ridiculous. Jesus
Boy.
Christ, she has no friends within that circle.
never had that kind of following in the comics, and I've never
What?
heard anything around
What?
this movie until this interview about her being that way or having that kind of
Oh,
fan
you-
base.
Well,
I
she
guess the
don't
best
go
you could say is,
outside.
like,
You
people
talk
ship
to
Lena
people?
Luthor and Supergirl in the CW show.
Yeah, no, that's a bit of a big one, right? Okay, so she does know what she's talking about. Like, oh, they just ship her with, Lena Luthor. Yeah, that's a pretty big part of the deal.
I mean, even outside it, like we were talking about the 84 film, for all its problems, that's also very sort of queer coded in certain ways. The fact that Faye Dunaway is this witch who lives in a fun fair with Brenda. Oh, I forget her name, but her friend in it. I mean,
Oh,
that
Well, I was gonna
film.
say
Well, even
too,
look at
the
the- oh, yeah.
roommate too with
Yeah.
Supergirl. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, even look
Who
at the
was
recent
what?
comic. Oh, even look at the recent comic run with what's her name in it? The
Yep.
was- where they had the whole thing. What was it? Was it 2025? Was it? I think like what was it? It was the current run. I think it was like all a little campy, but like there was the whole right here. Here we go. Yeah, like this whole thing. Like let me bring that up 1 second. Oh, I wish I could just get like these images going faster. I'm sorry, I'm so slow on my end here. Like this whole thing right here was very, I don't want to say fetish. I don't want to say it was the author's fetish, but like a little bit, this whole run, like basically about a girl who's like freaking thinks Supergirl's hot, becoming that way, There's a lot of
I mean,
elements
Where'd
to
that
it.
rabbit come from?
Oh, that's her pet rabbit. Oh yeah, that's her pet rabbit.
I mean, they've
This
also
one's
done
fun.
they've also done Elseworld stories where they depict
Mhm.
her as being lesbian.
Oh yeah, with DC Bombshells. That was
Yeah.
a very
Yeah.
a huge queer audience that whole run.
Oh.
And again, all of this is again going back to the fact that the current audience who most remember Supergirl, it's the CW show, and the Lena Luthor one. That's like one of the big ships from that whole Arrowverse world.
Yeah.
I would think like one of the top ranking ships. Yeah, Knights of Steel had her in a relationship with Wonder Woman. Exactly. Yeah. So it's a lot of different things there that, like, comic fans have been talking about for years and decades now. And so her saying, oh, I've never heard it before. You wrote for a comic book site. How have you never seen this?
I mean, also kind of counter argument. Sure, even if somebody has never heard about it before, what's so wrong about just straight up introducing new elements and things into characters? Like,
Exactly. And to your point, even then, even if you've never heard any of it before, what's wrong with other people getting something good out of something? What's so terrible about someone else enjoying something?
yeah.
Where's the downside of that?
Like we'd be having a
How
whole different thing if characters were as static as those people would like them to be.
Yeah. How dare people have fun? Exactly. Anyway, let's keep going.
Show, but if any character who was shipped was supposed to be queer, then they all would be. But yeah, Supergirl has never been a queer icon. She has never been a character that they've tried to say is bisexual, or she was always bisexual and we're just revealing it now or anything. She has never had that kind of following. And let me tell you for sure why Supergirl definitely is not that kind of character. No one cares about Supergirl. That's a big thing
You don't shut
here
the
that
hell
you have to
up.
understand.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
definitely
Just
that's
loud
definitely
and
not true.
wrong.
No,
That's what I come into, and it's immediately wrong.
I know, right?
Boy, what
Andrew,
timing.
you came at the right moment to this. We're talking about whether. Okay, Andrew, question for you, real quick.
Yes.
Supergirl. What type of fan base do you think Supergirl has?
That's a good question. I actually hadn't thought about it.
Like any description you might think of people who would probably be drawn to the Supergirl character.
Young women who probably feel a bit disenfranchised or disaffected.
Interesting you phrase it that way.
Yeah, not I wouldn't say that there's like the whole or even the majority of Supergirl fans. I don't know personally. I know that there are a lot of male fans, like legitimate male fans, not just like for the boobs or Power Girl, her Power Girl arc, but
Well, the
but
version
that
of her, yeah, that's a whole Power Girl's a whole thing.
yeah, which I'm not qualified to speak on. But yeah, I know I've met some Supergirl fans, not like hardcore fans, but people who are knowledgeable and do legitimately appreciate her. And they're generally pretty chill and have a really strong grasp of the character, and don't just default to, oh, this is girl Superman.
Yeah, exactly. So would you be surprised if I told you there's a large queer following for Supergirl?
No, not at all.
Exactly. Cool, right? There's no shock there, right?
No.
Would you then make a 17-minute long video complaining about people saying there is an audience for it while denying the fact there can't possibly be one because no one likes Supergirl?
No, I wouldn't imagine being like Jester Bell. No.
Okay, cool, excellent, good. That means you're still sane, which is not surprising because obviously.
I will say that asking about a fan base for Supergirl feels a little bit like a trick question, considering that Supergirl has been very, very starkly differently portrayed in different media. You had the Supergirl that was the alien shape-shifting person that was with the Lex Luthor clone. You had the Supergirl from Justice League Unlimited that was the kind of young adult, and then you have the Supergirl from the comics, and then Power Girl.
Yeah, well, the thing also with Supergirl from the comics is I think we're kind of neglecting is a big reason why Supergirl was kind of MIA from the comics for a while was because they killed her off.
Yeah,
and kept her kind of dead
Crisis,
or not revamped for the post-crisis for a while. She really during the 90s especially was almost non-existent in the comics basically.
Yeah, we had the shape-shifting one instead.
Exactly. It was very restricted because sorry.
What I found interesting about what she said there, though, is about mentioning how that Supergirl was never portrayed as bisexual or anything like that. And it's like, is she naive, or is she hoping that her audience will be naive to believe that being a gay icon or a queer icon means that you have to be of that group?
Yeah,
because that's not what that means.
Well, that's like saying like Xena had a massive lesbian audience, when it was airing.
Yeah,
there was nothing canon in that series, though it had a huge. Although I would argue it was basically almost canon.
Yeah,
Strong
Basically,
undertones.
Yeah, exactly. That was almost explicit without being explicit. But
Well,
like
for
even if
years,
you sorry.
as I said about Judy Garland, for years in traditional media, there've been these gay icons like Cher or Barbara Streisand who
Oh,
are
yeah.
not gay, but have a
And-
huge gay following.
And the huge irony of all of this is, okay, so who is keeping up with My Adventures with Superman?
Oh, I need to get back on it. I
Oh,
loved
let's
like
see
the
my
first
thing.
like
So
half of season
good.
1. It was
Oh yeah,
it
that's
was good when I
also
saw
that's
it,
also has a
but I don't
portrayal
have
of
HBO right
Supergirl.
now though.
That's so sad. It's so good. Well, the reason I bring it up is because this is not like a big spoiler, but like there's a scene in a very recent episode of the show for season 3 where a lot of people are like basically super excited over Supergirl, and it's implied that they all like admire her physically, and among them are several women. So it's like, so in a show that's been in production for some time now, they're so clued into the queer audience for Supergirl, even including women who are like admiring Supergirl from afar. Without saying too much, it's a new episode. I don't want to spoil it like here, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah, but I will also say
So
that
this has been known.
like the most blatantly untruth thing that has been said in this video is that nobody cares about Supergirl. That's just so
Exactly.
blatantly not true that I don't even know what to do with this statement. Especially in animation,
Exactly.
there have been movies dedicated to Supergirl at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like
And a long-running TV show too.
Well,
The only
well,
thing
the
that we
first
sorry.
the first Supergirl movie was like an infamous bomb, wasn't it? In like in the
Terrible.
80s.
Oh, we
Yeah.
were just talking about before. It's really bad. It's I would say almost unwatchably bad.
But she's been
that
doing well
Yeah.
in animation, I will say. There was the movie where she went to the future to be with the Brainiac of the future person. There was a whole
Yeah, that was fun.
movie with her training with the Amazons with Wonder Woman. Also, I
Yeah,
think
that was
that
based in the
in-
comics, the Apocalypse,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Batman / Superman. There's
Oh, I saw
also
that animated one. Yeah, it was good.
yeah, there's also again My Adventures with Superman, which is really fun. Like she's been really good in that show, where she's basically like a Saiyan crossed with Android 18.
Which is why I really want to watch it, because I've seen like not even clips, but like screenshots of when she was introduced, and she's just like a force of nature. And I'm just like, okay, this seems really interesting.
It's so good. Like, imagine if they combine her with like freaking Raditz from Dragon Ball Z.
No, don't combine her with Raditz. I don't want her to be
No,
pathetic.
but in a good way. In a good way, where it's like the
Ah.
role Raditz
I
would
think
play.
Raditz has
but,
been
like,
done
in a
dirty,
very
but maybe
good.
that's for another stream.
I think Raditz is underutilized and should have been a bigger player in Dragon Ball Z.
I think
Lord,
that
you gonna get started. Hit play before you get on your creed.
I will always argue Raditz was done dirty in Dragon Ball Z.
so.
I think
a lot of times this
I think there-
co-opting of
Yeah, so it's like Andrew.
I think there is a. Have you watched Masako X's like What If Raditz like turned good or whatever his little series is called?
have
Like
seen
I
that.
yeah, like I agree. I like the idea. I liked that Tenkaichi 2 had a What If where he like turned good, I think, but it's been like 15 plus years since I
Yeah.
played Tenkaichi 2. But yeah,
Again,
I see where you're coming from.
See,
Like,
exactly. All right,
yeah, that and like give me like Goku meeting Bardock. Anyway.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I'm gonna let Super Chats play real quick because we have some of them piling up. Real quick, only a couple, but I want
At MR Solar Sun 7174 super chatted $5. Anthony, what are your thoughts on the beef between and that Revolver Snake guy the first talked about in a previous live stream?
I don't know about that beef. I've kind of ignored Revolver Snake because he's
At
not
Barney
that important.
Nedward super chatted
tiny channel, I don't wanna
$1.99.
bombard
How
him.
about a Flintstones horror film?
Yes. Flintstones horror. Let's do it. Jurassic Park with
At
Flintstones.
Racer45 super chatted $5. I want to see people debate Jester Bell on her BS takes and how she reacts.
She would never do it because she knows she has no argument. She's not going to do that.
At Racer45 super chatted $2. Is Jester Bell this conspiracy minded?
Yes, she is. Demonstrably.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $5. This is the exact same thing they said about Rachel Zegler.
Oh, to a T. It's the
Oh,
same
yeah.
playbook every time. They have nothing else.
At Manic Preacher 1566 super chatted $6.71. I'm just happy Hollywood let a woman kick in an action movie.
100%. It's badass as hell. Love that.
At the Waverner super chatted
Hi,
$5.
Wave.
Disney releasing Hexed. I thought witch-focused stories didn't fit Disney's brand. Unless there was something else about Owl House that didn't.
No, there's something in Owl House that might have been a problem for Disney. I can't place my
At
finger
KJ
on
Zana
it.
super chatted $5. Yesterday,
Love Owl House,
the
so good.
Criterion Collection announced that they're releasing a deluxe box set of Stanley Kubrick's entire filmography in October. I'm ecstatic.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get that. Crap,
We
that
talked.
sounds good.
Yeah, that was came up on Mark's stream last night.
At
I
Eustace
love
super
it.
chatted $5.
Oh, I need to get it.
If Jester Bell is put off by Supergirl queer shipping, what does she make of her canon horse boyfriend? Thinking face I kid I know she knows nothing about comics rolling on the
Yeah,
floor
that required her
laughing.
reading the comics to know that. But she supposedly reviewed comics before becoming a YouTuber, so who do,
At
what
Nick
do I know?
Wolf 3885 super chatted $2. I see you're a man of culture, Raditz as well.
Yes, exactly.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $5. I'm interested in my adventures with Green Lantern, which is supposed to be inspired by Sailor Moon.
I mean, really, isn't Clark basically Sailor Moon so far?
At Mark M 1575 super chatted $5. Can we take a moment to dunk on Jimmy's major fumble in the new episode?
Yes, but I can't. I want to spoil it for everyone is the problem because I don't think they're expecting that right now. But that was freaking ridiculous.
Pre-existing comic book characters to say that they're queer or they're
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, I just wanted to say real quick, especially for you and me, we better brace
Mhm.
ourselves for when my Adventures with Green Lantern comes out for that one over there in
Ethan Van
Frogland to
Sciver's.
start complaining because
He's gonna be
he'll
like,
never
I
shut the
made this
fuck up.
character. He's like, I made this
Yeah,
character. It's all me. I did
he will
everything.
be insufferable. So just brace yourself, okay?
God, I'm gonna have to make fun of that when it happens. He's gonna be so like, I made this character. It's all me. I'm the one who did everything. I'm like, okay, buddy, sure. And NK Gems had nothing to do with the character's development either at all. No, I'm surely not. Far Sector been rereading again, by the way. Really good comic. Love Far Sector. Sorry, that's a whole thing.
they're bisexual, they're pansexual, they're this or that. That oftentimes happens with the popular characters or the characters who are attached to something very popular. Like, for example, the Wonder Woman movie comes out, super popular. They start to say that Wonder Woman was always bisexual. What you call it? Spider-Man Far From Home was coming out and making over $1 billion. And then there was a movement then, I'm not sure if people remember, to say that Peter Parker should be bisexual. Or
Lord, wait a
don't-
minute.
I don't remember that, but
I wonder who was
this is the
accountable for
deep
that one.
I've never heard
Oh.
people say that about Far From Home. I remember people reading Peter as trans in Homecoming because of the whole Penis Parker thing, and I was kind of shitty at the time and pushed back against it. But now I get it.
Also,
But
okay, so Kyla, should I talk about deep lore or should you?
Oh man, go for it. It's your hey, I was there for it. And I know exactly what you're talking about, but go ahead.
All
Is
right.
this about the
wow.
is
let's
this
see if
about
it's-
the
let's see if it's
actor
still
of
live.
Spider-Man talking about how
Oh, here we go. Yep, there we go.
No, this is
This is some deep
he
lore
got it.
for all of you all. So
dear.
you guys may remember that I've written for CBR in the past. And oddly enough, around the time that Far From Home did come out, an article was written by some guy on CBR talking about it. Would now, mind you, I did not pitch this article. This was an SEO-driven article that I just volunteered to write. I didn't pitch it; someone else did, an editor probably. However, there was absolutely evidence I used, mainly Andrew Garfield talking about it back when he was still playing Spider-Man, between Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. Tom Holland was asked about it. He gave a very very neutral comment. And the ships online, Archive of Our Own, had a lot of Spider-Man and Johnny Storm and Harry Osborn and Spider-Man pairings on there.
Oh, and especially between him and Deadpool, depending on who where
Yep.
you look.
Well,
Yeah.
Deadpool's different. He's canonically panned. But yeah, no. So I actually was, but that was again before, way before Far From Home came out. Also, Far From Home was not accountable for making Spider-Man popular. I don't know if I tell you this. He kind of had an audience beforehand.
Really?
Also, I know, shocking. I don't know. There's very obscure characters, Spider-Man from Marvel Comics.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Boy.
Yes. So yeah, there are even reaction videos to that article too. Anyway, but the point is, so I've had people pissed off at me for over a decade now. People get angry at me online today. Y'all gotta get in line. They've been pissed off for years now with what I've put out.
And they need to go
I
touch
remember
grass.
that boy.
Oh, that was
Also, let's not gloss over what she said before that.
With Wonder Woman,
Apparently,
exactly.
One sexual lesbian after the film came out.
That's
Really?
news. That's news to everyone who's read
I mean,
Wonder Woman comics.
Does she know who created Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, only that, but they were hearings about Wonder Woman making people queer. Thanks of the innocent, important and infuriating texts in comic history. It always comes back to Seduction of the Innocent, but there are chapters of that book that argue that Wonder Woman in the 40s was making young girls into lesbians. This was a point of discussion that has been in the works for fucking decades, and even the most basic cursory look at comic book history could tell you that.
I mean, this, like you said, this is basic stuff. This is what every comic fan knows. So if this doesn't expose her as a complete tourist, then I don't know what
Well, her
would,
audience doesn't really know either.
No,
they don't care to know.
Yeah,
well, it's like,
true.
did you guys see that video a while back? It was talking about like comic podcasters and stuff like that. And there was this one clip where they were talking online, whose work I really like, but I'm just trying to blank on his name. He asks these two podcasters, "Hey, what's your favorite Iron Man Mandarin story?" And they just have a blank. They have no reaction to it. Yeah, because no one fucking reads the Mandarin. No one cares about the Mandarin. There you go. There's your proof right there. And it's like a lot of these influencers online, they talk about comics but don't fucking read them, or have never read them in the past, and talk about what the Wikipedia articles tell you. And if all you read is a Wikipedia article, you don't know some of the subtleties of the comics, some of the implications, the individual panels, the in gags, what meta conversations with the characters been going on for decades between different writers and different runs.
The emotionality of the story.
Exactly,
that's a huge one.
Hell,
like I'm a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. When before the HD collections, this whole story was scattered. There were people story through wikis and it wasn't sticking because Kingdom Hearts does not scan in plain text summaries. So like having to actually like parse all of that between people who only know half of what's going on or barely have an idea of what's going on in these winding like episodic narratives, comic knowledgeable than the people they're trying to preach to.
Exactly. And
I
was
was going
to say one thing real quick. Cut you off there.
No, I was just going to say I would be remiss if I didn't point out when Organized Chaos debated Eric July, and Eric July didn't know Amazing Spider-Man. Amazing Fantasy 15 was the first appearance of Spider-Man.
Oh God, that was hilarious, and he had to wait for someone in chat to tell him about it. No, but I'll tell you this real quick too. If Krim were on this chat, he would be pushing another example of a queer ship in comics that most people don't know about: Tim Drake and Connor Kent. You know. That's a major ship in comics that never is canonized, even though Tim is now bisexual and John Kent is bisexual, not Connor Kent.
Wait,
John Kent.
Tim Drake and Connor Kent?
Well,
Yeah,
Tim Drake.
the
Yeah, that's a big
clone.
ship. Yeah, the first Superboy, the main Superboy from the
Oh,
the
that
Rated
one. Yeah, okay,
Superman
okay,
storyline.
makes,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
but he's like that's like a major ship. Not in the comics itself, but it's been teased several times. And even Kitty Pryde with Magic for years was shipped in the comics, especially in
Yeah.
Excalibur, but not in like the. And now Kitty Pryde's canonically bisexual, and it's implied Magic is, I'm pretty sure, but that was teased for decades beforehand.
I
So
mean,
it's like
pre-internet,
Wait,
people were
hold on.
shipping.
Isn't
Hawk and
Magic
Thor.
Colossus's sister?
yes.
That opens a lot
But
of
yeah,
interesting
Oh yeah.
speculations about Kitty Pryde and her. I don't know.
Well, because
He's
there's
drawn to the
moments in the comics
family,
where
I
they sleep in the
guess.
same bed. They're cuddly. They're very affectionate, and there's some implication there.
No,
And
I
now
feel like it
canonically,
more
Kitty Pryde is
implies
bisexual.
about her being drawn to the Rasputin family in particular.
Oh yeah, because she also dates Colossus canonically
Yeah.
too. Anyway, back.
And none of this.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say none of this is new because people were shipping Kirk and Spock and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson long before the internet came about. So
Oh, long before. Yeah. Anyway, back to this. So let's keep going with this.
He's bisexual, or he could be bisexual. Like these people who do this are insecure in themselves, and they want to
Deeply
latch
insecure.
on to something popular to declare that it is just like them. And so that they will validate themselves, and to co-opt something popular to get it out there to the most people, so to speak. That
Okay, so again, it's the gay people taking over them.
Right. What's the co-opting?
Oh no,
exactly?
it's the gays.
Well, what's
We
what's
can't
the
allow the gays
what
TM
is
to take over our super.
what is being co-opted exactly?
I have no idea. She's completely out of like, and again, like it's implying like it's a deep set insecurity in the people involved doing it. Like, no, it's just people want to think it makes sense. It's like when people are reading comics in any relationship and reads a certain way, and they ship it. It's as nothing. Like there's tons of people, for example, who read into different connections with characters and find something there. Again, it was between Batman and Catwoman. Originally, that was not canon. It was fans pointing out Batman and Catwoman had good chemistry. And over the years, those fans became writers, and that became the writing of the character. Like that's the
Right.
example right there, Whereas something like, say, forcing Harley Quinn to be with Deadshot in the Suicide Squad comic back in the New 52, that read as inauthentic. And so it kind of got forgotten about.
So what she's saying here is that people who aren't true fans of the property will try to co-opt it and twist it towards their own political biases, and yet she doesn't realizes how much projection she's doing.
No,
By
none at all.
showing her ass about her knowledge of Wonder Woman. Just
Yeah.
as
It's
the
different when
best
she
example.
does it.
No, it
It's
doesn't count
it's
when she does
okay
it.
when she does it. Yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't count.
It's fine then.
Yeah, it's
I
totally fine. She's
mean,
not
it's
doing
just
anything.
it's just a long way to say LGBT characters should not be in comics. It's just a long-winded way to say that, to be honest.
Yeah. I wonder if she has any thoughts on Iceman either, by the way.
Yeah.
Who is not a popular character, really.
People were very angry when Iceman became gay. I still remember
Yeah.
that
Oh,
backlash.
they're still mad of it. They're still raging about it. Yeah, they can die mad.
That is what happens with these various characters from comics who weren't LGBT before, but then they get co-opted to that. But where I can tell you that is not happening with Supergirl is, once again, no one cares. No, people don't care as much about DC Comics in general anymore.
What?
And no one really cares about the character
Hold on,
of
let him-
Supergirl.
I'll
Even
cook.
Superman as an IP in general struggles. The first Superman did not light the world on fire at the box office, so people are not going to care about a spin-off version of him that isn't even the same version as in the comics. But Millie Alcock went on.
Okay,
and
okay,
just,
she's pausing.
Okay, all right.
DC
She was cooking and she cooked and she burnt the food because, girl, what in the entire hell are you talking about?
in
Like,
the absolute universe of DC currently, really? Like, no. Okay.
I mean,
okay,
if people genuinely, if people didn't care about Supergirl as much as she claims, he wouldn't be making a video about Supergirl.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been how many seasons of the Supergirl show on TV?
Well, and just the
6.
reduction of the character to being like, oh, another version of him, but like that, like that
That is so
is
wrong.
so, yeah, it's so wrong. It's so regressive. Just like that, that shows me that not only do you not really care about the source material that you're talking about, that you're supposedly trying to, I don't know, protect or something, or show
Mhm.
like, oh, they're ruining the vision, but that you're just absolutely full of it. See,
I
it's stuff
Yeah.
like
mean,
that where I'm gonna have to go in like a minute, but I will say that this is a perfect reminder of why I typically don't go at like or deal with people like Jester Bell, and it's because I genuinely don't respect a thing that has come out of her mouth. It has
Yeah,
all
no.
been innate drivel, and I'm just like, you either wholeheartedly believe this, or you're literally just deciding to make up stuff to prove this point because it's popular, and you want them views and you want that money, because this makes no sense.
She used to write for a comic review site too, which is more where she
What?
focused on Batman comics. Yeah. So her before becoming a YouTuber, I did a whole deep dive on her a while back. She wrote for like I think it was batmannews.com, something like that. And she was reviewing comics, Batman comics
That
specifically. So her saying no
that
one
must have
cares about
been
DC
Batman
is
with a
wild.
dash.
I know, right?
It's
Yeah, right. But like,
Like
look,
Dash
Bat
Man.
Dash Man.
right,
also, again, it's also kind of depends on the medium. I know that DC has been outdoing Marvel a lot in the animation department.
well, yeah, but even then, like the comic. Oh, I will say this: the competition between DC and Marvel in animation has gotten a lot more narrow since they did X-Men '97. That
Right,
really
yeah.
does shrink the gap between them in a lot of ways, I think. And also, My Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, really good cartoon too. But like again, it's like in the comics currently, DC is outselling Marvel by a good margin. And it's a combination of good storytelling, smart business decisions, and making the comics affordable to average readers with their new like collector, those like little compact editions, right?
Mm.
Like a comic Drake did a video on this a while back, and he was like talking to me about before he put it out. Um, the idea with DC's new comic line, they have these little inexpensive, cheap, more not inexpensively printed, not cheaply printed, uh, editions of entire major storylines, and it's all in one volume. It's nice, compact, inexpensive, like $10 for like a major chunk of comic that would have cost you like $50 in a normal glossy page print they used to do, like the hardcover old original prints they used to do for trade paperbacks. And it's really, really good. And it's incredible how this business decision is allowing DC to become more accessible to more people very quickly. And it's
And
all
can I
older
just
stories, sure, but yep, sorry.
and can I just say, like, so I haven't picked up like any comics in several years,
Mhm.
like since like long before like lockdowns actually.
Mm.
And even then I never got individual issues. I just got trades, and I was
Yeah.
very choosy. I mostly got DC stuff because there were a lot of very easy jumping on points. I did not need to know much background with like New 52 Batman #1 and like the Court of Owls story or anything like
Mm.
that. But I was like, all right, well, let me jump into Marvel. And I started with like the most recent Spider-Man #1 trade. It was the Parker luck. So right after
Mm.
Superior Spider-Man. And it just throws you in and is like constantly saying like, hey, if you want to understand this, then read this issue of the Fantastic Four and all this stuff. And it's just like every other page almost felt like an advertisement for back issues or other books that were running concurrently. Whereas the DC stuff, there were crossovers, obviously. Like I read what was it, Future's End? Terrible
Oh,
story.
yeah.
They did Terry dirty.
Yeah.
But the point is like I could jump in to like any DC run I wanted at that point and I would have been fine. Whereas Marvel, I felt like I had to do homework.
Well, the problem also with the runs is that it feels like every writer's run feels like a fresh start in the character with a lot of DC stuff. Not every time, but a lot of the time. With like I'll say this: like when reading like the Fantastic Four, I just started reading rereading the who was it who was doing it back in the 2000s? Oh, I'm drawing a blank on the writer. Oh, famous writer too. Driving me crazy. Anyway, it starts with a little PR issue, like kind of going, "Oh, why are the Fantastic Four popular?" And like a PR guy going to going to the Baxter Building and following the
we
Fantastic
are
Four for a day, and it humanizes all the characters very quickly, very effectively, and it just Mark Waid. There we go. Thank you, Mark Waid's one. Thank you, and it gets you right into the story so quickly, so efficiently. You're like, okay, who are the Fantastic Four? Well, they're a family. They're adventurers. They're explorers, and you get like a good sense of who they are very quickly.
I mean,
But again, there you go.
with comics, we're kind of touching upon a problem that both DC and Marvel has, namely that the story is not really. It's in the beginning of Marvel and maybe DC, the story was kind of allowed to progress. Like Peter Parker went from high school to university, his life actually progressed. There was a continuous story to it, and it's not really allowed to happen in like
Please don't
superhero
make me
comic
think
books.
about. Don't make me think about how Spider-Man has not changed as a character in years, but somehow the comic book storyline for Spider-Man is now devoted to showing how Norman Osborn can be redeemed. I'm nostalgic for when Norman Osborn was a bad guy in the comics.
Right, but it's
Yeah, and the thing is,
like
too, go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
I feel like it's something that the movies and animations are more willing to do. Like even the Marvel Cinematic Universe is just kind of willing to move the story forward. Does that make sense?
It does. And the problem also is status quo is king. You know, like a big complaint about superhero movies is how the status quo never changes at the end. Well, in the comics, it's 10 times worse because any changes you do get eventually will be changed back.
Yeah.
War Day is the cruelest example of this. Honestly, everything with Civil War is a cruel example of this because it all got revoked when they got bored of writing the storyline, basically.
Yeah. Like
Anyway,
a lot of
some
those
super
stories would have been really meaningful and impactful if they were
Yeah.
allowed to
Ended.
stick. Like even like the Superior Spider-Man storyline was pretty good, but then it feels like filler now.
Well, I mean, it had a story with a beginning and end, but still, I hear you there.
Also, real quick, before you start playing those super chats, I'm gonna dip. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you so much,
I
Kyla,
hope
for being on.
y'all, yeah, I hope you all have fun and try not to let all your brain cells die watching this girl. All
That'd be
right.
very difficult.
I will not
can't do that.
internalize anything.
All right.
All right. I'll see you all later. Bye.
Have a good
All right,
one.
have a good
Bye.
night.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's let some super chats play real quick. So if you've been piling up. Not too many, I don't think. Oh, welcome. Oh, thank you as a member 15 months. Oh, God, Jester Bell. Fair enough.
At Revenovan 300 super chatted $4.99. I remember when Peyope were making videos saying Peter was gonna be a Carol Danvers simp based off one line in the FFH trailer.
Oh, God.
Such
yeah.
unserious people.
So unserious. Not even funny. I wave.
At the Waverunner super chatted $5. Hollywood discovers this huge online phenomenon to adapt, even more popular than the Backrooms. It's not just huge, it's Omega verse.
Oh God. I fear the Omegaverse movies. That'd be
At
terrifying.
Olivia
but inevitable.
Williams purple fairy super chatted $1.99. Projecting much Jester Bell.
Exactly. Always projecting with her. Always a projection.
At Glitch 3119 super chatted $4.99. Glitchico is late to a stream again. Loudly crying, skull, pensive face.
I love it. Reads out the emojis. It's perfect. Half the price of admission right there. Just hearing
At
the
Ems
emojis
Vanessa
read out.
Vengeance super chatted $10. Jester Bell wouldn't survive trying to argue against the Ace interpretation of Sherlock Holmes.
No.
I would imagine she'd base her argument off of BBC Sherlock, which just isn't the same as Book Holmes.
No, a much worse character. And even then they talk about shipping in the movies, in the show too.
At Glitch 3119 super chatted $9.99. Every time I see grifters get all mad and say stuff about how people don't care about insert thing here, I'm like, clearly you care about it, but also, oh my god, who the hell cares? It's just a movie.
Exactly. If you don't care about it, don't fucking talk about it. It's easy. Thank you for the member for 7 months there. What's wrong with the an Omegaverse? I love Omega Man. Omega Mark. Not quite that one. Thank you for member the man with a plan 7678. Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm going to temporarily let you guys have control. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. There's a lot of water I've been consuming. So I fully trust you all to manage the chat properly. If anyone leaves for any reason and if the view account dips, I'm going to throw something at you across the country. I'll be right back.
Or across the globe.
I have full faith in you. I believe in you.
Well,
see, he does this on purpose. He puts all this pressure on us.
Well, it's been a
yeah.
calm night tonight. No bombs, no drones, no missiles. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, last time this happened, you left it to me and Mark. It was a little awkward. Not that Mark and I don't like each other. Just he just has. Have you seen any good movies lately? And I was like, I have not been able to go to the theater. And for Mark, that's like super deflating.
Yeah.
I felt terrible.
Yeah, he is a passionate film critic. My passion for going that many times. I used to go quite regularly, but really don't anymore. But yeah,
Same.
he sees a lot of films.
Yeah, I have my degree in cinema studies. I want to go to the movies more, but fucking money. I mean, like AMC has like their A-list thing, so like you could see like 3 movies a week, which is cool. But like, I don't know if there are like 3 movies in a week that I can
Hello,
justify
Vladimir.
seeing.
Yeah, it's a lonely night.
Like time-wise.
And I
Yeah,
even
yeah,
a
we've got
show
similar
of a much
schemes over
bigger
here,
content
and
creator
it's not.
tonight.
It's actually not that
It's been a calm
expensive
night
in
tonight,
my
no
local,
bombing.
but
Hello,
it
Vladimir.
is just like finding the time to. 'Cause it's not just leaving your house. It's a drive and a drive back, and then you probably need to get food at some point, and it's a whole thing. So
Yeah.
we've seen my partner and I. We've seen 2 films in the last month, which is pretty good for us.
Yeah, I want to go see Toy Story 5 because obviously, and then Supergirl comes out this weekend, and I honestly that kind of snuck up on me because I really liked Superman last year, and so welcome back. We held down the fort long enough.
Oh, no. You're not supposed to say hold down the fort, okay? Hold the fort.
I'm back. What's up?
That is the same.
What happened? Did I miss anything?
I'm raging against hold down the fort versus hold the fort.
Oh. Well, you see,
We
I'm
have
actually holding down the foot. It's moving. You see, it's built on the back of a turtle, and it's migrating across the. Yeah, you see, you gotta think. You gotta think like you're living in what was it, Discworld?
I will
I need to read
also
Discworld.
will also rage against I could care less versus I could not care less.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean that's just grammar.
I do love a grammatical argument, but let's dive into Jester Bell's madness before we lose our minds too much.
Just kept leaning into this when another interviewer from a place called Queerly Media, where I have never heard of that before. Why are they getting these people to conduct these interviews?
Jester Bell, you worked for a Batman review site. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Come on. It's a magazine outlet with a clear audience. That's why they're there.
Yeah, like it's in the name.
Into it
Yeah, exactly.
Even further.
About Kara's queerness in the comics, was that something that you explored when you were preparing for the role?
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all, if anything.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I don't really know, but it should probably go both ways.
Now, I have a lot of things to say about this. First of all,
Why? What do you have to say about that?
Well, yeah, it's a
drunk in
stupid
these
red
interviews?
carpet answer.
Yeah, it's a dumb question. It's like this is how little material they have to grift on. You have to take a random question from a random publication that she answered just very neutrally, very
a non-answer, really.
Yeah, really, there's nothing really to mind there. It's like a quote they'll take out of context and like mess around. It's a nothing burger, beyond a nothing burger. There's nothing there.
Oh my. Oh God. Have you had a nothing burger? It is so unsatisfying.
Well, what's in it? Just two bun. Actually, I will say
I
this.
I do have a story.
I have a story too. I was out with friends over the weekend, and we ordered what was called a hangover sandwich. It was a
Okay.
sandwich with hash brown, bacon, and a sunny side up egg. It's amazing.
Okay.
It's fantastic.
I've had something very similar.
Oh, it's great. It's amazing. It's the best kind of breakfast sandwich. It's like, oh, it's fantastic. I love this. Except we had in the middle of the afternoon, so it was
I
great.
still think that the best
Yeah,
kind of
but-
sandwich is banh mi.
What was that?
Vietnamese sandwich. Banh mi.
Oh yeah, no, that's really good too. Different, but really good.
No, but I have had a nothing burger, not by choice. I went to Culver's. This was like a year or two ago, and I asked for my regular, like butter burger, cheese bacon only.
Yeah.
And I don't check the food that I get from the drive-through before I go home. I just go home.
Yeah. Of course.
And this time, this served me very poorly because I get home, I give my partner at the time her sandwich, I unwrap mine, and they gave me just bacon and cheese on it because there was no patty. It was a literal nothing burger.
Well,
That
bit
is
of advice.
evil. No,
A
that's
bit of advice for you,
terrible.
If that happens again, what you need to do is you need to take that nothing burger to a chud, and they will make an entire meal out of a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Oh
give
my
it to
God.
Jezebel. She make a whole freaking like lasagna 7-course dish out of it based on how much she's dragging this nothing burger out.
What would I get if I brought it to Shad?
Oh God. Oh God. You would get if you bought the shad, God. You probably get a novel out of it.
Or
that
or
and,
the quartering. Oh God.
oh,
I'd
oh,
I'd probably get an
quartering-
encyclopedia out of it.
bizarrely, the quartering might give you next to nothing out of it. he might just give you multiple nothing burgers. Is the problem.
Well,
Shad at the least is good at like
the
dragging out a
quartering
conversation.
will first try to sell you his coffee.
Yeah, no, he will.
I
just
don't
sell you
like
back the
coffee though, Jeremy.
He'll be like, we're gonna drop lift. We totally make the beans. We're not just renting it out.
Oh God, yeah.
Also,
Well, at
enjoy
least
my
you-
racetrack. I spent $10,000 building it in my
My
backyard.
God. Oh my God.
Well, at least you know you wouldn't get coffee from Shad.
No, yeah, no. Shadow just take you to his castle in his swamp that sinks into the swamp.
Oh God. I feel like if quartering had like a plushie with like a voice box that like went off if you squeezed it, one of his voice lines would be "I miss my wife."
I don't
Oh,
think that would be the case. I don't think he misses his wife.
Not as a person, but as a status symbol. As an
Oh.
indicator of status, he misses her.
True. Because he had that whole drunken complaint about like I didn't actually feel anything for anyone. That was like such a bizarre. Anyway, one of his voice lines probably you had to hide CSAM on your computer probably. Anyway,
Ugh.
which is such a bizarre thing anyone would. Anyway, on that note, let's just go with female Frodo Baggins here.
Because she seems to be acting strangely. And with that, I was reminded Millie
Is she?
Alcock was actually, she was the girl from the famous video of the girl who was drunk at the Golden Globes.
And blimey, here goes the music. And one thing I was going to say, which is really is, I noticed when we
And it made me think, oh, is that how she got the role? James Gunn saw her as a girl who just does not hold her liquor very well and decided, yep, that is Supergirl. That is the exact Supergirl that I want. But further to go into this,
I love how she says that just to demean her. Like, oh, she was drunk at the Golden Globes. And I even like just like hiccuping.
That was half the
once.
audience.
Yeah, like that wasn't even like super drunk. She just like hiccuped. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, as if no man has ever got drunk at an award show.
No, never. Men have never gotten drunk ever under any circumstance at a public event, ever. Under
And
no circumstance.
And I will say this, like just looking at that clip, like it was kind of endearing.
Yeah, it was sweet. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cute. It's not like anything.
I
There's nothing
mean-
wrong with it.
Also, all that red carpet stuff, trying to allude to the fact that she's drunk. She's not drunk. She's just enjoying herself. And
Yeah.
if Jezebel understood what enjoying herself meant, maybe she'd appear to be drunk. But
Maybe she wouldn't be doing what she's doing.
I guess
Yeah.
joy would be a foreign concept to Jezebel. That is fair. It's like, it's bizarre. It's like she's acting so strange. Is she? Like, she just seems like she's just talking with, like, all the questions she's answered, she's giving very professional, very simple, very direct answers. And like, the big thing is that the people asking them are the ones who are like, who Jezebel's acting like. The thing is, she's just answering questions asked of her. Like, there's nothing else to it than that. It's not complex. So this seems like such a big nothing out of nothing. Anyway.
This is just the most off-putting marketing campaign where it's leaning into all the things that have been turning off audiences to these films. First of all, the way she keeps leading into this supposed idea that Supergirl is a queer icon, when that is straight up coming out of nowhere, and I think it's coming out of nowhere just to bring any kind of attention on this film. Like, she says that it's a special film because there's not a man in it or something like that. And I don't know if she means it's special because it doesn't star a man and this is Supergirl, or if she means that it's special because Supergirl does not have a male love interest. And
you showed the clip. She says there's no love interest in the story. It's not about a love story, which is why it's special. That's why, like, your own evidence. Okay, here's the thing about Jezebel that annoys me too. Like, it's one thing if you don't script, right? You can edit. You know, like she can edit the footage and the evidence in. Why would you look at that evidence and then go, oh wow, I guess I forgot to mention this element of it? You know for a fact to include the clip. You have the answer to your question. You can always edit out these blustering moments where you're not sure about something.
But that would require being competent.
What? No. Competent? Bizarre. Like, even if you go for the improvised standard, I get that. I've improvised a few videos sometimes, but it's like, I just find it baffling. I really find this whole thing baffling. Ugh, it's maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because we care too much about what we put out, but something about this drives me nuts.
it's not about love and all of that kind of stuff, because that's a popular thing to promote, right? But once again, I went over this in my video.
What is she talking about?
How this is just the opposite of what appeals to girls. They have been really trying to sell this idea that there's something special about female characters not having male love interests, when in fact it has been years where that is not the norm anymore. Most of the time, female leads do not have love interests, and if they do, severely downplayed and emasculated characters.
Okay, Chesterville, name an example. Even Snow White has a love interest. You know?
And moreover, the reason it keeps happening is because people like Jezebel keep complaining about it.
Exactly. Like, for years, the complaint was that every single story involving a woman was like a love story in some way. Like, so looking at the main female leads in movies who have come out recently, first off, how many of them actually are there in terms of like superhero genre films? Wonder Woman. Both films are centered on a love interest. You have Captain Marvel. So again, that's fair. Captain Marvel doesn't have any romantic stories in that at all. Or the Marvels for that matter. But Ms. Marvel had romantic stuff in it. She-Hulk had romantic stuff in it. You look at WandaVision with Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, that's all love story stuff right there.
Yeah.
In terms of the genre we're talking about, that's simply not the case. Or hell, Lois Lane's whole thing in Superman was a love story right there. Female lead in Superman, it's a love story right there. So like even in Peacemaker, it's a love story right there. Even Creature Commanders, there's the whole Lady Frankenstein thing. Like all of that is romantics or either romance or anti-romance in all of those so far with DC specifically. So it's like none of this makes any damn sense. It's all really stupid. Like, all of it's so stupid. She's just rambling out of her ass because it's the talking point with, oh, well, with Snow White, they said, oh, this Snow White doesn't, it's not, she's not doing things because it's a man doing it. It's all Snow White recycled talking points. That's the problem. Black Widow, I guess Black Widow also, but Black Widow had tons of romantic storylines in the Marvel universe before that. So it's like none of them, Rey and Kylo, exactly. There's a romance there. It's just stupid. She-Hulk and Daredevil went hard in that show. Well, Daredevil was a little slut. So let's be perfectly honest. Daredevil's a little slut.
Matt Murdock was a very lucky man.
Matt Murdock gets with everyone. The guy sleeps around a lot.
I wouldn't know. I only I've only watched the first season of Daredevil. So
well, he gets. There are a lot of people he ends up with over the course of these things. I think She-Hulk was like the third or fourth person he was with, if I'm correctly. Definitely the third, because with Elektra and Deborah Ann Wolf's character. I'm drawing a blank. Karen Page. Karen Page. There we go. Thank you. I drew a blank.
Oh, he got with Karen.
For a second there. Oh,
damn. I don't know if I'm ever gonna watch it, so you're fine.
Sorry if I spoil it.
It's fun. And plus, here's the thing too: is like I don't know the context. So what did you really spoil for me?
True. Imagine Chuck Tingle monster. Oh God, by Guillermo del Toro. See Chuck Tingle doing that. Anyway, but the point is, like, these characters all have love interest. Hell, fucking Jessica Jones. I almost Jessica Drew there for a second. Right there already. There's a story right there. And it's like all these characters do have female love interests, in comic books especially. So, Jezebel, what the fuck are you talking about?
Also, if I remember correctly, like, wasn't the whole, I don't know, like, did these people complain about that not being the case anymore, and yet they still kind of push for this norm where that should be the norm at the same time?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, sorry.
I was just because they want to have their cake and eat it. Because if they don't like romance stories in their comic book films either. So you can't win whatever you do.
Yeah, you're damned if you damned if you don't. And like the thing is that I find so bizarre about this, there is no romance in the movie. She's with no one. So all of this discussion about how Supergirl is or is not queer, which, by the way, she never said. She's never said the character is bisexual. She just said, "Oh, I can see why people can." She doesn't fit into the binary of how these characters are usually written, which is even there to just say she breaks the mold, the most generic sentence possible. Our female character breaks the mold. The most generic statement you can make about a character. Gay audiences can relate to the character. Okay, that's not saying the character is gay or bi or anything. It's like this entire discussion is entirely manufactured by grifters.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting mad over literally nothing, like nothing.
I mean, if you were to be a little bit candid and mean, it's just because they don't really have anything else going on. They don't really have any discerning talent. It's all about, bills are due. We gotta do the anti-wokeness, quote unquote, grift.
Yeah. I mean, the reality simply is there's not a lot to talk about with this movie. That's the bigger issue. If you really want to get mad at something, be mad at the fact there's not a whole lot of meat to grab onto with this story. Outside the Tom King story, it's a very tightly written narrative, sure, but it's not like super. There's nothing in it that you typically will talk about in the context of like.
But in this case, it doesn't even the meat doesn't matter because this person has betrayed her game at the very beginning when she said, "Oh, I don't even have anything against the actress. I am against this movie existing." Period. Which I think,
And she's been talking about like Supergirl for like 6 months now, basically straight. And there's so little to talk about. How do you really mind that conversation? You attack the actresses. That's what works with Snow White. That's what works with everything. They always attack the actress involved. And it just feels very, it's very bland. Is the problem?
Yeah, but
Yeah, she
people
said she swings
still.
both ways, but like she said she could swing both ways, but like in a way, in that safe kind of offhanded kind of way. It's not really saying the character is though. She's saying, "Oh, I can see that," which is interview on the spot kind of offhand commentary. It's not like an official statement. It's just like, oh, it's a casual sort of chit chat kind of thing. It is as generic a statement as you can possibly make. It's not saying anything. Anyway,
they are. So to celebrate this film, you know what's really special about the Supergirl movie is that it doesn't have a man in it. There's no male love interest. And I love how it's just so blatant here. The celebration supposedly is, you know, if Kara was to have a male love interest, that would be objectionable. But if Kara is, you know, maybe swings both ways, as Millie Alcock says, and is maybe open to all of this, then that is the admirable thing. That is what we would strive to see in a female character. And I suppose a female character, you know, being open, swinging both ways rather than having a male love interest, that is the more desirable thing in writing, right? Like, it's just the most off-putting.
I don't know what
thing
any
here.
of
Once
that
again,
meant.
nothing she just said meant anything. Like, what the
She's
fuck are you
saying
talking
words,
about?
but
Like, what the fuck does any of that mean? You know, it's like saying, "Oh yeah, no, it's admirable." What are you talking about? Like, say something. She has so little to say. She's just
I
rambling.
mean,
What is he even talking about?
it all amounts to I hate gay people. I hate them
Yeah,
homosexuals.
yeah.
That's just basically it. You just cut off all the fluff, and it's just I hate seeing gay stuff in my movies and my media.
Yeah, the very idea of gay people or bi people getting something out of a character is enough to piss her off, which shows Jezebel is weaker than wet tissue paper as a person. Like, she can't handle someone different from her enjoying something. And I mentioned this before, the same thing happens with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. She did the same. These are the same talking points she gave there too. She was so angry about fans ruining both characters that she didn't even want the characters to exist anymore because she felt that shipping them was that making them a canonical relation in a canon relationship ruined both characters. It was ridiculous what she was saying. So she's just kind of like continuing this weird train of thought. Anyways, let's keep going because we do have a little bit left here to go. I'm going to speed her up because she's not saying anything.
Yeah.
So I feel like we can go with 1.5 speed.
Supergirl has never been a queer icon that is coming straight out of nowhere, and none of this is appealing. Millie Alcock's behavior around here, like I said, it seems like she's drunk. Either way, there's just nothing about this that is appealing. This movie had no reason to lean into these tropes. Like, I don't agree with this movie turning Supergirl into Star-Lord.
Wait. When did what leaning into what tropes?
I
Like, what are you talking about?
the gay tropes, I guess. The drunk. I don't know.
I don't even know, y'all.
I thought it was embarrassing in interviews. James Gunn is talking about making Supergirl into Star-Lord, making her this anti-hero, and it's not altruistic by Superman is somehow original. When this is most of superheroes. They're cynical. The people behind the scenes do not believe in traditional heroism. So they have to do this. Is all
I'm a
James Gunn has
guest
ever
on
done.
a
I don't know why he
show
thinks that
of
this
a
is
media
original or gonna pass as that.
commentator.
Appeal to tradition.
Yeah, appeal to tradition, exactly. Also, is she unaware that it's a Tom King story? Like, it's based on a Tom King comic, like almost shot for shot the Tom King comic. Is she unaware of this?
I just cannot respect this argument, quote unquote, of oh, it's never been like this. It has never been like this. It was never supposed to be like this. I mean, okay, but it is now.
Yeah, and even then, like it's literally based on the comic, like a specific comic too. So it's like it's not even like an obscure. Oh, we're just making shit up. This story is directly adapting a comic. So it's like, what even going off of, y'all?
I mean, that's true.
But yeah, like I said, this movie was already.
Anyways,
No one wanted it. There's a severe disinterest in superheroes now. Supergirl in particular was never going to sell, but Millie Alcock in particular has just become the most unlikable face of this movie. And cackling, I guess, about how there's no man in this movie, there's no male love interest. That's not going to endear anyone to the film. Like I said, this is something that they do not want to admit. The majority of women out there like men. I know that people don't like to hear that, but it's true. And the majority of women still are the audience for romance out there. So actually, and I've said this again and I'll keep saying it, the removal of romance from female stories in Hollywood is actually making them less appealing to women at large. Meanwhile, there's nothing that they have done to make this appealing to men. This whole Supergirl is queer and she doesn't need a man and that makes her story so much better. Do you think that is going to make male audiences flock to this movie? No.
Yes. Come on, you dumbass.
I mean, the point is not even. I don't even like how she twists the thing that was said about the no man lead and no love interest. It's not about the character needing no man or whatever. It's about there being more different types of storytelling than just one archetype.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I find it so bizarre how like people back in the day, this was like years ago, would like use the I remember when this is not exactly a metric of good storytelling, but I remember like when Joss Whedon was writing a Wonder Woman script. He wrote it for men to watch, and it centered Steve Rogers as the main character as opposed to Wonder Woman. So like if we cared about hey, what's going on there? Oh man, amazing Spider-Man. If you haven't seen his stuff, it's awesome. Watch that right there. Supergirl's woke propaganda. My wife left me. Yeah, no, exactly. What's going on, PSM? Oh man. No, but like this is what it feels like with this nonsense. It's like, okay, actually, no, you're not derailing thing. Actually, okay, so we have concluded here so far, based on what Jezebel's done so far, that she doesn't understand the freaking audience. That's the problem with this. Like, she's talking about Supergirl despite having no understanding of the fan base, acting like Supergirl's a very unpopular character, not trying to understand the character, taking quotes out of context and extrapolating them, and acting like she knows what's going on. And it just seems like that's the kind of metric that we're dealing with here. And I think we've seen enough of Jezebel, so I'm gonna put her aside for a second. There is one other creator I want to talk about here. Unfortunately.
Who is it?
You're not gonna like this one either. I guarantee.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no, this is where unfortunately we're not gonna watch the whole thing.
Okay.
This is an older video.
The New York results are in.
Press world. All these controversies.
Oh no!
I'm so sorry. I'm
so
sorry.
No, is it the critical?
I can't believe you do this to me.
Oh yeah, I recognize.
I'm gonna let some super chats play. Let a couple super chats play first, but But yeah, no. We'll wrap after this one.
At
but
Mike
yeah.
Manhattan 93 super chatted $2. F the big two. Image and Dark Horse for life.
Image and Dark Horse for life. Oh, forgot about Claire. Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. Yeah.
At Otto Johnny super chatted $2. Don't forget Claire Temple.
I forgot about Claire from Daredevil too. Yeah. Matt definitely slept with her too.
At Nick Wolf 3885 super chatted $2. Picture JB reciting architect speech from Matrix 2.
I can see her saying it and it being even more garbled sounding.
At Kate Cast Reviews super chatted $1.99. Nobody wants gay Supergirl. Supercorp fans awaken.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of the most popular ships in the whole freaking Arrowverse, and like she's like, no one talked about gay Superman before. Like, no, I think a lot of people have.
The world's finest ship.
Exactly. Never got that. Yeah, no, Critical Drinker. No, you're right, PSM. So Critical Drinker, when the Minecraft movie came out, was very angry about one black character showing up, who was, I think, one of the better acting performances of the movie. I'll be honest with you. Like, and she, I forget the actress' name. She's also in Peacemaker. She was also in Orange Is the New Black.
She's award winning, or at the very least, no, I think she did win, didn't she? She's an award winning actress.
I think so, yeah. And she's acting circles around Jack Black and everyone else in that movie, because she's actually like, very talented, almost as entertaining as I'm drawing a blank on her name too, who ends up like having like a weird erotic event with the villager. And what's her name? She's also in White Lotus and Legally Blonde.
Jennifer Coolidge.
Jennifer Coolidge, thank you,
Yes,
thank you. Yeah.
yeah.
She has the affair with the villager in the Minecraft movie. And that was the one thing that stood out to me in that film. Like, what is this movie?
My experience with the Minecraft movie is a friend of mine like gathered us into a Discord call to watch it. And then over time we slowly realized, like, wait, something's wrong here, because like it seemed like too silly to be believable. And then it just turned into a giant shitpost edit of the movie after like 30 minutes.
Oh wait, did you see the same one I saw? I think I saw that one too.
Oh, no, it was an edit that he did himself.
Oh, I saw one that my buddy, a couple months ago, my buddy had us all over and we're like watching a movie, and he found like an edit 4chan did where they put in all these like memes and stuff, and like honestly still followed the same general plot, but like completely derailed into like Miyazaki. It was weird. It was very entertaining. I wish I had the edit on me because it was really funny, but sadly not.
I'm just looking at the title here. The Drinker Fixes Supergirl How Not to Tank Your Movie. It's another one of those from the future videos.
Yes, it is very much so. That
Like
I
how
would
does the
say
person even know how what the movie will be, and
Lucy,
what
you
needs
gotta
fixing?
remember, he's talking out of his ass.
If he's talking, he's lying.
Yeah.
Something else to bear in mind as well is that I've now watched both of the film projects that the Critical Drinker has been involved in.
Oh,
they
no.
both
Yeah.
suck.
They're bad.
They are
Yeah.
dog shit. I mean, I cannot explain how awful they are that anybody would dare to make a video criticizing anybody else's work after making those two things. It's
Wait,
just beyond
Brian,
me.
are
He's
you
drunk.
saying that Mahler's not a good writer?
I am sad to report that Moore is actually an awful writer.
What?
He
I'm
doesn't understand
shocked.
writing at all.
I'm shocked that that Critical Drinker was involved in 2 movies with the inciting incident as the result of a gun jamming. It's weird
I
it
had a
happened
nickel.
twice.
You think that was part of his contract?
Yeah, no, I think he needs movies with a gun jams because he can't figure out a way to write a scenario where a character gets out of a life or death situation with a gun stopping working, I guess. Anyway. Anyway, so let's watch this for a bit, then we'll wrap up for the night after that. But I think this is interesting because it shows what they think they want from one of these movies. I'm gonna put subtitles on again, and let's get going.
James Gunn's Supergirl, not by James Gunn, got me thinking to myself, surely there must have been a better way to do this. Surely the mega minds at DC could have found a way to introduce this movie to the public in a way that would win people over and get them excited instead of turning them away. And so I asked myself, what could I have done differently if I was in charge? Could the Drinker, in fact, have fixed Supergirl? I mean, I know this series is more about rewriting existing movies than managing PR campaigns, but hey, I can be flexible. And really, it touches on the same issues that a lot of movies experience these days, so why not use it as a learning experience for all of us? Ready?
What?
So he said basically nothing at all so far, but that's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
introduction. All right.
So
What if I'm assuming the solution's going to be what
But
if Supergirl has a gun pointed at her and the gun jams?
But he
Yeah,
said-
okay, that's
he
a
said
solution.
he made-
All I can say is that I know that the clips he's choosing are things that he's trying to show as like representative of things he has to fix. But the way that I'm seeing it is just that these are just representations of him.
Right, but he
Okay,
made
so
2
I would argue
widely.
this is his generic collection of clips he just uses as
Yeah,
application.
yeah,
I don't think
based
there's
on-
anything behind them.
There's also a different
Based
problem
on-
with this whole intro thing, because he said 2 very different claims back to back, and he seems to be to think that they're connected. First, he said that how could I have presented this movie as not to turn people away, which is not a problem with a movie, it's a problem with presentation of the movie. So you would think that he would find a way to present the movie in a better way, but then he starts talking about fixing the movie itself, which is a completely different topic from how do you present it in a way that would, attract people or not attract people.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing right there too. He still, again, keep in mind, this is 2 months before the movie comes out.
Yeah.
At this point with this video, so he has no idea what the movie's actually going to be about, unless he's read the Tom King comic, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think he has, because I don't think he's going to acknowledge that comic at all. But let's see what he does. Maybe he
Too
surprises
bad. I'm
us.
going in anyway. Now, the first and most important thing they should have done with this movie was to understand their market, and not just what it wants, but how big it even is anymore. And this is where I have to deliver some unpleasant truths, dear viewer. They're not going to taste very good, but just like Tatiana, you will swallow them. And in the end, you'll thank me. I mean, she never has, though.
Right, this is
Truth number one is that superhero
to learn against my will.
Yeah,
But
I don't.
Part of his shtick in the character of the Critical Drinker, which is exactly the same as the real Will Jordan, is that
Yeah,
in
there's
this
not much difference.
fictionalized version, he has a female prostitute called Tatiana that he has sex with, and that's
Oh.
something that his fans apparently love.
You know, it's funny. I've for my streams, and I've reacted to enough Critical Drinker where I should have picked up on that, but I actually had no idea about this whole weird prostitute character he's been talking about. That's funny. I always maybe I did and just neglected to connect it in my brain.
Probably not, because it really doesn't come up that much. It's for a running joke. It very rarely comes up.
That's a weak running joke. You have to explain the Yeah, I once heard a very clever comedian once say, if you have to explain a joke, there is no joke. I don't know, man. Yeah. Quite the joker, that guy.
Superhero movies in general just aren't very popular anymore. I've already talked about superhero fatigue, oversaturation of the market, and the general decline of audience interest ad nauseum in other videos, so I'm not going to bore you with the whole argument again here. Instead, I'll just point to the MCU's box office returns as an example. In the 7 years from 2012 until 2019, the MCU had a total of 9 movies that grossed over $1 billion each. In the 7 years since then, you know how many they've managed? 2. And both of those films relied heavily on nostalgia to get arses in seats. Now, that's bad
What
enough,
happened
but shall I
what
hit you with...
happened as well? What's the other thing that happened between
There's some other-
2019 and 2021?
Something in 2020
What
happened, I'm
else
pretty
happened?
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you know,
forget what it was.
yeah, they did. Yeah, 2020, there was no MCU movie. I wonder why that is. Maybe they lost some kind of momentum there.
Weird, isn't it? Yeah. It's
But
weird.
also the big thing is that in general, people's movie going habits have really shifted. There are actually far
Yeah.
fewer billion-dollar movies since the pandemic than before, just in general. It's not that there are none, there are of course some, but like there are very few of them.
Yeah,
Now, mind you,
I agree.
Sorry?
In 2019, we have been attacked by the pandemic of wokeness. Excuse me very much, and that wokeness has
no.
infected cinemas and the movie industry, and it led to the destruction of movie making as we know it, and it
well,
led
we
to
had
the
to quarantine
decline.
for that one, I'm pretty sure, in our
Yeah.
houses for like an entire year and a half. But the point is that like the entirety of cinema habits have shifted. And again, we also have streaming now. An overabundance of overexposure, I think, is a big problem. That's legitimate. But like the problem is that discussing these movies, when they're successful, they're successful. So it's like, what are we talking about here? So like the problem is this discussion's kind of meaningless because like, yeah, we've had all these films that are successes, but like at the same time, the entire landscape has shifted. So we adjust. People adjust. That's not really worth analyzing here because they also account for that. You know, it's like the problem with bringing this up at all. It's just to like rub salt in the wound, but like it's also like, yeah, no shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not
Yeah.
much of a point. They're accounting for that also already. So what's the
Well, yeah,
value in bringing it up?
as we talked about at the start of this stream, Disney are not a company that accidentally loses money. They know where they're making money. And so all of those movies that made $1 billion or more, they didn't expect them to. That was a huge benefit for them. The fact of
Yeah.
the matter is, they released so much. I mean, Toy Story, how much is that going to make?
Oh, probably $1 billion. I would be shocked if it didn't make $1 billion, honestly.
Zootopia 2 was a huge hit for them. They've got the Avatar films, which are guaranteed box office. They
Oh,
know
yeah.
where they're making their money, and they know where they're making their money on streaming, and they know exactly where their bread is buttered. The only thing they couldn't account for is how poorly Trump has affected tourism into the US, which is affecting their parks for the first time.
Yeah. And even then, I would argue that overusing Disney Plus was a huge critical mistake for Disney. That was a big one. But the problem there is that they're also course correcting on that one. So it's like a lot of these choices are in response to negative decisions. And yeah, the market has shrunk for these movies, but that's not to say it's gone. A smaller market demand is not necessarily the same as saying a market is over. There is still a
Right.
ton of people who love these films and go to see them.
But-
There is still hype behind them in general.
Yeah, I mean,
The
Superman
problem
kind of
is
thing.
Supergirl's a less popular character in general, which is why the budget's smaller. That's what it comes down to.
Hmm.
The accounting for that is in the marketing itself, in the movie making itself.
Right. But I feel like again, these people are having 5 different discussions and pretending it to be a single discussion. Like how a
Yeah.
movie is marketed is a different conversation from the movie's quality itself. And if there's some oversaturation of superhero, that has nothing to do with a movie being bad or good. The fact that people are tired of superheroes or the market is oversaturated.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
but Lucy, woman.
Yeah, but woman though.
Oh, yeah.
But how can movie if woman?
That's true. It cannot
Anyway, back to this.
shouldn't exist.
With another harsh truth? Well, I don't care if you're ready, I'm doing it anyway. Female-led superhero movies don't tend to make money.
That's not even true.
Wonder Woman.
Like the
It is
most
not
hated movie that they bring up always, Captain Marvel made quite a lot of money, didn't it?
Yeah, didn't Captain Marvel make $1 billion or close to it?
Yeah,
like
I
800?
think it broke. I think it was
Really
one of
broke
those
the million.
movies that actually made $1 billion, which would
It
be
did. But I will say this. Captain Marvel made $1 billion because of Avengers Endgame hype mostly.
I don't
Still,
think
it still made $1 billion.
Still made $1 billion. Wonder Woman
I've
made a
gotta-
lot of money too.
I've got to step in and correct this record. I don't think it was mainly because of that. I genuinely don't, because in between the two Avengers films,
Oh yeah,
there were
yeah,
2
good point.
films. There was
Good point.
Ant-Man as well, Ant-Man and the Wasp, and that basically it didn't flop, but it wasn't. It certainly didn't make $1 billion. It wasn't
Yeah.
a success. So
Yeah. Also, people in chat are also mentioning this. Barbie.
Barbie.
Barbie
Yeah.
made a lot of money. Not a superhero film,
Yeah.
but made a ton of money. Even looking at the one example where, and by the way, Wonder Woman 1984 does not count in this discussion. That came out during the height of the pandemic, like
True,
in
that's
like
true.
super isolated mode. So we can't count those returns or the Suicide Squad as an example either.
Or Black Widow as well, because Black
Or
Widow
Black Widow.
was.
Yeah,
Or I
that
think
was-
Birds of Prey.
Birds of Prey is a good example of one that did flop, but also Birds
But
of
that was
Prey had
also a pandemic film.
yeah, the beginning of it, but like Birds of Prey is also a weird one because it's hard to kind of. That was marketed in a way that was kind of tough to figure what it was even about. You know what I mean? Like it was very
Yeah,
hard to gauge
that's
that
true.
one. It didn't feel like much of a movie, and it felt like it did remove itself a little too much from some comic imagery. So I get why that one struggled. Birds of Prey makes sense why they didn't do as well. But again,
Hey, don't hate me for telling inconvenient truths. And don't just take my word for it either. The numbers speak for themselves. In the past decade, there's been 9 major female-led superhero movies in theaters. And
would you count? I don't think Dark Phoenix counts as a female-led.
No,
I don't know if that counts.
no,
that
that's a stretch.
That one's X-Men. That's more
It's
X-Men.
That's an
X-Men.
X-Men film.
Yeah,
I had to I had to like jog my memory, like what the fuck Dark Phoenix was, because like it just.
I mean,
Pretty bad.
if
Also,
you're
Black
lumping that-
Widow is a weird one to count because that's a pandemic movie. So it was released on Disney Plus during the height of the pandemic. So it's like, what are you going off of that one?
I mean, if you're looking at the X-Men cinema universe, there's been ups and downs all over the place there.
Yeah.
So to lump Dark Phoenix in is just weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but woman.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
a weird one.
Of those 9, only 3 have actually managed to turn a profit. Captain.
Well, Wonder. Oh, yeah, Wakanda Forever would be a female led. Yeah, I didn't even think of that one. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Wakanda Forever is a really good example of what we're talking about here.
Marvel, Wakanda Forever, and Wonder Woman. That means only 1 in 3 female-led superhero movies from the past decade have actually succeeded. And
well, again, a couple of them came out during the pandemic. Also, do you know which one he conveniently left out? That's an interesting example. Suicide Squad. That's basically a Harley Quinn-led film. If you count Dark Phoenix, Suicide Squad
That's
also
true.
has to count.
Yeah,
That's
So
true.
there you go.
But
Yeah.
also, I feel like there's this very bizarre standard for what a successful movie is. Because you have to look at those movies one by one, look at their budget, look at their everything. Not, if not a billion, it's a failure. That's a very strange way of looking at movies and their success metrics.
Yes, but
Well, that
but
is-
they're grading on a very strange, obtuse curve to make their point. So
Yeah. Also, they don't really deal with math because if they did, that would be difficult for them to actually do. They just look at
Yeah,
low
I mean-
number good, high number. They look at high number good, low number bad, and that's all they look at, not
Yeah.
budget or
I
relation
mean-
to that.
and what's high and
They
low
have-
varies from talking point to talking point.
Exactly.
They have-
Don't forget. Oh,
they
sorry,
have
cut you off there, Ryan. Sorry.
I'm just going to quickly say they have definitely slid into this standard of if it doesn't make a billion, it's a failure. That is the standard they use now.
It's very weird.
I mean, a good example of this would also be look at how they reacted to Superman's box office and budget versus how they reacted to Project Hail Mary's box office and budget. They had the same budget, they had the same box office. In fact, Superman was slightly higher, I think, than Project Hail Mary, if I remember correctly. And yet they act like Project Hail Mary was this smashing success, which of course it was, and Superman was a colossal failure because they gauged them as equivalent, as different, even though it was the same numbers going in and the same numbers coming out, basically.
Weirdly though, this is a weird coincidence, I know. and
Yeah,
it is
so
purely
strange.
coincidence, I'm sure, is that Critical Drinker went to the premiere of Project Hail Mary and interviewed the
Yeah.
author of the book, and yet gave it a
Bizarre.
glowing review. Weird.
So strange. that
I
keeps
do
happening.
I do wonder because what was the box office on Superman, like 700, 800?
Let me tell you
It was
exactly.
it was about 620.
Yeah, about six.
So not that different from Man of Steel.
No, very close.
Not
Actually.
hugely different, yeah.
Yeah. So
also keep
what
in
do
mind
these
that-
guys people think of like Man of Steel's box office? I wonder.
Oh, it was
But
a
they
massive
think
hit.
it smashed. It smashed Superman.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely smashed Superman.
Well, there you
Despite
go.
the fact that it was coming off the success of the Dark Knight trilogy, and
Mhm.
Superman was coming off the failure of the DC EU.
Yeah. Superman
context
comes off
doesn't
of the
matter.
Flash. You know, not a good bouncing board off of that. And again, that's the issue right there. They look just at the numbers out in isolation. But another factor is that Man of Steel got more internationally than Superman did. International markets take a bigger cut of what comes out of the box office. So actually, the studio got less money from Man of Steel than it did from Superman because the international studios took more international markets took a bigger cut of the box office. So that right there. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
up until recently, sorry,
No,
up
go
until
for it.
recently, international box office really wasn't considered as a metric for success. It's only been the last 20 years that it has been.
Mm-hmm.
What
Exactly.
happened to the good old times when you had a budget for a movie, and if the movie made more money than was spent on making it, that was considered a success?
People stopped that when they stopped thinking about, using their brains. Is what it comes down to. Okay, let's keep going with this real quick. There's a lot of
Three,
footage.
Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel both came out before the decline of superhero
What does
movies in
this
general,
have to do
and
with
both
any-
of those crashed out with disastrous sequels that
What
brought in
do
80%
any of these
less than
clips
their
have to do with what we're talking about?
predecessors. The only film to buck the trend here is Wakanda Forever, which ported a female character in to replace the male lead of the previous film after the actor passed away in real life. It's kinda hard to gauge the merits of this film on its own because in some ways it was coasting on the massive success of
No,
the
it's
first
not.
Black Panther
No, I
movie,
am not.
although I would point out that it made
What are you talking about?
It's
What?
not hard to judge the film on its own merits.
It's a good movie.
It is if you're only looking at how much money it made.
Hell,
That's not how you judge a film.
I'd
These are
argue that.
supposed to be a critic.
Yeah, hell, I'd argue that the biggest thing people complain about with Wakanda Forever is it upsets them too much. Like the biggest complaint with this movie is that like they felt really upset watching it because it was so like melancholy. And that was one thing that kept some people from enjoying it. Because yeah, it's a very bleak movie. It's not a very optimistic film. And so that was the biggest criticism, not the quality. Everyone gauges the movie as high quality. It made a lot of money. It's just whether or not you vibed with it. That's the bigger question. And not everyone did. I'll grant you that. And also, not as much of a cultural touchstone as the first Black Panther, because how do you really recapture that? It's more mournful and sorrowful, but it still was one of the most financially successful post Endgame Marvel films. So that's your success right there. It stands out from the rest. It proves you make good movies. People do come and watch your movie,
I mean, if the critical drinker wants a little tip about how you gauge a movie with a complicated history like that, I suggest to him what he might want to do is watch the film and react to it as a film. Maybe try that.
Yeah, you can easily gauge its success. He's just saying you can't because he doesn't want to actually engage with the fact that if you make a good movie, people go and see it,
500 million less at the box office. All of this is a long-winded way of saying that female-led superhero movies have a pretty spotty success rate, especially in recent years. Then there's name recognition to think about. See, Superman himself is about as ubiquitous as any fictional character can possibly be. You could pick almost any human being on the face of the earth, from a goat herder in Peru to an izakaya owner in Japan. Show them a picture of Superman and they'll probably know exactly who he is. He's had endless comics, movies, TV shows, cartoons
what does
and
that do with
merchandise made about him
anything,
for
buddy?
almost 100
Like-
years
like,
now.
what does this have to
He
do with
may
you and your
be
movie?
one of the single most marketable characters ever created. Well, apart from this fucking thing at least. Supergirl though? Nah, not so much. Especially in the world of film and TV, which is what we're talking
What a
about
weird
here.
criticism
Her
as
first and
well.
so far
Yeah, it's like so far, it's like he's not actually addressing anything specific with the movie itself. He's just talking about the concepts. It's like, yeah.
Well, not even that. I mean, if all of these people can identify Superman, then a girl in the same costume isn't going to be too much of a stretch to work out what she is about.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like talking about this right here. Also, by the way, the most popular superhero internationally is Spider-Man, not Superman. Superman is not as internationally beloved as Spider-Man is. Spider-Man is the most widely recognized superhero internationally. So right there, you're already wrong. Superman, here's the thing about Superman also. There has never been a Superman movie that has ever grossed $1 billion. That is a factual statement. No Superman movie has ever grossed $1 billion. So by that metric, why make Superman movies? And if you want to do the whole spotty record, you look at the history of Superman movies, a lot of them don't make a ton of money. There's more flops for Superman than hits. Ergo,
100%. 100%.
Ergo, we should just not make Superman movies by the logic the critical drinker's employing, right? By that same logic, that's what he's saying. Which is dumb, which is not applicable in this situation. It's just not logical. And again, it's also irrelevant because we're talking about how to improve the Supergirl movie that is being made.
Yeah.
What does that have to do? What does the popularity of Supergirl have to do with making the best movie possible? All of this has to do with the audience expectations going in. It has nothing to do with the story being told specifically. So,
and
yeah,
I'm going to bring it back to this point, but he made a film about a character that he created that nobody has heard of. It was a
Mhm.
stupid idea. Why didn't he make his film about James Bond? James Bond's
Exactly.
far more recognizable than his character.
Yeah, exactly. Original IP. Again, one of the most successful films of 2026 is a sub-$1 million movie based on an original concept by a YouTuber. Obsession is a completely original idea. It's not tied in with any IP. It's purely original, and it is financially one of the most successful films of the year.
Also, keep in mind that
Maybe
the
of all time at
whole
this point.
boom for superhero movies started when Marvel started adapting not so popular characters and made them into popular movies.
Like Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and
So
not
it's like
even like Iron Man to
Well, Iron
begin with
Man,
was
yeah.
not that super popular, you know?
Yeah, well, Iron Man was actually
Well, of course.
coming in at a really low point in its popularity because things of Civil War.
Well, everybody, if Marvel had listened to Drinker, they wouldn't have made the first Iron Man film.
Yeah, because he was not that popular, yeah.
Recognizable character.
Yeah, and also I want to point out that the first Iron Man film did not gross that high relative to its later successes.
True.
Yeah. So it's like, again, what are we talking about with this? All of this is ridiculous. And irrelevant to to the point of this video, which is to say, how to rewrite the movie to be more successful.
Only big screen outing was the disastrous 1984 movie. God bless Helen Slater though, she tried her little heart out with that one. And while the TV show from a few years ago had some fans on the CW, it was hardly a global success. One failed movie from 40 years ago and a mildly successful TV show don't exactly launch a character into the public consciousness. Now all of this is relevant because Superman, based around a far more popular and well-known character, in the movie that was supposed to relaunch an entirely new universe of DC on film, barely scraped its way to $600 million last year.
Keep in mind, at this same point, he's also praising Project Hail Mary for getting the same box office return on the same budget. So it's like the hypocrisy is very clear here. Just point it out there.
That is not a good result, no matter how people try to spin it. And realistically, it's probably as good as it's going to get for DC now. I think it's safe to say that Supergirl is going to make less than that did. It's just a question of how much. The reality is that regardless of its creative merits, and that's debatable right now, a movie like Supergirl is
Because he
weak.
hasn't seen
It's
it.
a lame duck. The only way it can succeed is by using what I call the Captain Marvel doctrine, riding the momentum of a strong and successful franchise and convincing audiences they just have to see this film if they want to understand the big overarching story. Now,
But he just said that the franchise was not successful because Superman barely scraped anything. So what is it? Is it?
Yeah.
How can the doctrine even work in this case?
That makes no sense. You just said exactly to your point. Like, if your argument, which is already falsifiable, that no one cares about Superman, which I can guarantee they do. If you're saying it must be a must-watch event, well, that's not a good formula for success in this situation because all they have is one other film.
Yeah.
So like,
you know, he said he wasn't
maybe they should.
successful.
Yeah, the logic doesn't add up. It's not consistent, this logic.
That worked great for Marvel back in 2019, but sadly, it's not 2019 anymore, and this ain't Marvel. It would have made infinitely more sense to give the heavy hitters like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman their own solo movies, team them up for a money-spinning Justice League crossover, and then start introducing B-tier characters like Supergirl in the next phase, when presumably you'd
But
have
that's
enough
what they
commercial
did
momentum.
last time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they did the first time around. And
that's
it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work last time. Exactly. It's like, again, the problem is this Drinker's solution is be more formulaic.
Yeah,
like
don't try new things.
Don't
try-
take risks.
Yeah, avoid risks. Don't do anything special. Don't make interesting films that break from expectations. Just do what Marvel did before with Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man, and Hulk.
Well, not only that, do what DC did before with Man of
Yeah.
Steel and then Batman, but also DC do have a Superman film out and they do have a Batman film out. So really, the only one that's missing is Wonder Woman.
Yeah, exactly. And like the problem is that it's like this is just be more generic. That's your solution. That's a bad solution.
Is Batman
Government
actually in the
fund goodwill
same
to actually
universe as the new Superman movie?
Exactly.
No, but I don't think that matters in most people's minds.
Yeah. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. It's a dumb logic.
Support them. What I'm saying here is that if you add all these different factors together, the challenging market for superhero movies in general these days, the historically low success rate of female-led superhero flicks in particular, and the lackluster state of the franchise it's now part of, then the chances of box office glory for Supergirl look about as likely as Gal Gadot winning an Oscar for Best Actress. A more likely scenario is a global haul somewhere in the region of $400 million. Not exactly great, but it also doesn't have to be a disaster either if you keep your budget under control, like under $100 million. Any
Well, they've done
serious
that.
market research.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I've been seeing the budget. Let's see what the budget is currently being reported for Supergirl. Because I've seen everything from 100 million to 170 million.
It's definitely under 180.
Yeah, it's under 180 for sure. Okay, so I'm seeing people report that the budget is around 175 and needs 315 million to break even.
Oh, it'll
that is-
it'll
Now
hit
that's
that.
according to some quick checks, but there is also the recent information about the promotions, where DC got $100 million in terms of licensing out the imagery of the film to different companies for marketing purposes. So really, it needs a lot less to break even. Warner Brothers is very careful with this movie. They're doing a lot of ad deals to promote the film, but also to license it out. They're making a lot of money on the back end. This movie does not have a high need to break even. It is a very low threshold to break even. So even with the reduced box office expectations for the opening weekend, it's still pretty low. It doesn't need a lot to break even. So that's good. So the irony is, what Drinker is proposing, Warner Brothers did already. So it's like, after you account for all the ad deals, if you take the 100 million roughly that it was paid through licensing deals, the budget is reduced essentially down to $75 million. Because that's counterbalancing most of the budget. And it's also reducing marketing budget because you're paying for it through that. So it's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's exactly what he said. Now he's going to try to inflate the numbers on screen here, but if we take all this information on point right now, it's pretty easy to break even, relatively speaking, anyway.
Research would have told them this way in advance, and if they had the common sense, they would have acted on it. Recognized the potential, but also
they did act on it. But let's keep going. Also, what do any of these clips have to do with what you're talking about?
the limitations of your film.
I think his
and
editor
accept that
just
just throwing
throws
more
in
money at the
everything.
problem
He
isn't
doesn't
going to
give a
fix
crap.
it. Superman had one of the most over-the-top marketing campaigns in Hollywood history, and well, look where it got them. The second unpleasant truth we have to
I don't
come to
think so.
terms with here is that if you're a movie studio, the media is not your friend. Yeah, they might be all fake smiles and friendly puff piece interviews, but at the end of the day, they have all the sincerity of a female compliment. What they really want to do is sell headlines, generate clicks, make noise online, and
What does any of this have- what does any of this have to do with the writing of the film? Like none of this is relevant.
So I do. So speaking of not relevant, that bit about this all sincerity of a female compliment, like wow, horrible, like terrible phrasing. Like I Jesus Christ, I swear he's on the verge of starting to use the word femoid unironically. But like, have you ever actually like gotten a compliment from a woman, dude? Have you like
know.
met a woman?
I'm sure Melanie Max is something nice to him once.
I'm not familiar with this person.
You're better off with that.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
My God.
Quartering collaborator, basically.
Oh God.
Yeah. So that tells you right there. But again, like he's just saying this to like appeal to his audience of chuds. That's about it.
And it generates headlines like a good controversy. That is what they are looking for every minute of every day. No entertainment journalist worth their salt wants to report on a happy and harmonious production that's releasing into a welcoming market and expecting to do just fine. What they want is conflict, backlash, sensationalism, brave actors taking a stand against hatred and intolerance. They want to dig up something, anything to get people to click on that news article to land that next big scoop.
What does Drinker, everything he's saying is so generic. What does that have to do with this project specifically? What creative choices?
This also makes me think that he hates his own audience because he's basically describing exactly what he does and saying that it's a terrible thing that the media does. It's awful that the media make these big things, these big controversies out of nothing.
Yeah,
Which is exactly what he does.
Just for clicks.
He's telling his
Yes,
audience-
projection. It's just your projection.
That's all he is. He's a drama monger. Yeah.
I don't
I mean,
think
not-
he has the self-awareness to realize that.
I don't think he's
I'm
as
not-
stupid as he pretends he is.
No, because if you remember, well, and I don't know if you've watched the video he made apologizing for his film. But he basically
did.
said that if he made it too clever, his audience wouldn't have understood it.
Oh my God.
Yep.
That was one of his excuses. So
Oh
I think he
my
has real contempt for
God.
his audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drinker's not as people always act like Drinker. Oh no, Drinker is he's an authentic film fan. He knows what he's doing. No, Drinker is full of shit, and he knows he's full of shit, and he knows his audience is going to accept the shit he spews out on them. Like he knows his audience is dumb.
He's
And
trapped.
oh yeah, completely trapped. And his attempts to escape with his films and stories, like yeah, he's able to make the films, but like the reason they're not successful is because despite him being somewhat self-aware, he's also aware that he is trapped by his own
brand,
His own grift.
his own fixations, yeah, on like action and all that. He makes generic spy stories because that's what he wants to see. Period. He can't innovate beyond that. He's not creative. He's just self-aware. He's a drama monger. He's a gossip. He's like he's like the town gossip. Only he's successful over it.
I almost pity him.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost always it's a sad fate. But the thing is, they can't ever like. I mean, he feels he doesn't understand the character of Supergirl either. Like he's multiple times. There was a clip from a while back when the first trailer dropped where he was like, "How can Supergirl get drunk on a if she has invulnerability and all that?" When
Did you not see Superman?
Yeah, they say give the answer in the Superman. Oh, she goes plant to the red sunlight because it's the whole thing was the yellow sunlight gives them powers. So it's like he doesn't even listen to the movies he watches. He doesn't comprehend it. He doesn't sink in.
I remember hearing secondhand a story of someone who had this friend who, whenever he would tell her about a movie or a book or whatever, if he did not tell her basically the main bullet points of what happened in the plot within 3 sentences, she gets bored. And I'm just like, my God, like this woman, just from how you're describing your friend, doesn't seem to actually care about stories.
No, that sounds
like and Drinker seems to be the kind of person who it doesn't care about stories and looks at movies and such as plot delivery vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just such a sad way to look at art.
It really is. It really is. It really illustrates how little meaning he sees in the arts itself. And it just shows his lack of respect for these characters. Like he says, oh, his big point so far, if you really think about it, it's like, oh, superheroes aren't popular. No one likes female superheroes. It's market tested. You have to conform to the market's expectations. That's like an AI talking. That's generic. It's being generic. There's no innovation there. It's looking at trends that have been successful in the past and obediently following those trends. That's not how film. That's not how you start something. That's just being generic and safe. That's boring.
That's being a lowercase c conservative.
Exactly, exactly. And that's all he has. He can only do it through that lens of like, okay, I have this, I do this, and I only follow this. You know, he doesn't innovate at all. Anyway, let's get through this real quick. So I am going to probably pass out after this is done.
Even if they have to
Oh,
pull
yeah.
actors and celebrities into talking about things that they clearly do not want to talk about.
The reason I'm asking about the past is that you
this
talked
interview's
in
terrible.
other interviews again about your relationship with your father and
why are you
the
Oh.
of that.
This is terrible.
You think
Yeah.
you're free of all of that, or whether that's still something?
I'm sorry,
you...
I really don't.
Yes, great, right? I have
Case
to
in
mute
point,
the
Millie
Discord to be
Alcock's
able to
recent
respond.
statements
Yeah,
about
yeah,
being a
great,
young
right?
actress in not one but two major franchises, House of the Dragon and now Supergirl. Now, that was all part of a much bigger and longer interview that covered all manner of topics, but the moment she happened to mention the reaction to her as a woman online, well, guess what every
can
major
always
news
DM me
outlet
about
decided
this.
to lead with.
That's what you decided to lead with, dude.
I've had a rough time.
I mean, he
recently.
really is calling his shots here, isn't he? Hey,
Yeah.
my dumb audience.
He's admitting
this is
that.
what these people...
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, 100%. No, completely. You're right on this, Ryan. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like he's just saying the quiet part out loud.
I mean, it's all just about the bottom line for those people. They don't care about
Yeah,
what they're talking
evidently
about. They
so.
don't really care about the. It's always the same script, basically. Oh, what the silent majority of the fans really want. It's all the wokeness, which is under. You cannot define it. It's just this untangible, magical wokeness that permeates everything, and it's all bad. It ruined the fans for the real fans that used to be oh so happy, and now it's all bad and ruined, and we must go back,
Exactly.
make it all great again.
Yeah. Yeah, just bullshit is what it is. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry.
And the thing is, it didn't have to happen that way. All she really needed to say was, fans are free to think whatever they like. All I can say is that I gave this role my best shot, I'm grateful for this opportunity, and hopefully people will give the movie a fair chance and judge for themselves. It's simple, it's humble, and it's uncontroversial. It's not going to win you any fans in the news media, but it's not going to turn your own customers against you. And at the end of the day, those are the important ones. And all of this brings me to my third and final unpleasant truth here. Actors can fucking kill your movie.
They only have Rachel Zegler. That's all they have. And let's be honest, you were going to get pissed off at her anyway, regardless of what happened.
Wait, what happened with
Let's keep it
Spider-Man?
100%.
Rachel Zegler made a couple comments that these grifters then hyper fixated on, pushing and pushing and pushing, and trying to present the idea that Rachel Zegler was responsible for Snow White failing. And it's like, well, no one really cared about that. Rachel Zegler had nothing to do with Snow White being fucked up. It was entirely Disney fucking it up, like repeatedly.
I mean,
let's give it 100%.
I'm not gonna go. I'm not
She's
gonna
best part of the
go.
film, yeah, by a mile. And all the reviews I'm seeing so far for Supergirl is saying that Supergirl is the best part of the film. Like that Millie Alcock is the best part of the movie because she embodies the character so well. And the rest of the film's plot is stupid. Like, yeah, that's what happened with Snow White also. The movie just wasn't good, but the actress given the role of Snow White did the best she could.
That's
and
true.
Because if you-
Although
Hmm?
with Snow White, I personally just feel like the problem is that Disney wants to completely burn their legacy in animation and say, oh, animation is irrelevant now. We need to make live action versions of all the animated films that we've created in the past, which I'm just fundamentally against. But
Well, the thing also is, I was going to say, Ryan, I'm sorry.
All I was going to say is, I wouldn't do it. But if you were going to blame any actor for Snow White failing, everybody thought Gal Gadot sucked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, she was terrible.
Yeah.
That was
And
the
also,
takeaway, so-
and have a major IDF soldier as your one of your main leads during a period where Israel is shown its entire ass to the entire world. Not the
But it's
best
funny
of
because
ideas.
Because in this video, he makes a joke about how bad Gal Gadot's acting is, and
Yeah.
then still blames Rachel Zegler for the failure of Snow White.
Yeah.
Do you think he knows that Gal Gadot was in Snow White?
No, yeah, she showed clips of. He showed clips of her.
Yeah.
Did he edit this? Did he pay attention?
You know, given the fact,
Does he have
given that
face blindness?
You know, honestly, I'm not sure.
Is he
I know
drunk?
knows. I mean, I know for a fact he knows that Gal Gadot's in the film. I know that. But like, he is not known for his observational skills, based on a lot of things. Yeah, no, he's made some baseline mistakes with everything he's worked on in terms of what happens in the film itself. Anyway, let's keep going with this.
They don't just have to perform in the film anymore. They also have to be borderline professional hype men, PR
Wait a second.
gurus,
So hang on,
salesmen.
hang on a second there, Drinker. Hang on a second. You're arguing that Sydney Sweeney is a good example of PR for your film?
Well, yeah, because she doesn't say anything political or controversial during her red carpet outings.
Never,
And
never.
Her films all make $1 billion.
All of her films are so successful. Like the one where she played the lesbian boxer while also spouting white supremacist talking points in interviews unrepentantly.
Or the film that he showed as the worst performing female-led film, Madam Web, which she was also in.
Yep. Yep.
Be
That
more
was
like
the
her.
bottom of the list. Like, it's amazing how everything. If you look at like, if you want to talk about an actress whose films repeatedly fail, Sydney Sweeney's films, with the exception of The Housemaid, based on a major best-selling novel, have all failed. All of them have failed. Like across the board, her successes are incredibly uncommon. Sydney Sweeney has become repellent for the films she's working on to the audience who supported her previously, which was young women. And the audience that loves her, conservative men, haven't shown up to her films. I don't think Critical Drinker has seen The Housemaid.
I think he even knows what
I
it
would
is.
very much doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's seen The Housemaid. So, like, what value does he have to say that Sydney Sweeney draws in people at the box office when that's demonstrably not true? Anyway.
Raconteurs and politicians all rolled into one. And with an entertainment news complex that's always sniffing around for the next headline, one fuck up is all it takes to derail a film's entire promo campaign. Now, I'll admit that some actors are better at this than others. Some are master bullshit artists who can talk for hours without really saying anything and still look good doing it. Others can effortlessly deflect attempts to bait them, using charm and a bit of verbal panache to get the conversation back on track without making things awkward.
I'm curious if that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie.
What is he? Okay, I'm going to pause right here. What has he actually said about Supergirl at all in this entire video?
Not a goddamn thing.
Nothing, right? He said nothing whatsoever about the movie.
Yes, because
like
there's
not
nothing
even
to
remotely
say.
close. He hasn't even touched upon the topic at all.
I think basically it boils down to the stupid woman in the stupid lead role should keep her stupid mouth shut, which is probably a good indication of the type of audience he has.
Exactly. He said nothing whatsoever. I think we're done with this. I don't think there's much more to be gained from lingering in the same talking point over and over again.
It's always the same grift. It's never ending. It's like we're stuck in 2016 forever.
Exactly. I'm gonna let some super chats play real quick, and we're gonna wrap things up.
At Eustace Giwo super chatted $2. The projection remains strong with the drinky one.
Exactly.
At the man with Applin 7678 super chatted $5. This is not a fix of Supergirl. This is begging for more material to make YouTube videos with.
Exactly. So that's the problem with these videos. All of them are taking out of context headlines and extrapolating them to a whole length 20-minute video They don't really say anything. They don't really know anything. They don't care about the character. All they care about is another figure to make fun of, like Rachel Zegler. Looking for the next Rachel Zegler because that's content. And Drinker tells us everything right there. Though he said nothing about the movie, he did say why he makes content the way he does, and it's simply to milk for views. And that's it. There's nothing else to it. There's no other greater mentality. There's no other greater messaging. It's just to milk views. So, thank you, all of you, for joining me on this expedition in absurdity. That was painful. It was fun. It was fun to talk, but these videos are painful. Anyway, this Friday we have a video coming out about villains dying or killing people off in the video in Minecraft. And then next week we're gonna have next week we're gonna finally follow up on the halfway stream we did a couple weeks ago talking about before we got to talking about neuralities. We're gonna close off June after June ends with a video about neuralities.
Didn't you touch upon that subject in your Nemesis video about villains dying in one-off movies?
That will be coming up. Specifically, it was actually the script was actually written a while ago, but I've added to it for the villain video because we were talking originally. It was started talking about the reaction to Homelander's death in The Boys. Spoilers: Homelander dies in The Boys. I know, shocking.
He had it coming.
I know, yeah, fucking really had it coming. But I kind of wanted to pick on like why did this have the reaction it did as opposed to other movies, But we'll go into detail on that, and you'll see where we go on that.
I kind of didn't like how he was just killed.
I mean, I explore it more in detail there. I'll wait for the video to share my thoughts on that because I don't want to like say it too early. But you'll see when we get there. Thank you, all three of you. Tell the audience in 10 seconds or less where they can find you. Starting with Andrew and then working from left to right on the screen. So Andrew, Lucy, and Ryan.
You can find me at here on YouTube. It's just my name, Andrew Bluette, blue with 2 T's on the end. Talk about Final Fantasy, talk about other video games. Halo's coming in 2 weeks from today. I have to crunch on that really hard.
I gotta read your line for that too.
Yeah, and say his name right this time, Joseph Staten.
Staten. I can pronunciate names sometimes.
Yes.
All right, Lucy, where can find people?
The best place to find me is lucyhaza.org/live.
Awesome. And Ryan?
You can find me at Nothing But Media NBM on YouTube. And like I said, I talk about old TV shows and old films.
Awesome. And you can find me. Wait, you're watching right now, so you know where to find me already. Everyone, I will see you all next time. Take care, y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, cool. Stream's done. Really, guys, thank you so much for hopping on for this one.
Thank you.
That was a lot.
I'm exhausted.
We have defeated the wokeness once and for all.
Yeah. I mean, I've been up since like 12:30 this morning, so
I've been up all night. It's like 5:47 a.m.
Okay, you have me beat on that one by a mile. Jesus.
Yeah, because I'm in Ukraine, so it's like a different time zone.
We all need to go to bed.
No, seriously. All right, I'll talk to you all later. All right, have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Night, y'all.
Bye-bye. All right, so we've done the super mega collab cool thing. So now that I've done the super cool collab, I will end stream. I will raid you. Whoever is still here will be raided to somebody that will appreciate you more than I. And maybe they will appreciate me and raid me back one day. Who knows? Like one day. One day. One day I will get the love that I deserve. I'm like Homelander, very desperate for the adoration and admiration. Okay, I'll raid you into Icorus. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.